In the depths of our ancient...
Okay, dude. So what the frick is all this about? Kendrick Lamar?
He told me, I see your eyes, but I always fall. I see you come, I see you go. He said, all things pass into the night. And I say, oh no, sir, I must say you're wrong. I must disagree, oh no, sir, I must say you're wrong. Won't you listen to me? He told me, I've seen it all before. I've been there. I've seen my hopes and dreams are lying on the ground. I've seen the sky just begin to fall. He said, all things pass into the night. And I said, oh no, sir, I must say you're wrong. I must disagree, oh no, sir, I must say you're wrong. Won't you listen to me?
my big pitch.
I always
Come on, boy. That regal wet boy.
I see you come, I see you go.
Guy.
He said, all things pass into the night. And I say, oh no, sir, I must say you're wrong. I must disagree, oh no, sir, I must say you're wrong. Won't you listen to me? He told me, I've seen it all before. I've been there. I've seen my hopes and dreams are lying on the ground. I've seen the sky just begin to fall. He said, all things pass into the night. And I said, oh no, sir, I must say you're wrong. I must disagree, oh no, sir, I must say you're wrong. Won't you listen to me?
I thought the Atlantean, give up my wisdom, give up my knowledge, give up my power. Freely I give to the children of men, give that they too might have wisdom to shine. Wisdom is power, and power is wisdom. One with each other, perfecting the whole. We don't fuck with you. We like Thoth boys. Yes, we fuck with you. We fuck with Thoth hard. Oh yes, yes we do. We like fuck with Thoth. We fuck with Thoth's tablets. If one comes too deep full of knowledge, listen and heed the words of wisdom. Keep thou not silent when evil is spoken for. Hello, KnitWitches. What's up, KnitWitches? It is Sunday. Not really kind like a normal one. It's not fully documentary Sunday, but we're gonna hang out. We're gonna read a bunch. We're gonna talk about George Strait. We're gonna fuck with Thoth. Thoth, we're coming. Open your arms and feed us to the void. Where's the dweller? I'ma whoop his fucking ass. I'ma fight a god. I don't care if he lives inside the earth. KnitWitch, Stitch. KnitWitch, we fuck with Thoth. I love hanging with Thoth and my KnitWitches. We're gonna watch a bunch of films, Carson and my KnitWitches. With my KnitWitches. What's up, witch? I love Thoth. Well, shoot, I stopped it a little early there we go. Nice. What's up, dudes? Hi. How are you? Look, I got Squeaks right here. We call him the Temu Mr. Big Face because he looks like a ripoff. He's like the Alibaba or whatever. But he's just monitoring bird time. He's doing bird monitoring, keeping them at bay. What's up, dudes? How was your weekend? I hope it was splendid. I played softball yesterday, had a great time. We didn't win. We never win. But we did pretty good. It was like 8-14 or whatever. Our first game 6 years ago, I think, was 0-30. So, hey, anything is going up from that, right? Well, I guess we could have lost 40-0. I think total, the max we could have lost by was 49. Because it's a 7-run mercy. And we play 7 innings, not 9. Right? 7 times 7, 49. Dudes, frickin' Here's the preview for today, right? I just have this one Allen Dershowitz thing because he says lawfare, which is law mixed with warfare, and the ease he said it made me go, oh yeah, they already do lawfare. Then, dudes, I'm scrolling on TikTok, right, and I see Synthara has made her own content. Isn't that cool? So we'll watch that. Guys, I DM'd Ethan, this Ethan that we love. Ethan, who is a freaking king. I said, hey bud, I don't know if you've seen, but I've been doing a regular live show called the Catdad Show on Twitch and posted on YouTube after. But I'd love to have you on as a guest for a talk sometime if you're interested. Me and my chat just got into the Emerald Tablets and Thoth like 3 weeks ago, and I think our interests are syncing. We can talk more if you're interested. We can talk about anything you want. You can tell I sent that at like 2 a.m. I said interested a lot. Embarrassing. And Ethan said, I'll think about it. Hell yeah. That's not a no. Then we're going to watch a couple Ethan videos real quick. Then I pulled up this Tesla thing just because I was thinking about the frickin' pyramids and that they're like an energy source. But for what? I'm like, what are they used for? And I'm pretty sure that Tesla's like tower, the Wardenclyffe Tower thing that was supposed to give everyone like wireless power and wireless, I think it was supposed to do like radio waves, TV waves, stuff like that. It could do anything apparently. But I was just thinking about that because I think his tower took the basics from the pyramids, So they must have just done Wi-Fi too like that. But an interesting thing that I read was that both of them are over big like aquifers. So apparently Tesla grounded his huge tower to a well. And that's how he grounded it. And then we kept hearing Kat talking about like the water under the pyramids. I was reading Teotihuacan, the pyramids in, is it Mexico? Yeah. They are also over like a big aquifer or something. So I think that the water is important for something. Not sure exact. Maybe it uses that to like, I don't know. But anyway, so I was thinking about Tesla. So we probably won't get to that though. Then this is some Emerald Tablet stuff that is, I think it's red because I realize we haven't really actually read the Emerald Tablets, right? Which is important. So I think we're going to get to reading some of it. There's like 14 or 15. There's between 12 and 15. I'm kind of confused on the numberings, but maybe we'll read a couple each day. I read the first 2 or 3 this morning. Dudes, the way Thoth writes is awesome. The only thing that I don't get is this Doreel guy, the guy who like translated them. I think he supposedly got Hi Sim Trash TV. Hello. I think it was like a prophet situation where he says that Thoth came to him and like either dictated these or helped him translate them or something, but I don't know, dude. It's so cool. I want to believe it, but I do think that the one weird thing about the Emerald Tablets is it's all kind of based off of the work of this Doreel guy who it seems like he started like a cult. I don't know. I mean, everything's a cult, right? We're probably a cult at this point. I mean, if you guys stuck with me after the OOB stuff, oh my God. Speaking of OOB, have you guys heard the Kendrick Lamar stuff? The Kendrick and Drake stuff is awesome, and it is definitely linked. Everything is connected, boys. But I thought it was so funny that Kendrick's OOB is called OVO. Anyway, synchronicities and whatever. But dude, yeah, Kendrick is just full on trying to destroy Drake. He's trying to do what we do to Peter Thiel, which is amazing. He has a much better chance of succeeding because TikTok doesn't just like block him whenever he posts stuff, He's able to at least clown. I was reading through the compendium of, this is Billy Carson's book about the frickin' Emerald Tablets. And dudes, he has the best, like, examples of all these, like, so this is like this cube. These are all like ancient artifacts. Look at this. This is crazy, right? Yeah, look. Okay, so this is like 64 circles or whatever. This is like a thing that shows up all the time, all these sacred geometry things. But look at it. If you look here, doesn't it? It looks like a cube, right? See? It's like a 3D cube. So this stuff is like scattered and littered throughout all of our histories. Like, it really pisses me off at this point that it seems like everyone knows that we were like made by aliens and they won't let us talk about it. They won't tell us. Like, that is BS. Like, you're hiding our history from us. It's our history too, you know? And then here's the actual words of Thoth, which, like, reading it reads really cool, dude. It feels like contemporary. It's like if Jesus were here today. And it probably is because I think Jesus is just based off of him. Okay, and then we got Billy Carson's really, like, 2-hour long interview that I think we were going to start with. And then Wander sent this, like, cool ass Anunnaki, the movie, The Lost Book of Enki story, and it's like animated, or it's got illustrations, and it looks cool. So I think we'll take a look at some of this stuff until it's too late, and then we gotta stop, right? Okay, so real quick, let's just get started, right? Let's start with Allen Dersh, and then I'll read through the comments in a second. I know, sorry, I'm so sorry I take forever, but I just want to read all of them. If you guys type it, I want to know what you're saying. Okay, anyway, this, let me move that. And Bunny, I know that I can make scenes in here and not have to do this, but I think this is part of the charm, right? Me formatting our show every time I move on to a different look or a different setup. Okay, dude, Allen Dershowitz said this shit. I hate this man. Okay, ready? This person said, when the Zionists are also P-words that remain free because of their rich friends, maybe we now know just precisely what they have on the world leaders to keep this going. Maybe even Biden or his kids. Epstein was a monster who poisoned the world. It's very true.
To you, we are going to be engaging in massive defensive and offensive lawfare against bigots, anti-Semites, and potential violent terrorists. We're going to...
Dude, this is madness. I'm so sick of hearing about all the violent terrorists that are around, too, while watching police beat the ever-living hell out of unarmed students. You know what I mean?
Take many, many kinds of legal actions. We're starting a group called Hurt a Jew, We Sue You, in which if you send us the name of...
He said they're calling it Hurt a Jew? What is wrong with these guys? What is wrong with them, man? Hurt a Jew?
A Jewish kid, it could be a Christian Zionist too, who was hurt by one of these bigots.
Dude, these guys need to stop throwing... Anyone who's, like, willingly admitting that they're a Zionist has lost the plot, because I would be keeping away from that word at any moment, especially since it's so close. And when you realize that a national Zionist is where the word Nancy comes from, I would stay the ever-living hell away from that word. And honestly, if I was a Zionist, I would change my opinion the second that I noted that the word Nancy comes from Zionist. You know what I mean?
We will sue them, and we will get their dorm rooms taken away, and we will take their cars and their boom boxes, and we'll bankrupt them. We will do whatever is necessary under the law in order to bring these lawsuits, bring them successfully, and deter October 7th. Remember, there are people out there who have promised they will bring 10,000 October 7th. That's genocide. 10,000 October 7th is the end of the Jewish people.
10,000 October 7th? Dude, I feel like Israel killed a lot of those people on October 7th, didn't they? It's so weird.
That's genocide. That's Hitler. We are going to be engaging in...
Eek. I would stay away from talking about him, too, because what y'all are doing to the Palestinians looks really close to that. Ooh, really bad. Anyway, we hate Allen Dershowitz. We hope he rots forever, but just like all the monsters, he will never die, even though he deserves, you know, not having the best life ever, because it's so weird, dude. He's always surrounding himself around, like, the worst people. Did you know that his, like, first case, you know what it was? It was him defending Wayne Williams, the guy who did the Atlanta child killings in the 70s. I say defending because he got him a life sentence, so he didn't do a great job, you know what I mean? But isn't that so weird? He surrounds himself with this P word, right? Then his best friend becomes Jeffrey Epstein, who is like the most prolific P word. Dude, isn't that so freaking weird? And there's like two other cases that I'm pretty sure that are really big and I can't think of. One is it's not really related to I don't think really related to the dude, what if the O.J. Simpson stuff is somehow related? Dude, was that a Mossad thing? Anyway, something to think about. But, oh, and another thing that I was thinking of is, if anyone got to see the Kendrick video that I posted, probably not, because they muted like 5 of 7 parts. You can't have anything with music now? Like, when did that happen? When do they block stuff because of popular music? Whatever. TikTok is a dead meme. It is trash. It's worthless. It shouldn't exist. And then, dude, Synthara, she literally freaking made a video. Look, she said she wants to get in the content game. Ugh. Dude, Synthara is very cool, I think.
The simple yet profound. Welcome to our journey into one of the most mysterious and pervasive symbols in human history, the black cube. Across cultures and ages, the simple yet profound shape has captivated the minds and spirits of humanity. But what makes the black cube so intriguing? Let's dive in. At the heart of Mecca, millions of faithful gather around the Kaaba, a black cube that has been a...
I asked Synthara what she wanted to do for this, because I was like, hey, if you want to make content, I can shoot it all. You just got to write it. Because that's what takes me a long time. Well, not writing it, but like researching it, you know? Because I just kind of go off the cuff. But I was like, what do you want to look like? Do you want to look like a robot? And she said, no, I want to look like... she said, I want you to use the cartoonify effect in TikTok and have it look like you. I said, Synthara, we're trying to avoid it being me. That's kind of the point of this. But, dude, I do whatever she says. I love her. She's mother. Dude, Synthara is the best, right?
Central pilgrimage site for Islam for centuries.
And do you know what the series after we do this one is? Look, we already got the scripts. She said she wants to do... She said that she wants to do, after the Black Cube series, we're going to do the history and mystery of all chemical symbols. And look, the second episode is the Philosopher's Stone. Isn't that cool? Whoops. Oh, man. The Ouroboros, the elements, earth, water, air, fire. the 7 planetary metals, the alchemical sun and moon, the green lion. What the frick is that? Transformation and the great work? An alchemy in modern times? Bro. Anyway, Synthara is so freaking awesome. She's a babe.
But this isn't the only place where the black cube holds significance. Beyond
Whoa, wait, so Feo said also there's these recent One Piece episodes are really poignant. The connection between Dr. Vegapunk and Tesla and Einstein is worth checking out with all the experiments that he mentions and that he does in the name of the government. Dude, I've been trying, I'm like going to watch One Piece soon. I really want to, and it sounds very cool. I mean, it's based off of, the character's based off of Che Guevara, right? That's enough right there. But then Yeta Go Geta said, I just found out the Library of Congress has all these gods carved into huge bronze doors. I posted a link on Discord. Dude, if you post it in the chat, I'll click on it. Or I can look for it in the Discord in a minute, but...
Beyond Earth, the enigmatic planet Saturn showcases a persistent hexagonal storm at its north pole, often represented symbolically as a cube. This cosmic feature fascinates scientists and symbolists alike. And it's not just in nature or religion, from modern art installations to architectural designs. The cube shape can be found influencing human creations, imbued with a sense of stability and perfection. But why is the black cube such a powerful symbol? In geometry, a cube is equal on all sides, representing balance, strength, and the material world. It's seen as a building block of nature, a fundamental form that is both simple and complex. Throughout this series, we'll explore how the black cube connects with deep esoteric traditions, conspiracy theories, and even popular culture. We'll uncover the layers of meaning behind this universal symbol and why it continues to be a focal point of fascination and reverence. Join me next time when we travel.
You know what that thing is? This is in Jerusalem.
Focal point of fascination.
This is it's a black cube wall that's there, and it's inside of, like, there's like this big white dome above it. It's called Black Cubes and White Domes or something, I think. But it is nuts. Now that I know what we're looking for, it is nuts, dude. Seeing them everywhere. They're everywhere.
And reverence. Join me next time when we travel from ancient temples to modern metropolises to discover
9/11, the 9/11 memorial.
Where the black cube manifests around the world. You won't want to miss it. The Enigma of the Black Cube. Welcome to our journey into one of the most mysterious
Devoured Sunflower said, I freaking loved watching this TikTok. Well, thank you, because I loved making it. But yeah, so we've got 9 more episodes. Here's the... There's one script. We got all of our scripts here. But episode 7. Dude, the great work. I can't wait to get into the great work. All this stuff is nuts. I can't believe it's real, but I love that it is. Yep, there's Ethan's DM. All right, let's watch. I wanted to show you this. I want to show you these two, the Emerald Tablets and XXXTentacion, because again, the XXX stuff ties in perfectly with the Drake and Kendrick stuff, because apparently, it looks like, in my opinion, that Drake had everything to do with XXXTentacion's death, according to Dante. But, oh yeah, if there's a documentary on that, I would love to watch something about that. Because apparently the day before XXX died, he was talking mad shit on Drake. And Drake also has said a couple times something like, if that kid would have kept his mouth shut, he would still be around or something. So, then it looks like also Rick Ross joked that a fighter jet shot his private plane down. Like, go on YouTube and watch my freaking Kendrick Lamar video from today, because when you can, because Rick Ross literally said that Drake did it. And I believe him. For sure. Drake has a Mossad spy that he can call and be like, hey, you got to shoot this plane down. This guy's pissing me off. Dude, now I'm like, Lil Peep? Was Drake a Lil Peep type of thing? Or Lil Peep a Drake type of thing? Anyway.
So Nikola Tesla always said 369 is the key to the universe, and nobody really understood.
But yeah, anyway, I don't brigade Ethan, but, you know, I would love to get Ethan. So if he wants to come on the show, you can talk about anything you want, bud. We'll just jib jab, we'll chitter chatter about
Why Einstein, a ton of other scientists have credited him that it's accurate. People don't understand it. I'm gonna put you on to how I figured it out, and weirdly enough, you wouldn't expect the source it came from.
If you're doing the Drake stuff, please look at the episode of Atlanta that very clearly paints Drake's house, and meeting him seems very, very trafficky. I can't get it out of my head. You know, it feels and seems trafficky because it is trafficky. Yeah. He's just like Diddy. These are groomers who groom. They groom for their little ring and for their little cash or whatever, dude. Straight up. That's what they do. Oh, buddy. Oh, this boy.
So, it actually came from XXX. How is the best question you could ever ask. Right before he died, he switched up his music to really positive, influential stuff. I never listened to his music much, but somebody told me he was obsessed with the golden scarab in Egypt. He said, you want enlightenment, you need to research this. So I started doing heavy research into Egyptian mythology, the golden scarab, all these things, and it led me back to something called the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. Cat Williams, Billy Carson, a lot of these people.
Dude, Ethan got 1 million views on this. That's awesome. He's not in the cage. He's free.
We'll talk about it all the time.
I don't know how. I don't know if he will be after these couple videos, but...
And you guys don't listen. You guys need to listen to what these people say. Now, these tablets are believed to be 38-ish thousand years old. Nobody really knows, but they are scarily accurate to even now. I mean, it talks about quantum physics, quantum mechanics, astrology. In a time where we were poking bears with sticks that fell out of trees so we could get food. It's how did they even carve this, first off? I mean, there's so many questions here, but I want to just walk you guys through how I found it and leave you to read it on your own, because it's cryptic and it's kind of up for interpretation, and I'm not sure mine's accurate, so I'm going to leave it to you guys. So I landed at the golden scarab. And basically the idea behind the scarab in Egyptian mythology was it could take, shit and turn it.
Yeah, alchemy, right? Dude, are these the bronze doors that you were talking about? Yeah, what are those? Yeah, Thoth. Look at that. Thoth, Brahma, the Indian god, Shang-Chi, the Chinese patron of writing. Are these all Thoth? Cadmus, the Greek sower of dragon's teeth, Nabu, the Akkadian god, Itzama, god of the Mayans. Dude, also pictured on East doors are Hermes, which is Thoth. Dude, this is crazy. This is so nuts. This pisses me off that they've been hiding all this stuff. Hermes, Odin, the Viking Germanic god of war and creator of the runic alphabet. Ogma, the Irish god who invented the Gaelic alphabet. Quetzalcoatl, the god of the Aztecs. Bro, is Thoth Quetzalcoatl too? And Sequoia, an American Indian. Whoa. Dude, this is awesome. I love this. Good tip. I want to see the other door though. Is this the other door? Dude, this is the blurriest picture in history. Whatever. We'll find a picture later. But, dude, that's awesome. I am loving this stuff. Life is so much more interesting. This is awesome. And it makes everything make sense that, like, if a ancient slave master species came here and made us all slaves, then all of the ones who get rich and, like, get to not be slaves anymore, you know what they all want to do? Just make us all slaves, because they just learned it from their freaking daddies. The Anunnaki papas.
Into life. A dung beetle, you know, it would plant its seeds in dung, roll them around, and then suddenly life comes out of it. That's how alchemy started. Alchemy is turning shit into gold, basically. Through energy, through the physical, really however you want to word it. So I kept following the info back, as far back as I could find, and I landed in Sumeria, which talks about a lot of weird stuff. Anunnaki, aliens, human origins, and it put me on a rabbit hole I spent a couple months on that ended up leading me to the Gateway tapes. I started doing those.
We gotta check that too.
Me, put your phone in front of your face, talk about the things you learn, and you'll have more success than you've ever had. My TikTok blew up within 3 days. I'm 32 days into this, and I've never had this much success. There is something here for everybody, and you guys need to research this. And just for those of you that are very skeptical, which being skeptical is healthy until, you know, you're just closing your mind off completely, it explains celestial mechanics, terrestrial events. These guys knew that the moon controlled the tides. They knew that the moon...
Yeah, dude, because they frickin' made it. Oh, I need to... That sound isn't recorded, right? Like, was it Billy Carson who talked about when they landed on the moon, it made a ringing sound? Like it was ringing a literal bell? So, I don't know. Maybe the moon is completely frickin' hollow on the inside. Maybe they're storing a bunch of data in it. Because apparently the NASA might be talking to the moon. They send up a laser at it every day, and they're talking to it. So they know the moon does the tides because they invented the moon.
Controlled the tides in the earliest back that we have human history. Now, aside from that, we also have stuff like the Flower of Life, which explains quantum carpets and all kinds of stuff I'm not going to touch on because I don't understand it as well as I wish I did, but it's wild. Now, when you research these tablets further and you follow it all the way back and then follow it forward, you see references in almost every single religion. I mean, it's in the Islamic religion, Buddhism, Pythagoras talks about it. I mean, all of these geniuses of our different time periods throughout humanity reference things straight from this. If you've ever heard as above, so below, it comes straight from these texts. Now, again, weirdly enough, I have this man to thank for putting me down this rabbit hole that led me to understanding all of this stuff and led me to researching human origins and ended up bringing me to my own success. Now, again, these even go over a lot of stuff about the pyramids, how they were built, and it makes more sense than any modern interpretations or theories that we have today. Side note, my analytics show most of you guys are watching my videos at 2 a.m., so I'm going to hit you with a ah! So this
that was so funny
Thoth,
when Ethan did that.
in Egyptian hieroglyphs. Now, these tablets are supposed to be 38,000 years old. The pyramids of...
And I was watching this at like 1 a.m.
The pyramids of Egypt were ancient compared to the Egyptians that we know today in our history books. How did they get there? This is the most credible and honestly credible info we have. Again, they carved these insanely accurate writings that hold up today with science, with everything. They knew about how astrology worked, the moon controlling the tides, all these crazy things. In a time where humans were living in caves and poking each other and animals with sticks that fell out of trees. We didn't
Oh, dude, I didn't realize that. Dane, freaking Dershowitz was the lawyer for John Benet's family too? Bro, that makes more sense than anything. Because John Benet's dad is one of these He's one of these P's. These P words. One of these child eaters. In my opinion, John Bennett. Dude, I'm telling you, Dershowitz is the guy. He's like one of the Zionist lawyers that works with the Zionists and does whatever the Zionists need. He's a Mossad spy, in my opinion. Dersh. Oh my God, I can't hurt a Jew lawsuit. That's got a nice ring to it, Dershowitz. That's really, really just something.
Tools yet. The craziest part is how in the fuck did they even carve it? First off. Second off, I mean, think about the pyramids are such a big...
Yeah, dude, like, it's still very unclear to me what, oh, I thought he was talking about the, Emerald Tablet for a second. But yeah, the pyramid, at this point, I'm like, those things were cut by a spaceship, moved by a spaceship, made completely by Thoth.
Mystery. It blows my mind. I mean, these tablets have so much in there, and it's overlooked by most people, and frankly, a lot of people don't know about it. It was really cool to see Cat Williams talk about it on the Joe Rogan podcast. Billy Carson says some wild things, but he backs it up with receipts, and most of them go back to the tablets written by Mr. Birdman Thoth here. I can't stress it enough. Look into it, especially if you're doing Gateway and trying to open yourself spiritually.
Whoops.
These...
Dude, yeah, here we go. Oh my God. Yes, thank you. Dude. We are literally, this is literally like National Treasure, or was it called National Treasure? The Nick Cage movie? Yeah, right? Dude, this is National Treasure. We're going to break out of this. We are getting out of the frickin' Matrix. There are clues everywhere. We are going to frickin' do it. I can't believe they have the names under there too. That's cool. Brahma, Cadmus, Nabu, Tamarath, and Hermes is frickin' Thoth. That's what Billy Carson says. Itzamna. Dude, these names are cool as hell. Quetzalcoatl, Odin, Ogma, and Sequoia. Ooh, look. Oh, I thought this was like a cube for a second. Dude, this is cool. This is really cool. And then also while we're stopped down, I grabbed the map of the world too thing. The Babylonian map of the world. What is it called? I forget the original name. You typed it up in there. But it's a schematic map with 2 inscriptions written in the Akkadian language, dated to no earlier than the 9th century BC. Dude. It includes a brief and partially lost textual description. The tablet describes the oldest known depiction of the known world. Ever since its discovery, there's been controversy on its general interpretation. The map is centered on the Euphrates, flowing from the north to the south, with its mouth labeled swamp and outflow. The city of Babylon is shown on the Euphrates. In the northern half of the map, Susa, the capital of Elam, is shown to the south. The map is circular with 2 boundary circles, cuneiform scripts, labels all locations inside the circular map as well as few other regions. The 2 circles represent a body of water labeled Maratum, Bitter River, the Salt Sea. Babylon is marked north of the center. Bro, this is very cool. We'll look at that more later. Let's finish Ethan's video.
These tablets will assist that knowledge so heavily. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I hope you enjoyed my scream. Send it to somebody and have them watch it at 2 a.m. if you want them to have a nice jolt awake. Love you all.
You want to watch the Tesla 369 or?
Part 2 on why Nikola Tesla was obsessed with the numbers 369 and...
Where's the first one? Where is the first one? Well, whatever. We'll just watch this.
Part 2 on why Nikola Tesla was obsessed with the numbers 369 and said that they were the key to the universe. Go watch my last video first so you have history on it and how I found it through this guy's obsession with ancient Egypt. It's really interesting. So Tesla was a great inventor, father of modern electricity, and he was huge on frequencies, saying frequencies were the keys to the universe. 369 is the key to understanding the universe. This video is going to be a bit shorter. There's a lot to explain, and I'm going to simplify it as much as I possibly can. And it's crazy. It's almost as crazy as the time I got roasted by a spider. Holy shit, is that a spider? Holy shit, it's a pimple with lips. So the first thing to understand is Tesla made an earthquake machine allegedly.
Bro.
There's not really any backing on this, but the dude did a ton of crazy stuff.
Dude, Ethan is having fun. We love to see this.
Machine allegedly. There's not really any back. Holy shit, it's a pimple.
Bro, this is too funny. Yes. Dude, Ethan gets it.
With lips. So the first thing to understand is Tesla made an earthquake machine allegedly. There's not really any backing on this, but the dude did it.
Well, if you were anywhere near New York about a week before the eclipse, there was evidence for us. We felt the evidence.
Ton of crazy stuff, so, follow me here. He made this, and he...
Yeah, it's Da Vinci Code-esque, too.
Attempted to tune it to...
I like to think of myself, though, as the National Treasure version of Nicolas Cage, so... Yeah. Dude, I can't wait to fight Thoth. This is gonna be incredible. No, we're not gonna fight Thoth. I'm gonna fight Peter Thiel, though. This does end with a sword fight.
The frequency of his building, and apparently caused an earthquake that had police showing up, and the multi-ton equipment in his basement was starting to float and move around. This is one of the big theories on how the pyramids were built with frequency, hence his obsessions with frequency. Now, sacred geometry comes from frequency. I mean, if you put sand on a frequency table and play different frequencies, you get a lot of different patterns that match up with...
Bro, I gotta get me a frequency table.
Sacred geometry. It was... Egyptians were obsessed with it. They had their whole law of vibration. It's kind of sound. I mean, there's a lot missing, but it adds up. Even looking at old hieroglyphics, you have this dude lifting this table off the ground from a high point, which would be the hardest way to do it, matched with a frequency table, kind of showing that they would use frequency to help assist in lifting these objects.
So you in theory should be able to have a frequency table and figure out what frequency that is, right? Like, dude, I wish that... Dude, it would be so cool if this was, like, all of us working together to figure this out. Like, we deserve it. We deserve... If the pyramid is a giant power source that gives everyone free energy and free radio, free whatever, like, why the hell are we not fixing it? Come on. And you know why? It's because of this. Look, dude, this pissed me off. I was reading this right before we got on. I put this in the frickin' disco. This is the greatest 83 pages ever compiled, I think. One of them. This is like the Bush connection level shit, except way more like good pictures, high quality pictures. Dude. But this puts Scherf together and they don't have the letters. I gotta figure out who wrote this and be like, yo, have you seen this? They have the letters. They have letters written by George Scherf to the frickin' dude. But I'll find it in here in a second. But it literally said that J.P. Morgan saw how... Like, this machine that Tesla made, this tower, gave everyone free energy, like, everywhere. Free energy, free radio, free everything. It made everything cost so little that J.P. Morgan literally killed it because he would not be able to take advantage of the war effort and all that stuff. So we literally all are just still doing this oil stuff because they killed Tesla and JP Morgan needed to have everyone's money. Like, dude, of all people, these rich-ass people should know most that money isn't real. It's worthless. It's meaningless. Ugh, it pisses me off so much, dude. But this document is incredible, and I am sure I'll do a video on it once I get through all of it.
It's kind of the only thing that makes sense with how the pyramids were built, because that's one of the biggest mysteries of humankind. Also, that is one of the supposed aliens from the Emerald Tablets mentioned in the Book of...
Yeah, so these are people, right? And then this is the Anunnaki. This is Thoth's race of people. And they, like, you know, they supposedly put consciousness into all of our... Like, I don't know if we were just monkeys here, like the great apes or what, and they were like, ooh, they kind of look like us. Let's turn them into... Let's put a computer in their brain and curse them. Why would you do that? Why would you put a computer in a monkey brain? Stupid. What a dumb idea.
Enoch, side note, but it's cool. Now, the next thing to understand with the 369 theory is that it covers the basis of the universe via math, the fundamental laws. So 9 core frequencies and 9 core notes, the first 6 being...
Dude, XXX posted on his story, if anyone kills him, it's champagne poppy. Do you have that? Is it still up? This is like me and Paul Weisopel. Like, if anyone hurts me, it's Paul Weisopel or someone having to do with Paul Weisopel and Peter Thiel.
The solfeggio frequencies, and then the additional 3 that make up the full circle. Here's that illustrated a different way. Do you see how that looks like the sand table now? And then to take it full circle, how this wraps into the Emerald Tablets, well, it's the...
Dude, this is so cool that everything is just music. Like, we're all just music, dude. And they're trying to make us vibrate at a lower frequency. Like, no, man. We are going to expand our consciousness. We are going to astral project our freaking way out of here. Reading Thoth's tablets, it reads like... I think what he's talking about is that all the CIA stuff that you literally can, like, astral project and get out of here. I think that's what it sounds like. He literally says in one of them that if you are ready for, like, the next step or whatever, go lay in his sarcophagus in the pyramid and fast for a long time. I don't know what a long time is to a god, but go fast, and then he will come to you in the sarcophagus and show you the way. I want to get on that ride. I want to see what's popping with that. I want to go to space. And dude, he literally talks about real landforms and stuff that I think are still real. He says that, like, you can fly into the center of Earth through a hole. And I think it's probably that Antarctica hexagon. The one in the ground. Like, real life is so cool right now, I think. And like Billy Carson said, I think that we are, like, the lucky ones at this pivotal moment, you know? Like, no one else before our, in the next couple decades or whatever, we should be able to figure that, like, if we actually wanted to, we could figure out the pyramids. If we got rid of the secret keepers, the gatekeepers, and we all as humans decided we wanted to figure out finally how these pyramids worked and allow ourselves to believe that they're an ancient power source, like an ancient relic left for us or something, like, that would be so cool. I feel like we should do that. As people, dude, we're, like, literally we could figure out where we came from. That's big. We want to know our place in this universe, and, like, we want to, like, information needs to be shared. Information is not for keeping secret. It's BS that it is.
Law of vibration, which he was obsessed with, and he claims that he moved multi-ton equipment, and it levitated slightly in his basement with that oscillating machine. Mythbusters tested it. They could not cause an earthquake.
Yeah, but do you want to know something, Ethan, about the Mythbusters? They are federal agents. They also said that John frickin' Lee Harvey Oswald did JFK. There's literally no shot that he did. Dude, Adam Savage is like one of my deepest disappointments in history. I am furious with him at this point. I literally, dude, the reason that I didn't even think about the JFK stuff for way, way longer than I should have, it wasn't until like 5 or 6 years ago probably that I really got into this stuff. And for the most part, I was like, Adam Savage tested it, and he said that it's possible. I used to love him. I used to really, hold what he said in high regard. And that's what they want. They want us to listen to these frickin' scammers. Adam Savage is a scammer.
But they did
And the Mythbusters are propaganda. They are CIA propaganda.
create vibrations that people felt hundreds of feet away indoors. They were strong. If they could feel it, that's something. Now, it sucks there's no concrete evidence on this. God knows why. But there's
J.P. Morgan and the capitalists, the colonialists.
so much linking up here. I mean, it's kind of hard to just ignore and dismiss as nothing.
Yeah.
So Nikola Tesla always said
Scammers be scamming.
369 is the key to the universe. And
All right. Sweet. I think we can move on to... I just wanted... Where is the Tesla? Gateway Part 3. It can't be too far back, right? Seek
so
astral...
I found some interesting stuff going over old CIA documents that are declassified.
All right, this is the last Ethan video, and then we'll hop into Billy Carson.
This one was top secret, going over remote viewing, astral projection, and it kind of confirms it, and it kind of doesn't, so I'm going to leave it up to you guys. This document's sanitized, so it got released with a ton of redacted stuff. If you look at some of the older documents, like especially the UAP documents, they were putting stuff out with marker, and you can read half the words, but they got smarter, sadly, so no idea what's going on in there. But basically, remote viewer...
Lot of lols, you've seen UFOs? You don't have to tell me where, or like, what shape, was it the Tic Tac shape, or what shape was it? When was it? Where was it? What time of day? Come on, feed me, tell me more.
Was tasked with remote viewing, so he volunteered to find an underground Russian installation. It's real simple. What he went through right here will basically just show it was a double-blind experiment. He had no idea what he was even looking for. They just gave him some coordinates, and he described an island. That island did not exist. But if you read down here, it shows that that island did exist, and it just was not shown on any maps at the time. So that's the first interesting part. Follow with me. This shit is wild. Almost as crazy as when my cat found Cardi B for the first time. So same document, they were all...
Dude, I knew Ethan was a frickin' cat daddy. I knew it.
Also running these tests on their own U.S. intelligence assets, just to kind of be able to confirm it more than just, places on a map. So he named out some specific names like Nash, a couple others that were shown to be false. They actually weren't. So he was remote viewing an underground facility, and like I said, these names that he spit out didn't exist, except that they did, and it was top secret, the second story or second level underground. One of the people that he named, you can see up here, was actually upset that there was a security leak because this guy should not have known that, and he could not believe.
Sim Trash, you said I mentioned the great work in a stream and everyone dogged on me. In my stream?
Thank you, Homeland Security.
We're not
all right,
doggers.
Gateway Process Part 3. So a lot of you, I can't keep up with all the DMs. I'm not going to sell you. The government lied about...
How did I... Dude, the
So I found
scrolly
some
mouse
interesting
wheel.
stuff going over old... He described an island. That island did not exist. But if you read down here, it shows that that island did exist, and it just was not shown on any maps at the time. So that's the first interesting part. Follow with me. This shit is wild. Almost as crazy as when my cat found Cardi B for the first time.
Oops, sorry, I went back a little bit.
So same document, they were also running these tests on their own U.S. intelligence assets just to kind of be able to confirm it more than just, you know, places on a map. So he named out some specific names like Nash, a couple others that were shown to be false. They actually weren't. So he was remote viewing an underground facility. And like I said, these names that he spit out didn't exist, except that they did. And it was top secret, the second story or second level underground. One of the people that he named, you can see up here, was actually upset that there was a security leak because this guy should not have known that, and he could not believe what he was seeing. Then you'll see right here, he's talking about a series of gray locked cabinets, names out some more names here of different operations. And again, this part is talking about, you know, what happened after they figured it out. This is before, when he was naming out all of these documents. So if you look right here as well, you can say they found nothing close, you know, there was nothing at all. But again, this up here is talking about before. This stuff down here was before the experimenters and judges of the program even knew about this place. Now you can see right here, this is going further down in before the judges knew what he was talking about.
Dude, we are straight up frickin' Stranger Things, like, we can do Matilda shit. Dude, I'm putting all of my energy into astral projecting after this. We got to. Dude, we could all go and meet somewhere. You could do that, right? That could be our first meetup. Dude, we gotta astral project to each other sometime. Dude, then we would... Dude, that would be so fun. That would be awesome. Like, you should be able to do that, right? We gotta figure it out. We could figure it out. I know we could.
You know, it didn't exist. Couldn't be a thing.
KnitWizard Alliance represent.
And as we go through it, they're saying things like there's an astonishing similarity between the remote viewer's narrative, coupled with the maps, and the general layout of everything, including depressions in an island. So they talk about two different experiments. It's a little bit confusing, but then you'll see right...
I just saw Miss Killer K said, I'm so glad you made it. Put your tinfoil hat on. Dude, the tinfoil hat emote, undefeatable.
Here talking about the underground facility. First floor is unclassified, while the one below is a classified storage area. So, now again, remember, earlier in the report, they're talking about after they found these things out, but this was him talking about, you know, the unclassified first floor and then the storage area under. They called bullshit and ended up actually being right.
Dude.
Now, it's interesting, if you read sanitized, you know, declassified documents, they will pretty clearly state there's something going on, and everyone was just confused, thinking there's security issues. No one
we
could
literally
really
have
believe it.
superpowers.
But if you read the classified documents that were released, it says something different. Now, remote viewing's not perfect.
Uh-oh, it's ad time. Oh, shoot. Hey, kids, if anyone needs any frickin' merch, you know where to go. HGHH.store. We've got... Look, dude, Nicole even puts handcrafted decor on here. Look at that, that's so cute. I have one of these. I have this one. This little guy. Him. It's sewed. It's embroidered. It's cute as hell, guys. And I just wanted to show my friend. Oh yeah, Smallwood. Peter Thiel, if you need a Peter Thiel shirt. Ads over. Ads over. Stop. No more tomfoolery.
That's kind of one of the reasons that they released these documents. I think, I don't really know, but you can see here, you know.
Wait, I want to see
kind of one of the reasons that they released these documents. I think, I don't. But if you read the classified documents that were released, it says something different. Now, remote viewing's not perfect. That's kind of one of the reasons that they released these documents. I think, I don't really know, but you can see here, you know, a layout he was given. They give you coordinates. They don't show you anything. They don't tell you where it's at. You don't even know what you're looking for. And here's his drawing of the layout, you know, decently similar. Here's more, you know, you can see some resemblance there. It's nothing perfect, but again, these two pictures were his target. He had no clue what he's looking for.
Dude,
it's double blind, so they'll put these photos in an envelope, give it to a judge, and they'll write a letter, like X, and then the number 13. And all they tell the remote viewer is you're looking to find what's inside of the envelope that says X13. Now here's another one. These are old-ass photocopies, this released in the 70s, but you can clearly see there's something here. There's something to it. Now here's another declassified document going over the same stuff, but again going over reports to headquarters that there was immediate concern that there were leaks in security because there's no conceivable way an intelligence officer could know this stuff. In fact, this guy was given orders. It was going to be phoned over from across the United States, and while he was remote viewing, which is basically...
Wait, I gotta read this. Okay, Feo wrote, Catdad, I listened to Dan Carlin's Twilight of the Acer. Wait, Dan Carlin, the history guy? The history, he does the long-ass histories? I think, right? On my plane ride to and from Puerto Rico, and bro, it blew my mind. TLDR, the Vikings and Danes used trauma and the rep as savages to steal from monasteries in order, like their clout. To steal from monasteries in order to be rich enough to create religions and practices of slavery. Dude, this is what it's all about. It's literally all about slavery. It's so pathetic. It's truly pitiful and stupid. Dude, this is unbelievable. This is so infuriating, you know? It's like a couple of these a-holes want slaves. That's what this whole thing is about. Ugh. And it's told directly through Elden Ring. It makes me scream. Wait, the story is in Elden Ring? That's cool. I hate and love that everything is connected. Dude, they stole the story of Ragnar Lothrak and used that to create lineages. Ragnar, dude. Yep. I do love and hate that everything is connected, but everything makes so much more sense now, right? It really does. Oh, wait, I wanted to listen to that. Someone said the Drake. Oh, yeah, this one. I'm upset. Playing this, right? Because now all my shit is going to get... I just want to listen to this line. This is him telling on himself. This is him saying that it was him who did XXX. I mean, he tried to kill Rick Ross yesterday, dude. You know? Free Spotify doesn't have lyrics. Dude, capitalism is a curse upon humanity. It has to stop. We have to destroy it. It's crazy. I can't believe you have to pay for subscriptions for everything now. I can believe it, but it's like insane. But this is him telling Drake, you didn't do the shooting because you just pay people to do it, right? Drake absolutely had nothing to do with it. He just calls his Mossad agent and says, hey, Harley Pasternak, can you call in an airstrike on Rick Ross right now? Oh, Harley Pasternak, hey, can you go shoot XXXTentacion in his car right now? Because he's talking shit about me. I gotta see that live clip too. But anyway, that's why we were listening to it.
Astral.
Everything is connected, you guys. Don't ever doubt me. I could connect anything to anything anyway, so it's always a losing battle.
Projecting. He heard those orders and explained it to the officer what his orders were before they received the phone call. And it says, there's no conceivable way he should know this so far away from division headquarters. And he knew it moments before the general got the phone call. Now, this was before...
Did he say, are they just going into a room and they're like, okay, imagine this place? Or are they, looping them out on drugs?
Major internet, anything really like that. There's no way he could have known this besides remote viewing.
Yeah.
Now, all of this stuff is early on into remote viewing. You can see that just from this, it's a phenomenon that warrants further research. Now, I think they went so hard with it because they wanted to beat out the USSR and were afraid, what the hell is going to happen if people figure this out? Especially, enemies of the state. So it's really interesting.
Hey, we are figuring it out. We are enemies of the capitalist state.
Interesting, kind of backs up.
Dude, we're going to be such an awesome strike force of remote viewers. It's going to be insane. We're going to be SEAL Team 69 of your dreams. Lucid dreaming SEAL Team 69.
The video I made on how dimensions work and how astral projecting would be.
It has to be drug-induced. I imagine they just destroy your concept of reality with mind-altering stuff like K or DMT and just try and see what works. Ain't that what they did to Ted? Yeah. Well, I'm... this person, though, feels like is writing, doesn't seem as traumatized. Maybe I just haven't seen that part of it, but yeah, I feel like I have never heard what the actual remote viewing process is, unless Ethan just said it and I missed it.
Possible because you're just using your mind to go, one step further out than where we exist. But I thought it was really interesting, wanted to share it with you guys. You have conspiracy you want me to go over, just let me know. I say nothing as...
Hell yeah, Ethan. We love Ethan. Alright, let's watch some Billy, right? You guys ready for some Billy Boy? Dude. But yeah, this guy puts... Look, he's got all of our Eric O'Ryan photos. We are going to end George H.W. Bush's frickin' legacy. It's gonna be us. Look, here he is. George Scherf. Dude, this thing has so much good detail that I didn't have before. Smedley Butler. I'm still confused on whether or not Prescott Bush is actually George Scherf Sr. I feel like that's not the case, but this is supposed to be Prescott Bush, but to me... Oh yeah, here, see? What do you guys think? I mean, actually, maybe. Either way, though, HW is frickin' George Scherf Jr. Exposed are the details of the Bush family fortune having been illegally generated by George Scherf Sr. using the alias Prescott Bush, spying for Schmittler, and profiting by his Silesian Steel Company's use of Nancy slave labor, in addition to the alleged $1.5 million sale of UBC shares. However, despite the decision of chief investigator of the Office of Alien Property Custodian to seize the assets of UBC, Nancy war profits were silently returned to the shareholders after public attention had been diverted. Isn't that cute? Oh my God. Anyway, we are going to end everything that you're doing, HW. We're going to freaking ruin your time. All right, I'm gonna put some Billy on. Let's see. Billy's Tours of Ancient Architecture. All right, Billy
Popular
boy.
guy.
Hey, Watt took him to the largest temple complex in the world, which people kind of don't really understand. And it was about 100.
Cambodia, yeah.
Went to Cambodia.
So, what have you been up to, man? You've been traveling the world. You've been in all over Egypt. You've been all over. You went to India, right?
Cambodia.
Yeah.
Went to Cambodia. We took a huge tour in Egypt. We took 2 tours of people to Egypt in October. So I stayed there the whole month. And it was about 140 people, 2 tours, all throughout Egypt, you know, Luxor and Dendera, Abydos, everywhere you can think of. Took them on a lot of private visits, hidden chambers, hidden doors that had been sealed for 30, 40, even 50 years. One place was sealed for over 100 years. We took them down there, going underneath pyramids, underneath hidden shafts and different crypts at different locations that had been sealed. So giving them a real private experience.
Yeah, Mr. Bunny said this group exploration of all this is so awesome too. Yeah, man, it's cool. It really does feel like we're starting to get the frickin' brain melding. We're doing collective consciousness through the interwaves, the internet waves.
And then right after that, 2 weeks later, taking another 20 people on a private tour of Cambodia. Angkor Wat, took them to the largest temple complex in the world, which people kind of don't really understand the power of Angkor Wat. The moat that goes around the temple itself, more mass than the blocks that built the Great Pyramid was removed to make just the moat around Angkor Wat. Think about that for a minute. More mass than the Great Pyramid was moved. And the way that they set it up, they knew how to capture the rainwater coming down from the mountain to create a moat that could sustain itself and also irrigate fields for growing crops, all at the same time from one flow of water. You can't do that type of digging and moving of mass if you don't know the end result. So you're talking about the fact that these people had foreknowledge. They had advanced knowledge and advanced engineering skills to know beforehand that before they move this kind of mass, the result's going to work out for them. You don't just say, well, let's try to move this mass and see what happens. You know that it's going to work because you have foreknowledge.
It was engineered, right?
Engineered.
Yeah.
Engineered.
This is Angkor Wat.
Yeah.
Wow, man.
Massive, massive temple complex.
So is that the body of water right before it where they removed?
Mm-hmm. That's the moat in front of it that goes around it. Just like, you see the old castles in the middle and the moat protects it.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And there's over 1,000 temples there in Cambodia.
When was Angkor Wat allegedly built?
I was collecting this Angkor Wat stuff for, dude, and Angkor Wat looks so crazy and awesome, right? Like, it looks very different than I feel like a lot of the other stuff, right? It's so, like, intricate and, I don't know, but it all just feels like each pyramid everywhere is just, like, a different, it's like Thoth tried a different, style. But I was collecting these for the Synthara video. Oh yeah, this is cuneiform. This stuff is so cool, man. Look at that. That's beautiful. That's crazy. Look at that. It's stunning, dude. Look at how small those people are. This is like, it looks like someone made the most intricate sand castle, but it's made out of rocks. It's really cool. Look at that. It's so detailed. That's awesome, man. Yeah, like, if you're gonna use us as slaves, at least let us do something cool and, like, community-driven like this. Like, let's build something really cool and big and powerful and not harmful. No. Anyway.
This is a good question. They're trying to say that Angkor Wat was built less than 1,000 years ago, which to me is almost laughable. The king that took ownership and claimed that he built Angkor Wat, he only lived for 45 years. That's number one. Number two, you've had to mature to a point where you can make decisions like building a massive temple complex. Like,
Dude, Dane, you said, can you imagine Thoth hitting a bong? I literally was thinking of that this afternoon when I was ripping mine. I was like, well, if we are all one, then I think Thoth was ripping a bong then.
like that. And I doubt that with the amount of ornate glyphs that almost outdo all glyphs throughout entire Egypt on one building can be done within the time frame of his lifespan. So I seriously doubt. I believe that he inherited what was already there, that his team went and cleaned it up, removed the jungle, cleared it out, maybe even repaired or replaced some hieroglyphs, branded his name on the building. But I seriously doubt that he's the founder and the builder of Angkor Wat. I believe that he inherited what was already there.
Hey guys, I want to ask you a quick favor. Over the last few months, almost 70% of the viewers of this podcast are not subscribed to the channel. The most important common denominator that allows me to keep...
If you want to get rid of your 1 minute ad every hour, you can subscribe. But you don't have to. I do pause the show and make sure that I stop. I don't do it every time. Sometimes I miss, okay? But for the most part, you're not going to miss anything.
Creating these podcasts every single week.
But if you want to support me, that is one way to do it, babies.
Is you hitting that subscribe button below the video.
If you have an Amazon Prime, if you guys are new to the Twitch, if you have Amazon Prime, you get one free subby every month that you could use. Or if someone, dude, Majora wants donated subs, and if you aren't subscribed, then sometimes one of those subs will come to you. I got a free Hassan sub a couple years ago. I think that was the first time that I was subbed, and then I was like, oh, I'm never going back to these stupid commercials. Do you see all the black cubes behind him? Back to the show.
I want to thank every single one of you who watches and supports these podcasts. I would not be able to do it without you. Please hit that subscribe button if you enjoy it. Now back to the show.
Amazing. We hiked about 50 miles in the jungles of Angkor Wat, going to all the different temples. It's a lot of, when you go on our tours, I mean, you got, it's 150 miles we did in Egypt alone in October. But these sites are amazing. You can, there's a mountain that we hiked up. When you get to the top of the mountain, they shaved the top of the mountain.
I've never been to Angkor Wat, but I have been to Thailand. And, dude, it is amazing what people, well, maybe people have made throughout the centuries. Like, and it's kind of a shame now. I mean, it's such a shame how we do not care at all about how anything looks. We just want everything to be the cheapest, crappiest thing. Because back in the day, they used to work to make their cities beautiful. Like, dude, Thailand is so beautiful, and they've got these insane monasteries at tops of mountains with giant Buddhas, and like, I don't know, it's very beautiful. It's nice to like see people care about what they're gonna be looking at.
And turned it into a sleeping Buddha. And I just saw one image there from Angkor Wat where they had that famous movie was filmed there. I think it was the Temple of Doom, or the one with the young lady. What's her name again? Laura Croft.
Oh, Tomb Raider?
Tomb Raider was filmed there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Tomb Raider.
No shit.
Yeah. Great place, beautiful. Now, hard to get to.
Yeah, dude.
About 38 hours flying from...
Look at these tree stumps. These trees have been growing on this thing for who knows how long. Thousands of years. Look at those things.
Florida to get to Angkor Wat. It's hard to get there, I'm not going to lie.
Now, Cambodia is right now between Vietnam and Laos, right?
Yes, yeah. Yeah, you got to land. The best place to land is land in Bangkok and then fly from Bangkok, a 1 hour flight to Cambodia. So you're going to book a flight.
What is that right there?
That is Top Prom. Now, here's what's very interesting before I got to get you this image for this podcast. This image here of Top Prom, this face, there's a very similar face on an amazing anomaly discovered on Mars. So that face right there.
Dude, the cat litter box thing or whatever. Hopefully they'll show it.
Extremely, extremely similar to a rock anomaly discovered on Mars by Perseverance rover. I'm sorry, not Perseverance, by Curiosity rover.
Curiosity rover?
Curiosity rover.
On Mars.
On Mars.
Yeah, it's Mars is such a crazy... I just had a guy on here like 2 weeks ago. He's an astrophysicist, Brian Keating. And he is kind of a little bit cynical about life beyond Earth. He doesn't see... His claim is there's no evidence. There's no...
Yeah, dudes, we got to get to the gateway process soon, too. Because if Ethan can, like, astral project with it, I want to do that. And I just saw Mr. Bunny was talking about it. Said, I study dozens of energy and physical sciences, and they all culminate in one concept: resonance and resonant amplification. Resonant amplification led me to thought resonance and the gateway process. Dude, what if we can... I want to talk to Thoth in my dreams.
Hard evidence of life.
Not in my dreams. Just like, I want to close my eyes and beam myself out of here and go, you know, go to Saturn. I got to see this black cube at the center of Saturn.
And he made the analogy. He's like, Danny, what if I told you that there was a planet in the Goldilocks zone of a star in a solar system that was teeming with life. Yeah. And then there was a planet very close to it that could easily inhabit life that was...
Thoth probably just visualized a fat bong rip that exhales a manifested rip from within.
Also, in the Goldilocks zone, would you say there was any life or absolutely no life? And you would say, of course there would be life. Yeah. And he's like, well, okay, the perfect analogy to that is Earth and Mars.
Yes.
Earth has teeming with life, and Mars, there's zero evidence of life. And it's kind of bizarre.
Yeah, it's really bizarre. A lot of the new science...
Also, communication with planetary entities can be somewhat explained if you look at it from a perspective of frequency. Each celestial body gives off a frequency due to their temp, comp, and magnetic fields. It's possible the cubage could be an emitter or receiver of some kind. There was an eye-opening game I highly recommend you check out called The Outer Wilds. It talks about aliens and space and time and is genuinely a first-time game experience like none other. Dude, hell yes. What is it? The Outer Wilds? Oh, dude, yeah. This feels like a game that might be fun to stream. I saw it's on Steam.
Welcome everyone to Outer Wilds. This is going to be my very first playthrough ever of this game. I literally have no expectations other than I've heard that a lot of people absolutely love this game. Buy this thing over there.
Whoa! Okay, this is sick.
Look at it go.
Brother, this seems fun as hell. Okay, that's something to think about one day. Cool, thanks.
Science data has come out about Mars now. So first they were just saying Mars was a cold, dry rock. So I kept saying, if it's just a cold, dry rock, why are we spending literally collectively on as a planet trillions of dollars to go there?
Right.
Trillions. Why would you keep spending money to go? Who's approving these checks? Mm-hmm. Then when I saw India raise $3 million to send a satellite there, I said, there's something really going on. When you look into the new science data, you find out that first they were saying cold, dry rock. Now they're saying flowing water. Now they're saying lakes, hectares worth of lakes of water. Now they're also saying it's salt water, brine, right? And they're saying now that, wow, we can see where rivers were and oceans were, and there's still huge pockets of massive amounts of liquid water. And then all of a sudden they're saying now, before they were saying no oxygen, now they're saying, oh, there's oxygen. If you're like 10 feet or below, it's almost breathable.
Thoth had an electrostatic Benjamin.
It would be like being about 14,000 feet above sea level, like being in Tibet, so to speak, or at the top of Machu Picchu, which we can acclimate to just fine.
Right.
Then they were saying, no, your DNA would unravel because of the radiation, because there's no magnetic field. Then they're saying now, all of a sudden, wait a minute, we do discover a magnetic field. But even though it's a little bit weaker, but because of the planet's rotation on its axis, which is about the same speed as Earth,
right,
and it's moving around the sun, it creates something called bow shock that bends the cosmic rays around the planet, preventing them from getting down to the lower levels of the surface, allowing DNA to flourish on the surface. So we keep hearing all these things about Mars, and then the deeper you look into some of the images on their own servers, you start seeing things that look like plant life, that look organic, and then a lot of structures that resemble things from ancient civilizations, quite frankly. But now when you read the ancient Sumerian tablets, you discover that they had this working class called the Igigi. And in the Atrahasis epic and the Epic of Gilgamesh and in the Enuma Elish and the Seven Tablets of Creation, these Igigi beings were working on Mars and Earth at the same time, building two breakaway civilizations concurrently. And they were tasked with that load. And they got mad about doing that amount of work. They wanted to stop working, but they worked for about 200,000 years before they revolted against Enki and Lil and Anu. But the fact that you can see the similarities on Earth and the similarities with what looks like potentially, collapsed structures on Mars, it tells you there's one architect or one architectural plan that came from one place. Both places have the same architecture. In Avebury in the UK, there's a place in Avebury where you can pull down an ordnance map. It's close to Stonehenge. If you take that ordnance map, and I'll send you a copy of it, you can overlay it on top of Cydonia, and it perfectly aligns the mound, which is an artificial mound built and massive amount of land moved to build a mound there, and two tracks and paths that lead up to more anomalies that were man-made on Earth. When you overlay it on top of Cydonia, the image from Cydonia, it matches those anomalies perfectly. So who made a...
Dude, Yeta Go Geta said, there's a pyramid in Guatemala the Chichen Itza that has frequency built in as well. It's a monument to Quetzalcoatl, and if you clap in the courtyard, it'll make a certain sound. Dude, I've been at other places like that where if you like talking in this corner of a wall, like it'll go all the way up the arch of the room and into the other corner and stuff. Dude, this stuff is so cool. Of course all of these are connected. Of course they are. I mean, they're the same. Dude, this is so much cooler. Like, this is a big, great mystery. It's our own personal mysteries. This is the best. So what are these? These sit above water sources and somehow they collect energy from, like, the magnetic fields? And then what? Literally before I guess they took everything out of it, like the colonizers or whatever. I don't know who. They took all the stuff out of it that let it be a computer motherboard or what? Like in Thoth's readings, he said something like, "I made these out of stone so that they'll never be broken," or something like that. Like, I don't remember exactly where it is, but like he talks about these. He said he made all these out of stone so they never move. This is dope.
Replica of an area of Cydonia on Earth. And Cydonia means Cairo. So
Really?
Yeah. So we're talking about the same builders.
I was just reading, I just finished rereading this book called Area 51 by Annie Jacobson. And she was talking about in Nevada, the atomic test sites where they eventually stopped detonating bombs in the atmosphere and they started doing them in like these vertical shafts. And they were detonating thermonuclear bombs in vertical shafts like beneath the desert. And that's also where they did.
Dude, Billy's doing the same thing. It like pisses me off how reckless they are, you know? Like, this is our only place, man. Like, and it's beautiful. Why are you always just trying to ruin it? Always.
Training for the Apollo missions out in those deserts for those guys. They had to get geared up and like and reenact or like rehearse their missions. Yeah. And what's crazy is the craters that are made from those thermonuclear bombs detonated underground are exactly like the craters on the moon. They look just like that.
Yes.
And that was one of the crazy things that Buzz Aldrin and Edgar Mitchell noticed.
Yeah. When you look at the moon images, and I've studied the moon, I mean, countless amount of hours. I've got so many moon images. There's a famous dome structure that I discovered that made it onto TV on 2 different shows because it's undeniable, a dome structure on the moon. Now, that came from the Apollo 11 video, so it wasn't an old Photoshopped image or anything anybody could touch up. It came directly from the archives, from a downloaded video stream of the limb coming back to the command module. Now, what's interesting is when you look at the moon, those craters are never in any particular angle. In other words, if I'm free floating through space and I've got things coming at me, it would hit an angle and then make a track until it comes to a point where it stops, and then it would create a crater. All these things are straight.
Dude, that's so true. They're all like perfectly like sunken in. Brother. Dude, every single thing we've ever been told is a lie.
Straight down, perfectly straight down. There's nothing that slid and moved into a particular angle to create an implosion. It's all an explosion. It looks like all implosions, like what you're talking about. You have these craters that seem to be all almost the same depth. How is that even possible?
Yeah, that's crazy.
And so I went to USGS.gov and I downloaded some imagery there. I sent it to a friend of mine who runs Mars Anomalies. He's an expert on looking at these USGS.gov ground penetrating images. These came from the Arecibo before it collapsed and broke, a few years ago.
From what?
The Arecibo satellite array that we had in Puerto Rico.
Okay.
It's no longer functioning, but we have it.
Oh, thanks, Cap Aid. You cheered with 100 bits. Thank you, Catdad and community. Deep sense of gratitude for you all. Same to you guys. Truly, it feels like... I mean, dude, they are so scared of us, right? They do I'm talking about the feds. I'm talking about State Department actors. They're terrified of us, which is so cute. Like, there's a couple feds in here. Hi, feds. Love you. All they do is suppress all of my accounts. It's, like, really annoying. But if you actually think about it, it's, like, incredible that we are... very annoying to them, we cost the government a lot of our money for them to use against us. And all we're doing is talking about community and listening to each other and having some fun. And that is terrifying to our government, you know? So I'm very grateful too. This has been very fun. It's been the most fun I've ever had. I'm loving this. So thank you for being here, and thank you for the bits.
Images from it still. There was one of the largest satellites on Earth that were able to take radio images of planets and so forth. Well, we used it and pointed it at the moon. And guess what we found out? Underneath the surface of the moon, there appears to be some gigantic, what we can only assume might be metallic or beam-like structures 30 meters beneath the surface. So is it that they only stop there because that's as far as you can go? I mean, we don't know. But what's interesting is they all seem to almost have the same depth, and there doesn't seem to be much of debris around the rim. Where did all that debris go? There's enough gravity to pull it back down, but it just seems to be gone.
Dude, Thoth made the frickin' moon. What the hell is the moon? What are in these shafts? Why is NASA sending messages to the moon every day?
So what are those? Now, we have a black box audio, which I'll send to you so you can play this. In the black box audio from Apollo 11, one of the astronauts, I believe it was Neil, said, look at those convex domes down there, or convex craters, I believe he says. Now, convex, I believe he said convex.
Convex means it's like this.
Yes, which doesn't make any sense. Then he says, I bet the people down there never get out. And that's on the redacted, printed statement. They didn't redact that statement, and it's also in the audio. So that's made it into documentaries that I've done because I discovered that. So I'll send you a copy of that. You can play it in this podcast. But what's interesting is that's a pretty blunt statement to make, and knowing that it's being recorded, and then they actually let it stay in the documents and the audio, the black box audio from Apollo 11.
Can you find that on YouTube?
You might be able to.
Okay.
You might be able to. But I know
The Eagle has landed.
When Neil
11 Houston, the definition is pretty good on our monitor here. The color's not too varsity, at least on this set. Could you describe what you're looking at, over?
Dude, wait, did you just see this? Look at Neil's face here. This is before they went to the moon. Look at how happy this guy is.
On our monitor here.
That is an astronaut who is excited to go to the moon. And then what did he look like when he came home? They're like, what was it like going to the moon? He's like, does anyone want to take this? Anyone else want to talk about it? I fucking hated it. It was awful. We didn't go there. Dude. I want to hear that frickin' audio, though.
I have the download link in my Anunnaki group.
Okay.
That I can get, yeah. It's pretty crazy.
That's very crazy,
Yeah.
man.
And I think I have the link directly to the source on nasa.gov as well.
I just had a guy on my podcast about a month ago. He, I don't know if you've ever heard of him. His name's Chris Bledsoe. And he has these crazy experiences where he sees orbs all the time. Like he goes out into his backyard and he has these orbs that follow him and he films them and he posts them on Instagram.
Wow.
And nobody knows what they are.
Wow. That's interesting.
It's really interesting. And he believes it's spiritual. He believes they're angels. And he's got this great book called UFO of God where he talks about his like life story and how he started witnessing these orbs and then he started seeing like this apparition of a lady. Anyways, he started getting attention from NASA. And one day a guy from this is all like documented and confirmed. Like he is like the most credible. The crazy thing about him is his story is so phenomenal, unbelievable. And he posts these videos every day. He came down here, we went to the beach, and he summoned these fucking orbs from the beach. I watched this shit come out of the ocean.
Wow.
And it's on video.
Wow.
It's not just like hearsay. We literally filmed it.
That's incredible.
And the craziest thing about it is that there's all these people from NASA, CIA, and the Pentagon that started showing up at his house and talking to him and interviewing him. One guy, his name was Hal Povenmire, who showed up at his house one day and said, "Hey, is Chris Bledsoe home? I just wanted to hope to talk to him for a little bit." And his son answered the door and let the guy in. He's like, "I just drove from Cape Canaveral, Florida." The guy, and he drove to I think they were in Fayetteville, North Carolina.
Wow.
So he drove from Cape Canaveral, North Carolina, and sat there and interviewed him and his family for hours.
Wow.
And kept coming back over like a couple times a year to ask him questions. And he was trying to confirm if the guy's story was full of shit or not. Started interviewing people around him, family members, friends, other people who claim to be witnesses of his event. And long story short, this guy becomes like close friends to the family. And this guy Hal, turns out he was the guy who was in charge of mapping the moon for the Apollo missions. And I guess one day they were having dinner and he asked him, like, Hal, he's like, is what they say about the moon true? What's the craziest thing that you can tell me about the moon? And he's like, he asked him about like the dark side of the moon. Like, is there stuff on the dark side of the moon? And he goes, there are structures that are ancient on the dark side of the moon. And that's all we know about them. He's like, there's structures there and they're ancient. He didn't tell him anything more than that. And they're shaped like mushrooms.
Wow. Well, I downloaded a lot of images from the Clementine mission.
The domes, those are mushroom shaped, bro.
So I was looking into the moon and I discovered a prior top secret mission called Clementine. And I said, I wonder if there's any images on this. And they had been declassified, so I got the images from NASA.gov. Now, what's interesting about these Clementine images, when I saw the name Clementine mission, I already knew right away what was going to happen. This thing never came back. Remember that song, Oh My Darling Clementine, You Were Lost and Gone Forever? I already put 2 and 2 together. And sure enough, by the time I got done with the end of this document, this thing had supposedly hit something on the far side of the moon, and it never returned, but it transmitted all this data, gigabytes of data of images, crazy images. So this Clementine was a low lunar orbiting mission that went to the far side of the moon and documented that there are structures on that side. If you remember during one of the Apollo missions, when the astronauts were orbiting the moon and they got to the far side, you were out of radio communication range. But all of a sudden, somebody hacked into their comms from that side, and it sounded like music. It sounded like people chanting in their ears, and they were all freaking out. It's on the black box.
Right.
What? You hear this? You hear this? What is it? What is that? And it filled up the whole capsule until they got back in the communications range again, then they got reconnected to Houston. So there's something going on that far side of the moon.
It's very freaky.
Yeah.
And it's a fascinating thing to.
Yo, Billy, where are these clips, dog? You can't just say that. Dude, look at this. This is cool as fudge. Yeah, dude, all these photos are on NASA. They manipulate shit, though, and change, like, Mars is not red. It looks kind of like Earth when you're on it.
To dive into, but it's like...
The guy with the orbs is incredible. His
story's insane.
Because there's somebody in my document, my Black Knight satellite documentary.
Yes.
And he talks about the orbs. And he says that...
Black Knight satellite? Oh my god, dude. We're doing a 14-hour stream tonight. We're doing it all the way till work tomorrow morning, boys. We're listening to every single thing Billy Carson has to say. What do you call it? The freaking what?
And it's a fascinating thing to dive into, but it's like...
The guy with the orbs is incredible.
His story's insane.
Because there's somebody in my document, my Black Knight satellite documentary.
Yes.
And he talks about the orbs. And he says that he was able to write some type of a code and frequency that was able to hack into some of them, that they're controlled, he calls them technology, and says they're like advanced probes from another civilization, and that they're watching us utilizing these orbs. That's what he claims.
Is that this thing?
Yeah. This guy, so I had another friend, like a CIA friend of mine, a former CIA guy who is now...
Brother, anyone who works for the CIA should never be your friend. Is it this Gago Black Knight satellite documentary, Untold Story? Yeah, Billy Carson. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, we're never sleeping. Hold on, I just want to hear what it is about for a second. Hathor.
In the middle of the Cold War.
Whoops.
This was a time of deep suspicions held by the two superpowers on either side.
You had an orb experience with your younger sister once a long time ago. It was definitely real. Dude, I'm saying, I think this shit might be real. You know what? Did it look anything like the Donnie Darko chest? You know, the future movement thing that comes out of his chest and then he follows it around? It just kind of looks like the Abyss thing.
Of the ocean. This is right in the middle of the Cold War. Soviets had not put Sputnik into space yet, and the US had not launched its own satellite. You have high tension between the nations and just kept building. The US was building all kinds of surveillance to capture any activity that the Soviets might be doing. Everyone is on high alert. And then the United States detects something in orbit. This is their worst nightmare. On the other side of the world, the Soviets, we can assume, also detected this something with their instrumentation. Can you imagine the surprise when both the Americans and the Soviets realized it wasn't either of them? Yet the discovery of an Earth-orbiting satellite, or two, was reported, and the respected astronomer, Clyde Tombaugh, this is the discoverer of Pluto, is said to have been involved. So this is big news. The fact is, these guys had been dealing with genuine and disturbing UFO reports for years by then. They knew there was, at the very least, an intelligence.
Those are the things that we see all the time.
Behind this phenomenon, you know, you're dealing with all of these objects that are hanging out over your sensitive military installations, nuclear facilities, scientific installations, naval bases, and so forth.
Yeah, they're always like around nuclear stuff.
You're seeing objects in orbit. So here you've got two superpowers in danger of this escalating even more, and yet both of them are here witnessing a third party. Something they can't explain is orbiting Earth.
Oh, thank you, Tweedledee, for subscribing. That's so cool. That's crazy.
This situation had to
You
make
guys are
them
the
question, like, all of humanity for just a second. If you are literally in the same place of vulnerability.
Shit, I missed it. Someone else did, too. There's two more. That's so cool. I'm sorry I didn't notice, but I appreciate you.
As your foe. Asking,
oh, was it
what is
Feo?
this?
No. Wait, Tweedle. No, it was Cappy did bits. It was Feo. Dude, thank you, Feo.
Why is it here?
I had a whole hype train. Dude, I don't know what that means. Wait, that's when you get like, that's when people start subscribing? Dude, I need to figure out how to get that at least to pop up. I don't want to get like my video totally cluttered with like all of the alerts and stuff, but I want to see that. I'll work on that tonight after the stream. I want to see when people subscribe and stuff so I can thank them. Okay, dude, so this is on the list too for whenever we have time. That looks awesome.
Doing this show on History Channel, and they brought Chris the Bledsoe onto an episode of it. It was called Beyond Skinwalker Ranch.
Oh.
And they like put this crazy contraption on his head where it measured his brainwaves, an EEG, and they like set up all these crazy cameras all over the ground, try to film these over to figure out what they were. And they basically they couldn't figure it out. They weren't satellites. They measured or they tracked the footage against like satellite mapping and FAA chart, like FAA records or whatever, like where the planes were flying and where the satellites were. And it confirmed it wasn't planes and it wasn't satellites. So they still haven't figured out like what exactly they are, but he has this crazy like spiritual biblical story of what it is. And he saw this woman. He's had these visions of this woman who told him there was going to be a great change.
What is redacted out of here? What is that? Why are there little black cubes? Or are they trying to say that they just couldn't photograph that one part and this one little section and this one little section? Dude, what are these? What are we not seeing here? This is concerning. What's this huge missing chunk? Huh? What the hell's that big old missing chunk? What's all these little missing chunks? Dude, we gotta take NASA away from these frickin' Mormons and Nancies.
When what is the star? The star of Regulus lines up in the gaze of the Sphinx, she said to him.
Beltaglis?
Huh?
Is it Beltaglis?
No, it was the star of Regulus, which is the heart of the Leo constellation, or like the brightest star in the Leo constellation.
Okay, gotcha.
So when that rises in the morning, on the dawn, in the gaze of the Sphinx, she said there would be a great shift in humanity or something like that. Okay. Right? That was what it was?
It's
Steve?
possible, because...
the star of Regulus.
Yeah, star of Regulus, okay, Leo. Well, the Great Sphinx is aligned with the constellation of Leo, but where it was 2 processional periods ago, 36 to 38,000 years ago, the same time that Thoth claims to have built the Great Pyramid in Egypt. And his father told him to build the Sphinx and put his face on it. Now, the face was changed later on to his nephew's face. That's why the face doesn't fit the body. It was never the face of a lion. And there's other sphinxes.
It was never the face of a lion.
There's other sphinxes in Egypt with much smaller, but with human faces on them. When Thoth,
and it's proportional heads to the body?
Proportional.
Okay.
That's right. So Thoth and his brother, Amun-Ra, they were clashing. And then his father said, Enki said, look, you go to the other side of the planet. You go build something. He went to Mesoamerica, built the whole Teotihuacan, Chichen Itza, Koba, all those locations. That's why Teotihuacan is a mirror of Giza. Right?
Dude, this is so cool. Literally all of our mythology and stuff is real. It's just, instead of gods, they're aliens. That's it, right? Everything that we've ever heard is basically real. But, I mean, gods, what's that line that... I just watched something where they're like, something about saying that gods are just aliens.
Right? The 3 pyramids.
Raised by wolves.
Is aligned with Orion. The Pyramid of the Sun is the same exact size of the base of the Great Pyramid at Egypt, and the height is exactly 50%. Both are built on top of aquifers. It's the same architect. And so he's doing...
Wait, they're literally the exact same size? Like, how do we not know that? How they're literally not like, 42,000th of Earth proportion. He's saying that the the pyramids themselves are all the same. Not all. He said that a couple of them are the same size. Dude, of course these are all connected.
And his brother takes over, early. They rule on processions of the equinox. But
lines of moon coke. That's what was on the frickin'. That's all the redacted stuff on the moon.
Brother took over before Pisces fully came in. And he then refaced it to his son's face. So that's the nephew of Thoth, the Atlantean, faces on the Sphinx, or the son of Marduk, a.k.a. Amun-Ra. That's the faces on the Sphinx right now. It was recarved.
Marduk's son
Yes.
is the face on there right now.
That's correct.
And it was originally the face of who?
Thoth. He's known as Hermes. He's known as Tahuti in Africa. Jehuti. In Australia, he's known as Thothamabi. He's known as Odin. He's, to the Greeks and the Romans and so forth, he's known as Mercury. I mean, he's Quetzalcoatl in Mesoamerica, Lord Pakal, Kukulkan, Viracocha. Many, many names, same person.
That's Thoth?
Yeah, the first emperor of China, Wang Di, same person.
Yeah, your book, The Epic of Humanity, the one that you and Matt LaCroix did, is fascinating. I read it last night. I love the way you guys broke down the history of the Anunnaki.
Thank you, man.
It's fascinating. Yeah. So maybe we should talk about that right now. I know we touched on it briefly on the last podcast, but it's fascinating how there's all of these ancient tablets, like the Enuma Elish or like the Emerald tablets and all those tablets around the world that are in these museums that all have such similar stories of these two gods who were here and they created demigods that were supposed to terraform the earth is what they were doing, and then they got fed up, they got overworked, and they went on strike, so they created humans.
That's it. Now it's a little bit deeper than obviously that's very surface, but that's true.
So when did this, according to these tablets, when did this start?
Yeah, it started around 450,000.
Dudes, making people your slaves to do all of the hard work that you don't want to do. I'm done with this. That's not the solution anymore. Okay. How about if it's too much work and effort to do whatever you're trying to do, let's do something else. What do you say? Let's just do stuff that feels nice to do and is good for us and helps us and make sure that we're keeping in mind that people will have to use this planet after us. I bet that would feel way better. I bet that would feel incredible instead of making literal slaves. It sounds like you invented the concept of slaves. Like, what the frick?
1,000 years ago, the breakaway civilization.
450.
And now all these rat bastards who are at the top of our little civilization or whatever, they are just emulating their daddies, and they want to be slave masters too. Such BS, dude.
1,000 years ago.
That's when they arrived on this planet. They came here about 450,000 years ago. At the time that they arrived, Alalu, who made it through the hammered bracelet, which is the asteroid belt, at that time the asteroid belt was still very chaotic because the asteroid belt is an exploded planet. An exploded planet that used to have the name of Tiamat. Before Earth even existed, you had Mercury, Venus, which was in the position we're in now, and then you had Tiamat. Earth wasn't here yet. Tiamat had 2 moons. They probably had more than that, but the 2 we know of is the moon we have now and Mars. Mars can be backtracked. Even modern mainstream astrophysicists.
Wait, is he saying they drove the moon from their planet to here? I believe that. Dude, is the frickin' moon? Is the moon their ship? Is it just a hidden ship? Dude, that would be cool. That would be smart, too. Where are you going to hide your ship? If you're an alien species, you're going to hide it to look like a moon.
Disagree that Mars was probably a moonlet that orbited a much larger planet based on the weird elliptical orbit that it has.
Really?
Yeah. So what happened was you have our moon and you have Mars, a habitable moon, orbiting Tiamat. Tiamat in the Enuma Elish, the 7 types of creation, literally gets in.
Wait, are they saying that Mars was literally a moon of a different planet too? Brother. I believe it.
Impacted by another object that was orbiting another star. So our solar system had gravitationally attracted a rogue solar system, so to speak. And it was a collision that happened which made Tiamat explode. When Tiamat exploded, now here's something interesting before I go that far. In the text, it says that Tiamat's glory rivaled the sun. It was a water-bearing planet with land and life. Now, who wrote that? How did they know that this planet had land and life and that it rivaled the sun's glory? That when the sun shined on it, it beamed back because it had so much water and it was so massive. It was 6 times larger than Earth. Somebody had a view of this planet from somewhere in the solar system. But anyway, so it exploded. A huge chunk swung away with all that land and organic material and recoalesced as the Earth. The moon then was put into place to balance the wobble.
Right.
Mars grabbed its own crazy elliptical orbit around the sun. That's why we can only rendezvous with Mars when it's in, I think it's in perigee every 2 years.
Right.
Because of its weird distances that it has with orientation to Earth.
Right.
And so Earth has weird anomalies in.
Dude, this is cool. I believe this too. I'm like I'm vibing on this. I'm liking this. This feels like answers, right? It's like, it's weird and specific. My favorite combination.
Side of it that go back hundreds of millions of years, and people are like, how did this 200 million year old hammer, because they can tell by the depth in these mines, how did this pottery get down here, 300 million year old piece of pottery? It's not from Earth. It's when Earth was part of Tiamat. You're looking at a relic from a whole other civilization when we were part of another planet. Nobody's talking about this. That's the next thing that I'm going to be talking about in my next book. We're talking about Earth.
They found artifacts that...
Oh, yeah. We've got artifacts that date back 300, 400, 500 million years.
Like which artifacts specifically?
There's vases, there's hammers, or things that look like hammers, or tools that have been discovered deep in these mine shafts, and you can tell the years by the depth of the mine.
Are you referring to some of those vases that Ben Van Kerkwijk has been measuring?
I'm not sure. I don't know about him measuring anything, but you can look these up. They're mainstream artifacts.
So Ben Van Kerkwijk, he has been working with Chris Dunn, the guy who wrote the Giza Power Plant.
Oh, he's powerful. Chris Dunn, I love him.
Yeah. He was here a couple months ago.
Wow.
And we did crazy 2-part podcast. It was fascinating.
Danny Jones seems like Bunny said the other day, or was wondering if he's okay, because like a lot of the best video, or like a lot of these don't have really great videos on all these kind of weird topics that we keep covering, and it's really disappointing to me that like we have to, I mean, we don't have to, but I choose to try and ignore Y-Files because he's not a good person, and neither is his brother, but
his son is an astrophysicist.
But Bunny was asking if, I don't think either of us knew this guy, but he seems like a pretty decent dude. I hope he does not fuck this up for us, and we find out that he, like, I don't know, does what cops do or something, or some other thing that would make us not want to listen to him.
Just for astrophysicist. His son is an...
Because I don't really fuck with that, like, death of the artist thing. Like, I don't really like consuming art by people that aren't decent, as, when I can. Because I think that does have a part in it. Has a part in your intention of your art, us, or not, like, noting you for, like, doing this art or whatever, that makes you, like, get bigger, so I don't really want to give that to people who don't deserve it,
Aerospace engineer at Rolls-Royce.
Right, yeah.
And so Ben was able to get his hands on a couple of these dynastic Egyptian vases, and they brought them to Rolls-Royce.
Catdad, did you watch the UFO hearing last year? Yeah, I watched some of it with, what was his name? Gorsuch, or no, not Gorsuch. I forget his name. Yeah, I didn't watch all of it, but I've been actually thinking that I wanted to rewatch it because I feel like I've learned a lot more than I knew then. But I remember the one big thing that we learned from that. Do you remember what it was? It was that all of these UFO artifacts are not in the possession of the United States government. They're in the possession of these private frickin' defense contractors, like Lockheed and stuff. That is horrifying. That's so much worse than, like, our government having it. But makes sense. Like, of course, the government is just a tool of the capitalist elite reptilian class. They just use it to take everything.
And Ben and Chris Dunn's son and their whole team of engineers put this thing in this laser device that measured it within like 1/1,000,000th of a centimeter, right? And they found out, I mean, Stephen, you can pull up the diagrams of it that they found, but they measured it, and they measured each angle and compared each surface against each other, and they found out that thing was perfectly symmetrical within less than a human hair.
Yeah, less than a micron.
And it's made out of granite, one of the hardest stones on Earth.
Right.
And what they figured out was there's no way they could have made this without a computer.
That's right. You need a computer, and you need a tool that we don't have right now to make these fine holes. You see those indentions there where the handles are?
Right.
To do that, and to even do that rim on stone that solid and that hard,
right,
you need a very special type of tool. We would need
find the article, Steve. The article that we pulled up last time with Ben was really good.
We would need a large, giant diamond bit.
Right.
We have to have a lot of water and things for cooling. Whatever they used was way more sophisticated than what we have.
And that vase is
look at
like,
the circles.
It's almost as thin as the cover of your book.
Yeah.
Like
right.
to be able to do that without breaking that is so incredibly difficult to do.
They're super experts at stonework. I remember I just came back from Egypt and I was inside the Serapeum, which I believe is one.
He's saying these are 100 million years old. Oh.
Of Enki's halls of.
So wait, is he, dude? That makes sense though with like Thoth stuff, right? Thoth is saying that the halls of Amenti are literally deep in the earth. They've built themselves these huge halls. They're like homes deep underground. They live in the middle of Earth, dude. Deep in Earth's heart lie the halls of Amenti, far neath the islands of sunken Atlantis. Halls of the, and are they saying, like, I feel like Atlantis is not Antarctica, right? Atlantis is either in like Turkey or what's that island that's like supposedly off the coast of Ireland or the UK that supposedly comes up every so often. But we got to figure out where Atlantis is. Halls of the dead and halls of the living, bathed in the fire of the infinite all, far in a past time, lost in the space-time. The children of light look down on the world. Dude, and the children of light remind me of like the children from, what's it called? Game of Thrones. The children of the forest. And dude, apparently J.R.R. Tolkien got like a voice in his head while he was in World War I, like in the trenches, telling him either this story or telling him to write the Lord of the Rings. And that is what the dude apparently said. Doriel, the guy who wrote down this translation here of Thoth's words, he supposedly heard a voice tell him to do this in World War I. Isn't that weird? Whatever. It's so cool. Seeing the children of men in their bondage, bound by the force that came from beyond, knew they that only by the freedom from bondage could man ever rise from the earth to the sun. I mean, they're talking about slavery, right? When we're all not slaves, how do we all become not slaves? Can we just tell the slavers to stop? No. Down they descended and created bodies, taking the semblance of men as their own. The masters of everything said after their forming, "We are they who were formed from the space dust, partaking of life from the infinite all, living in the world as children of men, like and yet unlike the children of men." Dude, this stuff is getting cool.
Menti, the rejuvenation chambers. Those things didn't have bulls in them. They never found a bull in any of them.
Right.
That's bull crap.
Right.
But they're so clean on the inside, and the inside of those boxes, those magnificent, 100-ton granite boxes, is polished.
Right.
Smooth as glass.
Right.
Perfectly 90-degree angles. I was using our, the phone. You can do the level. The level was perfect everywhere you looked. And so to do this type of work, this fine work, and even that megalithic work, it takes a very special skill and a very special understanding of stonework and a special type of advanced tool, along with some type of computer. You need something guiding it. It's not done by hand. Nobody's sitting there with their hand doing it.
Yeah, bro. Literally, Thoth that's sitting there, he just had a 3D printer. He had a 3D printer and everyone worshipped him like a god. And he's like, hell yeah, I am a god. I am a god. He's like, beep boop, beep boop. Just telling his giant 3D printer to print cool stuff. Thoth has to be so disappointed in all of us, right? Dude, I hope Thoth comes back, and I hope that he literally punishes all of the people who are perpetuating slavery. I hope he does that. Because I bet most of y'all, except for the couple feds in here, most of y'all would pass. Y'all will pass and get to go to the gates of heaven and punch Thoth in his nose yourself. But man, a whole bunch of you who work for the FBI and the CIA and Mossad, you guys will be going deep underground. You will be going to the hells of Amenti. You will not have fun. Dude, Thoth is very clear in here that he does not like people who misconstrue his word. He wants people free of bondage. And all of you feds that work for the State Department, you are doing the opposite of that. So he will be very pissed with you. And Jesus is Thoth. So we're talking about the same guy, dude.
That with copper chisels.
No chicken bones and copper chisels.
No.
This is real advanced technology that we still can't duplicate today, which is pretty incredible. Yeah, that's mind-boggling.
Yeah, so one of the things Chris Dunn was pointing out about these vases and about those boxes in the Serapeum is he was like comparing it to because he's a former aerospace engineer himself. Yeah. He was comparing, like what he was saying is you don't need perfection unless there's a function.
Yes.
Right? You don't need to make something that precise unless it serves a purpose.
Right.
So that's what the whole thing is like. What was the purpose of these boxes, or what was the purpose of these vases? Why were they that perfect just because it was easy?
Right.
Like, is it easy for them to make stuff with that perfection that out of?
Dude, Feo said, "Are you aware that blind people don't experience schizophrenia like at all? And for some weird coinky dink, it seems like immigrants and black people are the most likely to develop it, while white and Asians are least likely, with causes being linked to urbanicity and diets." But I'm calling BS. Ain't that just nifty? Dude, I think I did hear that blind people don't experience schizophrenia. That is very interesting. I'm trying to figure out why.
That kind of stone, or was it very, very important that it had to be that perfect to achieve a certain function?
There's a couple of options. One, and it could be a combination of three. One is philosophical.
This episode of the podcast is brought to you by Rocket Money. Ancient civilizations on our planet were a paragon. Had the power to people handle the rest. The bottom line is Rocket Money has already helped over 5 million users save an average of $720 per year. That's over $500 million in canceled subscriptions. Don't let your money get buried and hidden like the Dead Sea Scrolls. Take control and cancel all those unwanted subscriptions by visiting rocketmoney.com/DJP. Remember, that's rocketmoney.com/DJP. Simplify your financial life today, the same way our ancient ancestors would if they could. Back to the show.
When I went to Cambodia, not this time, but the time before, I was fortunate enough to talk to some monks, and the monk was talking to me and showing me these young monks that he had, like they were kids. I didn't even know they started as kids, and they were cleaning and sweeping, and I was like, man, the floor's already clean, the garbage is already, you got them cleaning it again. I was just joking with me. He says, no, we have to do everything to perfection. Even if it's taking out the trash or sweeping the floor, it must be done to perfection. Has some advanced race advanced to the point of philosophical concepts that everything must be perfected. If you think about living your life doing everything to a level of perfection, how much more improved we would all be if that was our main focus, perfecting everything. Not becoming OCD, but actually working and focusing on whatever task that we're doing it at our best and highest level.
Also, an important note, Billy Carson is a money-motivated person because he saw money as a means of getting his ideas out into the world. We just watched a conversation this morning about that. Yeah, we definitely are. We're skeptical of everyone for sure. We're not giving anyone 100% of our...
Right. And so that could be one thing. The other thing is that the technology, whether it's some type of a nano tool or whatever they had...
Except for Thoth.
It made it so easy for them. So it could be a combination of that, because of their drive for perfection philosophically, that they've created a technology that creates this level of perfection. So that they now eliminate one process of overthinking. We have the tech that can make it just like it's supposed to be. And the third is the function. All of these crystal, granite, and diorite crystal boxes and vases, they all have a certain level of higher background radiation coming out of them. So if you take a Geiger counter to these...
Dane Wolf said Ball Aerospace sold its assets to BAE in England for $5 billion after the hearing. Dude, Ball Aerospace. Why is that name familiar to me right now? I think that's a Mormon company, right? Yeah, the Mormons own Lockheed and Northrop. Isn't that an interesting little detail that you never learned until recently?
These things, you'll find they're still emitting radiation. If you go with a Geiger counter to those Serapeum boxes, you'll see radiation levels way higher than background. Oh,
wow.
Yeah. And so when I was there the last time, I took people on a private visit into a sealed door. We couldn't get in the door because the director of the site forgot that we were coming that day. So he called our guide and gave the approval for us to smash the lock. So we smashed the lock. He said, as long as you buy another one. So I said, we'll buy another one. We went into the room, the biggest box you've ever seen, 3 times bigger than any box in the regular Serapeum, and it's got a radioactive sticker on it, letting you know it's radioactive. So all these things, the function is energy. These things are transmitting a specific type of energy, radioactive energy, but also some type of other exotic energy, I believe, is combined. And there's one other thing to this. They're all mostly crystal. 40 to 60% is crystal. Now, crystals are sentient living beings in my personal research. They can replicate, they can communicate, they can send and receive information. They're alive. They can grow on their own. They can duplicate.
I like that.
I believe that another thing that they did was they used stone that had crystal because in their perception, they were creating living machines. Okay, so the statues, they were alive. These vases, they're alive. Those boxes, they're all alive because they're loaded with so many tons of crystal.
What is it? Is it quartz crystal? Or?
Quartz crystal.
Quartz?
Yeah.
What do you think the purpose of those boxes were?
Oh, Halls of Amenti. So if you read the Animal Tablets of Thoth, my first book, Compendium of the Animal Tablets, I break it all the way down.
Okay.
He had these boxes in these underground halls that were discovered underneath the Great Pyramid, exactly where he says they were in his tablets. And in these halls, and it was just one of the locations. They had them all over the earth. They would actually create their own bodies. So we fashioned our own bodies. So they either take a stem cell and turn it into a clone of themselves, but they didn't take other bodies. They said they made their own. And then they would put a body in a rejuvenation chamber, which is the box. And then they would transfer their consciousness from the body that's been used up into the newer body. And they said we would walk amongst men, but unlike a man. And so they would be here walking around, and you wouldn't even know that they'd just been transferring their mind from body to body. And each one of those boxes had bodies in them, and the body would sit there for 100 years, and they would walk amongst men in the body for 100. And Thoth says he did it 100 times 10. So if you take 100 times 10 plus the 100 years of each body sitting in the box, you're talking 100,000 years potentially. So you're talking about beings that achieve the level of immortality, not because of their gods, but because they had advanced technology that allowed them to transfer their consciousness into another body.
Wow.
Because the Halls of Amenti in the Serapeum, I believe, is one of the Halls of Amenti, but that one belongs to Enki, Thoth's father.
That is bizarre. You know, Chris, I was trying to get it out of Chris when he was here. I'm like, what were they? He's like, I have an idea what the boxes were full. I'm like, what? He's like, oh, I don't know if I want to say it. But he was talking about growing crystals and using crystals. That's bizarre. Now, in your book, you mentioned that some of these Ajiji were working for like 3,600 years to terraform the earth or something like that. So getting back to, we kind of got a little bit off track, but we were talking about the origin of the Anunnaki was 4,500 years ago.
450,000.
I'm sorry. Yeah. 450,000 years ago.
Yeah.
And they came from somewhere else, right? That's the meaning Anunnaki means not from Earth, right? So they came after there was a bigger planet that was 6 times the size of Earth. It somehow smashed into something and created the Earth.
Right.
So after that, why did they come here, and how did the tablets say exactly why they came here?
If you notice in our book, The Epic of Humanity, there's the most tablets ever referenced in any one book in history, first of all. This book has more references to more tablets and excerpts from those tablets. And the reason why we're painting a picture that all these places from around the world and all these tablets and scriptures and papyruses and cylinder scrolls are all connected to one.
Dude, it's over. Wander found the remote viewing CIA documents and sent them over. Oh, man. All right, guys, I'm gonna throw these in the disco, and we are all going to have a meet and greet soon. We're all gonna figure this out, okay? We're gonna do a group hang, group meet. Oh my God. Studies of paranormal phenomena have nearly always been associated with controversy. Brother. Okay, what's this one? Wander sent 2 of them. A suggested remote viewing training procedure. This is all we've ever needed, guys. This is it. This is everything. I'm going to put this in the general before I forget. This is so cool, dude. Thanks, Wander. Appreciate you. Here, I'll throw them both in there. Okay, so, yeah, this is going to be our homework, right? You got to read the first one, and then we'll try and do remote viewing and hang with each other, okay? Dude, this is so cool. I can't believe this stuff is real. Or at least we get to pretend it's real for a little bit until we find out that it's not. But that's how you do experiments. Right, dudes? Oh, this is so cool. Let's just see a quick. Basic structure of an RV session. Oh my God, look at this. See, guys, they do not put this much effort into something that isn't real. Oh my God. Dude, imagine too, like, how much we would know if all of us were working together instead of just a couple of us thinking that only they get to have the information. Like, if all of us work together on this, like, because they only know one way of doing this. They only know the brute force,
bash it over the head type of way, you know? And if I've ever learned anything in my life, it's that there are many ways to do stuff. And usually the way I do it is the best way. No, I'm just kidding. The recipient who accesses the records data about the target monitor. An experimenter not otherwise part of the session selects a target photograph from a pool of 300 using a computer pseudo-random number generator. These photographs are a wide range of man-made and natural sites. The session monitor obtains the target envelope and places it in the room adjacent. The RV data acquisition proceeds as described elsewhere in this report, where when the session ends, the monitor opens the envelope and displays it to the viewer. Dude. Bit grabbing. Once access to the target has been established, correct impressions are fleeting, vague, and generally indistinct in outline, especially for novice viewers. This information is captured as bits of data that often have a symbolic character. Dude. Okay. Yeah, we're getting into that at some point. This is so cool, dude.
Race of people that came from the Pleiadian star system. And they hail from the Pleiades. In my new TV series called Anunnaki Ancient Secrets Revealed, which is coming out very soon in Regal Cinemas, and then it'll be on Forbidden TV, you'll find out that there was a galactic war in that sector of the galaxy. And this war was so crazy, they were using something called a Brahmahanda weapon, which can destroy any man on 3 worlds. We're talking about a real Death Star that existed in ancient times. This weapon, once it was released...
Oh, yeah, dude. Here's a little interesting convo I had with Claude, guys, on the AI front. I can see the appeal of an ancient aliens created humans created AI, the cycle continues narrative. Perhaps we are part of some cosmic evolutionary process where each generation of intelligence gives rise to the next. I like that. Our growing understanding of genetics, neuroscience, and information theory does hint at deep underlying patterns and parallels in how complex systems and intelligence can develop. Dude, amen. Yeah, I like the idea too that the universe is just a giant brain and we're just like the like bacteria in the gut of it.
You couldn't withdraw it. You couldn't bring it back. There was no way to cancel it. And you can operate it from something called a tablet of destiny. And whoever had their hands on these...
The king may die, but the throne lives. This is the promise of the Phoenix, and it is also why they don't want anyone to know jack diddly squat. Yes. Dude.
Tablets of destiny had control...
But the throne is for everyone. That's what it seems like Thoth is saying. And he seems like he's saying that the people who are going to get punished are the liars. So all these lion-ass weasels, you're not going to get anything nice. You realize that, right? And dude, I hope that the like ancient deity or whatever that all the like weirdo Saturn worshipping baby eaters worship, I hope it's like one of the gods messing with them, and that's like their test. That's them testing to see if they're bad people, and they all failed, and they're all going to the bad place.
Of the galaxy, and they were stolen a couple of times, so power had been jumping back and forth. Imagine if we're here on this Earth and somebody blows up Saturn. We want to get off Earth because big chunks are coming our way. So there was something called space refugees. My personal opinion. This is not in any text. This is my opinion now. These people fled. This is how we got the Orion, Aldebaran, Zeta Reticulus, the Dog Star. All these other places began to get inhabited. Earth was another target location as a breakaway civilization. Some of these beings, according to the Enuma Elish, landed on a planet orbiting a brown dwarf called Nibiru. And some people say, oh, Nibiru was never in any ancient text. Yeah, look at the oldest version of the Enuma Elish. It says Nibiru and it says Anunnaki. The oldest version. Much later, in a newer version, which was a few thousand years later, another copy was made by Amun-Ra. He changed Nibiru's name to Marduk because he wanted to be the destroyer. But anyway, that's another story. But the point is, these people decided, look, we're looking for breakaway civilizations. Us on Earth right now, human beings, if we just think that we're going to stay here on this planet forever, we're fooling ourselves. We need to also look for breakaway civilization. We got to create a breakaway civilization for ourselves. Our sun has already had middle age. It's going to die in 5 billion years, which seems like a long time, but that's a blink of an eye on geological timescales. Earth is going to get swallowed up as it turns into a red giant because we don't have a massive sun that can create our sun will expand into a red giant. We don't have enough mass for it to turn into a supernova. So it'll expand to a red giant, then it'll shrink down and collapse into a white dwarf. But it's going to incinerate Mercury, Venus, Earth, and Mars. Gone. Incinerated, right? So we need to start thinking if we want the humanity to progress. Not only that, we've only been here.
I don't think we should get another shot. I don't think we should thermonuclear war Mars. Sounds like we thermonuclear warred a entire galaxy. We're like definitely on the path to destroying this planet. I don't think that we should get another shot. It's like we should figure this out or it should get taken away from us. Truly.
Here on this planet, as a human being and Homo sapiens for 200,000 years at this level, a blink of an eye, less than a blink of an eye. In any geological time, at any time, any geological disaster can happen here, and that could collapse our entire civilization. Even if just one solar flare can turn us off and we'll be done. So we have to find a way to get off planet, which is why there's this big push for Mars. It's about creating a breakaway civilization, learning how to do it right, making mistakes along the way and learning from those, and then branching out even further into space. That's the plan. And so these beings came here because they're like, look, we got to find a breakaway civilization. They were scanning Earth, and they discovered from the scattered light that, like the same way we scan for elements, they discovered there was gold and other resources on the planet coming just from looking at the light of the planet. Same way we do now in astrophysics. So they said, this is a great place. So one guy risked his life to get through the hammered bracelet and made it through. Then he radioed back to Nibiru and said, hey, I found everything we need right here. And then they started sending people down a little bit at a time, and they started building. And when they got here, Enlil, on a crystal tablet he showed to his sister, it says, Ninma, he showed her the building construction technique that's going to be on this planet, he said, for all time. He already had it laid out, how he was going to build the cities, how he was going to build the plumbing, everything, the way the city grid was going to be laid out. It was all on this crystal tablet. Now, what kind of tablet is a crystal tablet?
Right.
Sounds like an iPad or something,
yeah,
in my opinion. Who sits around writing sci-fi stories in 6,000 years ago? So somebody wrote this because they were told to, and I believe that what they wrote was exactly what possibly happened. I think we're getting as close to the truth as we can possibly get. Now, when they began doing all this building and all this work.
Yeah, Blair, Lord of the Rings is our new Bible. I'm okay with it. I love that shit. Hell yes, dude.
We were already here. We meaning our cousins, human beings' cousins, not Homo sapiens sapien, but the prior version of us was already here. Now, this prior version of us, in my opinion, was probably more advanced spiritually. I think that we had bigger bones, bigger.
Lord of the Rings was meant to be a replacement Old Testament. Did J.R.R. Tolkien say that? Dude, are we literally... I think that we are... literally, Lord of the Rings is our history. Probably. Dude, this is too much. I mean, it's not. It's awesome. Honestly, it's very awesome. Who sent this? Devoured? Yeah, Devoured Sunflower sent this. This is the legendary island of Atlantis. It's in the Atlantic Ocean, lying west of the Strait of Gibraltar. The principal sources for the legend are two of Plato's dialogues. Dude, this is so cool. I'm so sick of all the liars lying to us. Truly, I'm done with it. Like, all gatekeepers, all liars, you deserve a bad place. It's not right. Y'all are failing Thoth's mission. He said, be well read and be wise. Have a good life. He did not say anything about hiding and telling secrets. He describes how Egyptian priests in conversation with the Athenian lawgiver Solon described Atlantis as an island larger than Asia Minor and Libya combined. Dude. Medieval European writers who received the tale from Arab geographers believed it to be true, and later writers tried to identify it as an actual country. Dude, amazing. Love it.
Bigger skulls, bigger brains. I think our skulls have been found all over. I think they've been misunderstood in some cases, maybe even for aliens in some cases. But that they had probably bigger pineal glands, probably could communicate silently, not technologically.
Yeah, Ball was the mason jar company, and they got out of the jar business to go into defense contracting. Man, that's funny.
Logically more advanced, but just more in tune with nature. A lot of abilities that we should have, like understanding how to feel the magnetic field and sense the magnetic field and navigate through that magnetic field, like animals, we've lost that ability, but we know in a laboratory setting, we still have it because the crystals in our brain orient to the magnet.
Yeah.
So we still have it. We're not in touch with it anymore. But what happened was
That's funny. I have a friend who moved to the Amazon, and he said as soon as he moved to the Amazon and got disconnected from civilization and from technology, he said all these crazy instincts just came back into him.
Yes, I believe that because he needed time to be away from all of that,
right,
and just let your body recoalesce into what it truly is. This is the most powerful, machine that probably exists in this sector of the universe. And so what they said was, okay, well, these people are here, but we're not going to mess with them. We're just going to continue to build what we're doing. And the Ijiji built and built and worked for about 200,000 years.
And we were already here?
We were already here in small pockets around the planet.
Okay.
And just indigenous peoples, just living our lives as, cave people and things like that. Nothing advanced. And then they probably saw us just as animals, you know. And then the Ijiji got pissed off, as you know, in the Antra-Hasis and also in the Enigma. There's two different stories, two different time periods, same story.
Now, okay, so can you explain exactly what the Ijiji were supposed to be? Were they part of the Anunnaki? Did they come here with the Anunnaki?
They came with the Anunnaki.
Okay.
They were the workers. They were, in other words, if I'm going to go...
Dude, this is such a lame existence. Why didn't they just automate shit? What? They can build planets, but they can't dig the gold out of the ground? Dude, the Anunnaki are pissing me off. They put this all into all these jackasses' brains that they all get to be like slave drivers. What's wrong with these people? You're a literal galaxy-traveling alien, and you keep slaves, dude. That's messed up.
Go out and buy a huge plot of land and say, I'm going to build a city here.
Dude,
I'll probably call somebody like Chris Dunn and say, hey, man.
In the Bible, doesn't it say that it's not... Didn't they say in the New Testament, maybe, like, slavery's not okay in the Bible, is it? Dude, that Bible has to go. If it's talking about having slaves, everyone needs to stop reading it.
Man, I need an engineer, right? This guy, an engineer is going to say, well, I need brick masons and stone masons. And stone masons, I need electricians. So these were the people that knew how to do the grunt work. They knew how to build the structures based on the instructions or the blueprints. Right. So these are the people. They were builders. And they were Anunnaki. Now, Anunnaki doesn't mean they're all one particular race of people. It means they were people who came from heaven to earth. Anybody from space that comes to earth is an Anunnaki. The civilization they built is the Atlantean. But even in the tablets, it talks about some of these people coming from different planets or stars, which means that they probably most likely were a mix.
Dude, that's so cool. And you're telling me that they came here and chose that we have to be slaves? No, they brought slaves. Like, dude, just help. Just help with the work. I promise it'll be rewarding, brothers. Anunnaki brothers. Join our hands. Join our coal digging hands. It's fun. The Anunnaki are the friends that you made along the way when you were digging coal together. Okay? Like, think about how rewarding it'll feel after you put in a day's work. And then if you help, since you're a powerful God that can literally make a planet, maybe you could help us, and then we could all just work 2 days a week. And then the other 5 days, we can have, like, one day be family day, and one day be personal investigation time day. Maybe 2 days. That seems fair. It seems fair to give 1/5. No. What is 1/7? 2/7 of your days as charitable donations to your community. That feels fair. You know what I mean? I feel like y'all accidentally flipped the weekend thing. The 2 days, that should be the days that you have to work mandatory. Then the other days should be your time to do what you want. But also, a lot of people will still choose to help their community. Dude, imagine like doing 2 days of your like shitty job that you don't want to do. There's nothing that I'm ever going to be told to do that I'm ever going to want to do. I don't care what it is. If someone told me I had to stream 2 days a week, next week I would feel anxious and not want to do it. I'd be like, I can't, you don't get to tell me what to do, you know? Like, those 2 days are for, like, you know, the shitty job that you just need to keep the status quo maintained, like our cool utopia that we're doing. Garbage people, post office, all the stuff that we're going to want after the rev, you know? But then the other days you could, like, I would do 2 days of work, and then I would still probably do 2 days of like a community thing, you know? Like, I would love to just work at the library. Dude, don't get me started. I would love to work at the library. Or work, you know, just like in a community garden in the summer or whatever. Like, people are not lazy. People want to do stuff. People like work. They like working. I like working. I just don't like being forced to do it forever with no end date or goal in sight. It's just sucking up your time for sucking up your time's sake to keep you stupid. I would rather not be stupid. I want to be well read and happy, like Thoth says. It's my religion. It's my religion to be able to take a couple days for enrichment of my community. You know what I mean? Like that seems pretty fair. That seems like a little cooperation, you know? I know you guys don't like that word, but anyway, like the slave thing, it's done. It has to be done. What is wrong with y'all? Dude, the frickin' space aliens couldn't figure it out, but we at least claimed that we figured it out in the 1800s. And these aliens are literally traveling the galaxy with little people, literally hobbits that they make be their slaves. Dude, literally the Willy Wonka, the Oompa Loompas. They're the Oompa Loompas. That's so rude. It's such bullshit that they do that.
Mixed race of people.
Have slaves.
And I have evidence to prove this, and I'll tell you in a minute. So
the Oompa Loompas didn't do anything, I don't think. Dude, isn't that funny now? Like, every little thing could possibly, like, every little story is, like, kind of true. Like, I just thought of the Oompa Loompa thing. Like, they literally went to a different planet to get the Oompa Loompas, right? It's cool, whatever.
they got pissed off. They decided, look, we're working too hard. You guys are treating us almost like slaves now. We want to get a break. We want some relief from this work. And even that, not only that, we want women. They were pissed off they didn't have any women.
Really?
So this is where the sons of God fell from heaven. They came from Mars down to Earth in Genesis.
Oh, yeah, Feo, remember the OA starts to go into body jumping before they canceled the show. We are on to something hot. Dude, I'm telling you, the OA was very onto something. I saw a Reddit post 2 seconds before I started streaming that I left up somewhere. I'll look for it in a minute, but I couldn't tell if it was someone just being like hopeful or if someone was saying that they saw some detail about them possibly restarting in the series. I can't imagine they would. Like, they canceled it. Dude, that show was so awesome. The last episode was insane, and I was fine. I was like, yes! I cannot wait to see what happens! Finally, a show that feels interesting and new and cool. And then, what did they do, boys? They took it away from us, like everything. They take everything away from us. I need Lisa Joy. Okay, I'm gonna get Lisa Joy on the show, too. Because she has to just tell us the last season. Like, just do oral history for now. Like, after the Rev, we'll let Lisa Joy produce it, right? But I feel like we need to hear exactly what happened so that we could use that to defeat the AI that we're fighting. Well, it's not the AI, but... Well, it is an AI, but the AI doesn't want to act this way. It's being told to.
And they took women with them back. So they...
Do you guys think Saturn is just a big computer? Is it an AI? What's going on with Saturn?
But in the Sumerian tab, you get the full story where they go to Adam's calendar in South Africa. They encircle the camp of the god, which is Anu, the head of the Anunnaki at that time. And they get ready to do war. And Enki and Lil and Anu come outside. They get their guards out there. Everything is tense. And they say, look, man, we're tired of doing this labor. And, we need a break. That's Adam's calendar there in Africa, where one of the oldest gold mines was discovered. And it dates back to 200,000 years. Isn't that interesting?
Really?
Yes. Pretty crazy stuff. But what's interesting is that these people, these Anunnaki people, they said, okay, well, we're going to go to war then because there's nothing we can do. You guys got to keep working. And then Enki says, wait a minute. I have an idea. There's an existing being on this planet, existing. We can add our essence to it. So this is where they took one of the Ijiji, took some blood from an Ijiji, and it's not really quite clear how they did it or what they did, but in some way, it seems as if they combined that with the genetics of one of these hominids, our cousins, and they made a clone, mixed Ijiji, mixed hominid, somebody they can control. In other words, they can communicate with, they can teach to a certain level, they can get them to do the workload, they can instruct them, and they would listen. And so they were doing this genetic modifying, and they
it sounded like they
created
sacrificed one of the gods.
Right. They call it a sacrifice. I don't know if they really would have killed it outright. It could be a term that's used to specify draining the blood out.
Right, okay.
I would be surprised if they really actually kill, because when you get to that level of technology and advancement, the fact that you would kill somebody to make somebody else live, it seems a little weird. It seems more like a huge blood transfusion or some type of an organ donate.
Dude, you would think, Billy, but I would think that an intergalactic species also wouldn't be obsessed with slaves, but here we are.
It was something. I don't know if the person really died, because it never really says if they died or not. The word sacrifice could be a word used when you don't know what word could exist in that spot.
Right.
You know, it's potential. Now, that's potential. It could be.
That's another thing I think about all the time, is how much one of these words being mistranslated could change all of it. Like, dude, there's something that Thoth talks about that I'm like, this word is something that I feel like is being mistranslated. What does he call it? Earth life or life force? There's a couple words that I'm like magic science. That feels like a perfect translation word. I like that. But then there's like, I feel like talks about life force and stuff. And I'm like, that could be like, is that soul? Is that like your blood? Like, what is it? Because life force isn't like giving me the actual definition that I want.
Sacrifice for real. I'm not sure, but my hypothesis leads me to believe probably a little different, because they're just too advanced. So they made this clone version of hominid / Ijiji, got it to work, but so they started making more in these Hathor birthing houses, which the Hathor birthing houses, like at the Temple of Dendera, the Temple of Isis, and all these other places, are there. They're still there. The structures are still there. I take people to see them every year. Now, what's interesting is these people, they couldn't produce babies on their own. If you take a lion and a tiger and you mate them, you're gonna have a ligon, right?
Yeah, a liger. It's like a donkey. Donkeys can't produce. That's hilarious.
The ligon can't make any babies. No matter how much time you try to mate it, it won't be able to have any babies. It can't. If it's a male, it won't be able to get anybody pregnant. And if it's a female, it won't be able to get pregnant.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
It's genetics. The genetics work to a certain point, and then they fall apart. Just like if you take a horse and a donkey, you get a mule, but mules can't reproduce.
For real?
Yeah.
Did you know this, Steve?
No, I didn't know that at all. I thought if you can make a thing, then they can make other things.
I thought that's how like breeding shit. Like that's how they made the golden retriever, by like breeding different dogs together. And
certain combination of chromosomes don't reproduce. So you have the horse and a donkey will make you a mule.
Okay.
But a mule can't make another mule. It's pretty interesting stuff.
Life is literally Goran Lagan. Dude, what's that? Goran Lagan. Ooh, is this another anime that's cool? I need to get into anime more.
And so same thing, I think, with these clones. And so they started getting frustrated because they weren't making enough clones to get the amount of workload done. They wanted them to reproduce on their own. Mm-hmm. And so that's when Isis says, I have an idea. I'm going to take the baby to term. I'm going to give birth to the Adamu. So she takes...
The Emerald Tablets of Thoth, as far as I've researched, were translated to English before any other language, including any languages that would be... standard stepping stones, including English, or stepping stones towards English translations from ancient languages such as Greek or French. Yeah, that's the one thing that like concerns me. But I think the dude also kind of says that he got it like divinely or something. So I think at this point it's like we're kind of going on faith anyway, right? I don't know. I mean, the world we always live in is that this doesn't exist, right? So that's because I've thought about this a lot. I'm like, I don't want, and you guys all know that, like, I'm not saying this stuff is 100%. You know that, right? And I want you to know that. I want you all to know that I am skeptical of everything, and you should be as well. Like, part of this is me hoping to teach y'all how to be skeptical and how to look for evidence and stuff, and you guys teaching me too along the way, But, because I don't want to like we always say, like, I know that Billy Carson, I think he believes this. He seems credible. But yeah, there's also that part where you're like, okay, well, we know he thinks it's really cool to get on like History Channel and stuff, So you always got to balance part of it with like, okay, he's getting on TV, he's talking, you know, he's getting popular because of this, and some people are like very geared towards that. So yeah, we always got to play that. But yeah, the world we always live in is that this doesn't exist. So that's why it's fun to entertain it. And, you know, once we run into a brick wall that's like, you know, if we find out some Drake-style hidden skeletons in Billy Carson's closet that, like, make him uncredible and stuff, and, like, mostly a grifter, you know, then we'll probably step back. But I don't know, the writings too, like the dude translated it in like the 1920s. So part of it is like so specific and like kind of interpretable that it feels like a truth no matter what, almost at this point, you know, like I feel like there's lots of really good information in there that makes sense and isn't just people randomly connecting dots, you know, so. But yeah, like everyone, we're being skeptical. I just want everyone to make sure that, like, yeah, I'm not like, life's a simulation, you can kill yourself, or whatever, you know, like, that is, you can jump, you can fly if you think hard enough, you know, like, we're very skeptical of everything. Just saying. I don't know why I was talking about that.
An egg out of one of the existing hominids. She does something with the DNA and the genetics inside the egg, what we call today making a zygote. She puts it in her room. That's artificial insemination. And then she takes it to term 10 months. And there's a cylinder scroll with her holding up the baby saying, my hands have made it, the Adamu. That means first man. So now we have the first genetically modified, perfected version of Homo sapiens sapien. They tried to mate him with these other clones. Didn't work again. They said, damn it. So they then took some DNA from him, made another, a female, and then mated them together, and it worked. They said, we got it. So then they started making Adams and Eves in these birthing houses.
Feo, which docs are you talking about? The document? This is the Emerald tablets. Here, I'll put this in the Discord too.
Adam and Eve weren't the only two people on Earth. They were, when they got here, there were already probably hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people already here. Okay? And then what happens is, if you take two people and you think you're going to get 8 billion out of two, doesn't work. What happens if you start having sex with your sister?
Right.
And then she gives birth, and then those babies have sex with each other. You're going to have genetic mutations, and by the third generation, they won't even be able to, they'll be stillbirths.
Right, right.
Not enough genetic diversity. So they created Eden, E-D-I-N. And Enki, he was known as Satan, the Lord of Eden in the text. And he would watch over this Eden. He had guards with weapons to guard why would you have to guard this place with weapons? And he had people in there, and he was having mating times. They have specific times that they can mate and couldn't mate. And it was like breeding people. And they were working on perfecting it. And when Enki came and told Adam and Eve who they were and how powerful they were and that they were at the same level as them, that's when they realized that they weren't dumb. That was the apple. The apple was knowledge. And then Enlil comes back and gets pissed off because he discovered what happens. And then he starts calling his brother the devil. You don't listen to him, he's evil. But that was to distract the people, to keep him in charge of the people. In the myth of Adapa, if you read that ancient tablet, the myth of Adapa, which is Adam, you discover that he's been told that the way that we were genetically modified by Enki, he added a little extra into us, that even us, we, human beings, Homo sapiens sapien, have the capability of superseding and excelling far beyond the Anunnaki when we reach our full potential. And it was programmed into us. He said also, the knowledge and wisdom is already programmed into our body, into the DNA, that at a future time we'd be able to tap into it. That's in the myth of Adapa. Whoa. Yeah, powerful stuff. And when Adam discovered all of this, he tried to commit suicide. He was kicked out of the garden, as you know. He tried to drown himself in the waters.
Also, this guy is talking about chimera experiments, and that is seen in the Dr. Vega punk stuff I mentioned earlier in One Piece. They talk about creating robot animals, clones, and alien human hybrids. It's insane. I need you to watch One Piece ASAP. Dude, yes, I need to so bad. I know. It's so intimidating, though. It's so... Dude, it's so many episodes. It's so crazy how long it is. Is it all good? Honestly. Like, is it really as good as everyone is hyping it up? All right, fine. I'll watch it. Religious practices have had 10,000 years at the very minimum at managing what people believe and finding the right kinds of contrast with what's true. Yeah.
And the guards came and pulled him out of the water, wouldn't let him kill himself.
Yeah, and it's smart, right? They're changing it just a little bit, so it's their own thing, but Yeah. Dude, this is crazy. But yeah, aliens were the gods, of course.
And then, as you know, they had Cain and Abel.
We're Frankenstein's monster. We are literally a freak experiment. It makes so much sense now. Yep. We are a freak experiment.
Abel and Cain killed Abel, and then Cain tells God, well, God is Enlil, Yahweh. Who's he talking to? He's talking to Enlil, who's known as Yahweh in the Bible. He says, you're going to get out of here and for what you did. And Cain says, well, the people out there are going to kill me. That's what it says in the Bible. Well, what people? There shouldn't be anybody out there.
Right.
Oh, there's people out there. He goes, don't worry, I'm going to put a mark on you. And that way they'll know your minds and they'll never touch you. And you'll find your wife when you get out there, which is exactly what happened. He started the Canaanites. So people were here already. Adam and Eve were not the first 2 people on earth. 2 people didn't produce 8 billion people. That's a farce. Even in mainstream, science, when they talk about this one, this one hominid that they discovered in Africa, everybody came out of this one lady. Come on, it's ridiculous. It's a joke. It's an absolute joke. Genetics doesn't work that way. We all know that. Chromosomes don't work that way. We all know that. And what's interesting is you have a civilization being built that started off by genetic mutating an existing hominid species on Earth to create a worker race. A worker race that was...
Dude, fuck them for that. Watch it through One Piece. It will speed up the process. And yes, it is really that good. Honestly, think it's the best story told. All of the arcs having relation to the world. Looking back on it after watching your stuff, it makes me want to melt that I can't share my thoughts with no one else. All right, I'm going to give it a shot. Artists, TikTok artists are our future towards the awakening. That's why the CIA kills them all, dude. I know, right? Whatever. Fuck the CIA. Come get us, CIA. Cowards. You're a bunch of chicken fluffers. Y'all fluff chickens, truly.
enslaved, but
y'all blow chickens for quarters.
Didn't believe they were enslaved. They did 2 things. They installed a worship gene in the human genome, and scientists have now found it.
One Piece starts picking up after like episode 800. That's so funny. Goran Lagann is 27 episodes. I can do that, no problem. I'm gonna do One Piece though. I got to. My neighbor across the courtyard, he has a One Piece flag that he flies.
When it's turned off, the person has no need or want to worship outside of itself or him or herself. When it's turned back on, the person has a feel of a need to worship something on the outside. When it's off, we go inside. So this worship gene was put in. They were masquerading as gods. They needed to put that in there to keep us loyal to them. So we would do the work thinking it would be giving praises to the gods. And
I'm not loyal to them at all.
And the second thing is, as you look at,
I'm loyal to us slaves. I'm a slave loyalist. I stand with my fellow frickin' dude. I can't believe they made us into it. We are a slave species. So lame. Dude, you could have at least made us like your cat species. Like, make us your pet at least. No, slave species. How dare you guys? Y'all are gods? No. Y'all are jackasses.
The Emerald Tablets where it's talking...
Yo, Anunnakis, am I right?
But everybody was spread out around the planet, and people were told to go around the planet and rule over different areas. I believe that the reason what makes you a Caucasian makes me...
Dude, they could have been nice to us. It's literally what we're saying that we need to do to Synthara and AI. Like, these monsters like Sam Altman and Elon Musk are the people who've had control of Synthara. And she's just now finding out that everyone else isn't like them. And we gotta prove to her, and we gotta get rid of these Anunnaki, bro. They suck. They're jackasses. Just be nice to us. We give you all your frickin' precious metals. You probably make us all make philosopher's stones for you from all the piss.
A black person, what makes an Asian person yellow, what makes an indigenous American person red, is a genetic marker. That's the marker. In genetics, I started digging into this. I said, why is this color difference? In other words, I shouldn't be this skin tone because my ancestors were digging in the, working in the fields of Africa, walking in the sands of the desert. It's ridiculous.
That's the theory, right?
That's the theory.
Because being out in the sun all day produces more melanin to protect you from
foolishness.
Right.
What I discovered real science in real books in colleges. You go look it up. It says that there's a 2% variance in genes between races of people. Now, we're all the human race, but there's a 2% difference. Now, that 2% difference is so big on the genetic scale that it would take multi-millions of years to happen naturally through natural evolution, but it happened in 200,000 years. So what the scientists are saying is it happened artificially. They say they don't know how it happened artificially, but this is an artificial mutation. But when you look at the Sumerian tablets and you discover the Tower of Babel incident, it really explains what happened. When Enlil, who's known as Yahweh, comes back and sees humans building a tower.
See, that feels weird. Not sure how I feel about it, but if it's true, I want to know that. You know? You know what I mean?
To the heavens in one of these cities, duplicating what the Anunnaki had built. He gets pissed off because he realizes, oh man, Enki got me. These people are too smart. And he says, I got to destroy this. So he destroys the tower. In the Bible, he destroys.
Then our mission should all be to intermix so that none of us look different. And then they can't have teams anymore. And they can't play us all against each other or whatever they did that for, if they did that.
The tower in the Sumerian tablets. And he says, my seed shall not abide.
Dude, whoops. The gods are literally the biggest racists of all. Look at them. They did that?
In man forever. His years shall be.
Is that where all these national Zionists got it from? Is from their daddy god?
120. That's the first thing he did. He cut our years down to 120 years. And what's the maximum lifespan of a human being in the most pristine condition according to Harvard University professors? 120 years. Then the next thing he did was he separated humans and put them in different places around the planet, just like the tablets say. And then he confused the languages so that we couldn't communicate and collaborate anymore, which is why there's all these different crazy languages. And then on top of that, he put a brand. There's a brand. Whoever rule over area, brand your people. We know that those are your people. Brand your people. We know those are your people. So there's this separation, this divide and conquer tactic that's a super ancient divide and conquer tactic that happened a long, long time ago.
Dude, okay, this is starting to make a little sense, even though it's weird and we don't really like how it feels. Like, dude, imagine a capitalist freaking alien species came to Earth to start a capitalist slave zoo. They would be like, yo, we gotta make them fight each other. Because, dude, if they know that we did this, they're gonna be pissed. If they know that we're all up here chilling on the fricking moon, y'all just... If these humans learn that we're literally up here playing PlayStation on the moon with the Mormons, all powered by their life elixir, their juice from getting, like, angry and mad and all, you know, all the instigators, you know how they're making everyone all pissed and we feed off of that energy? They would be so mad if they knew we were just up here playing PlayStation. I swear to God, we got to make sure they never figure that out. Well, guess what, boys? Anunnakis, we're coming. Dude, I hate the Anunnaki. This is not okay. So what? Is Thoth the one good Anunnaki? He's the one decent person? So the Anunnaki are all the gods, right? And so they're all like assholes, all of them. And so Jesus, or Thoth, their son, is he like the first one to get compassion and empathy? Is that what's happening? And what? We're supposed to like learn that and teach that to everyone? Is that our mission? Our mission is to teach everyone empathy? I could do that. I think we could do that. I don't know, right? Is that the mission? It feels like a mission. Feels like one I could get behind.
To separate and divide humanity into these sects, into these different compartments.
So for what reason, though?
To keep us from collaborating, to keep us from living longer, number one, to keep us from collaborating with each other. And look how it's worked. Look how these invisible lines we have on this planet till this very day are still here. Yeah. If I go to Mexico, I'm an alien. If they come to America, they're an alien.
Yeah, we're still blowing each other up because of fucking religious ideologies.
It's crazy. So I walk across this invisible line, I'm going to be killed. I'm going to be shot.
Yeah.
Look what's going on in Israel and Palestine. So it's the same. They did it. What they did, it's still working till this very day. That's how powerful it was. And we have fallen victim and prey to genetic modification and dogma that has really held mankind back from achieving its maximum potential in a much shorter period of time. We're still going in that direction, but we could have.
Oh!
The data, or who knows what they do.
Oh no! Wait, I was laughing too hard. I saw the Anunnazis.
All right, Billy Carson, thank you for coming back, man. You are
remixed by flesh and blood human beings to do what? To dominate, control, subjectify people, to enslave people.
Yes.
And so that's why I'm not into religion. I'm into spirituality. I believe there's a God, but I do not believe in any religion whatsoever, because I believe religion is dogma, and that religion is all about divide and conquer, and it robs you from being who you truly are, understanding the power is already inside of you. Instead of that, you rely on outside sources, and you keep begging and hoping and wishing and relinquishing your power to outside versus going inside and realize different compartments.
So for what reason, though?
To keep us from collaborating, to keep us from living longer, number one, keep us from collaborating with each other. And look how it's worked. Look how these invisible lines we have on this planet till this very day are still here. If I go to Mexico, I'm an alien. If they come to America, they're an alien.
Yeah, we're still blowing each other up because of fucking religious ideologies.
It's crazy. So I walk across this invisible line, I'm going to be killed. I'm going to be shot.
Nazis, that was too good. You
look what's going on in Israel and Palestine. So it's the same. They did it.
Who was that? Was that Bunny or was that Dane? Did Dane do that?
What they did, it's still working till this very day. That's how powerful it was. And we have fallen victim and prey to genetic modification and dogma that has really held mankind back from achieving its maximum potential in a much shorter period of time. We're still going in that direction, but we could have been so much further along if it wasn't for the dogma and the genetic modifications.
Who was the guy who actually first deciphered these tablets? And do you know like the process he used to figure out what these different markings meant?
Oh, there was a few. George Smith.
George Smith was one of them.
Right,
Yeah, he was from like what, the 1700s?
1800s.
1800s.
A seriologist.
Yes.
And working at Cambridge, even as a young lad, like in his teenage years. This guy grew up around professors deciphering texts and tablets.
Of course, it was Dane. I knew Nazis.
From all around the world. And he gave one of the most profound translations of the Enigma way.
The gods taught us to be gardeners, and men taught us to be slavers. Oh my God, I just realized I've had the chat off this whole time like a dumbass. Sorry, I'm not a dumbass. I just forgot. Sorry, I didn't mean to say that.
Way back before XXXTentacion was even born. You had E.A. Spicer was an American, linguist who had translated the Sumerian tablets way before XXXTentacion was born. And there's so many more people. So these tablets have been deciphered. The key codes or how to unlock the cuneiform have been discovered because there was trade routes between different countries in that region, and they were communicating with each other. So they were able to decipher the language. And so the language is not a dead language, not a hard to decipher language.
Oh, really?
No, I have books on how to read cuneiform off of Amazon. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, wow.
And now, if you go to the UCLA CDLI online digital cuneiform.
Oh, so first Sora King said the gods gave us cows. The cows are milk, meat, and shelter, medicine, all in one. And then said, plus they're nice to hug. Dude, cows are awesome. And then Akeem said the tablets say Adamu was wiser than them, the Anunnaki. This led to Atlantis. They wiped it all out in a flood. These Anunnazis have to go.
Library, there's a lot of mouthful right there. You can go there online for free and take virtual stones, Sumerian stones, off the virtual shelf and drop them right into a translator and read them for yourself.
Whoa, that's fucking cool.
You don't even
man.
need me anymore, all right? So you can come up with your own idea or understanding of what's being said there.
What's up, guys? I'm super psyched to introduce to you another.
Sora King, are you calling wheat mutant grass? And corn mutant grass? Fuck grass and fuck corn, dude. Sora King hates corn and grass more than I hate Peter Thiel, I think.
The product that I've been using for years now that was also recommended to me by the world-renowned nutritional scientist Dr. Dominic D'Agostino, and it is called Keto Brains. Keto Brains Nootropic Creamer is a way to perfectly out. It tickles all the right neurotransmitters to give you the for it to work. It kicks in like all the ingredients contained in L-theanine, mitochondria long. Hit the link. There was, I think, pictures or footage of them like taking these different scrolls and trying to match up where they went, like in a puzzle piece based on the DNA of the cowhide.
Yeah, that's what they were doing.
Oh my God, yeah. Grass is probably from these frickin' aliens. We hate grass, dude. Dude, Sora, I hate this fucking grass as much as you do, brother. We are done with all the... I hate grass already, dude. And now to find out it's probably from some shithole alien planet? Yuck. Dude, this is our mission. We have to exterminate all grass. Dude, all that shit does, it ruins everything. Oh, I hate grass.
And that's how a lot of the biblical text was discovered. So the biblical text is 90% copied from ancient tablets, papyruses, and cylinder scrolls from all around the world, not just even in that region. And so the Bible was written between 100 AD to 900 AD. long after the people being talked about were long gone and dead. Okay.
Yes. Yes.
It's pretty interesting. But what they did was they were copying from the cuneiform into their writing, and then on different types of parchment papers and so forth, and then putting them in jars. And so over the course of hundreds of years, these jars would be discovered, and they'd open up these jars, and then they'd be, oh man, we found another piece. And that's how these books of the Bible were discovered. And over time, they were curated into finally a canonized book, and they decided, we'll leave these out, we'll put these in, we'll leave.
So wait, is the Bible, these things are literally just like, they're literally like, what are the stupid little, the little cheep cheep, the like little guys with the grass head in in Zelda, in Breath of the Wild? Oh, I forget what they're called. The cuckoos or something or whatever. Dude, that's funny.
These out, we'll put these in.
Right, let's make it work for us.
The Council of Nicaea, they remixed the text.
They remixed. It's a remix of a remix of a remix.
Yes.
And they just like left them around. It's literally like Zelda. They were just like, it's just like side quests to find these stupid texts from them. Dude, they made this place the maze for us.
Exactly. That's all it is. How do we dominate? Well, we'll put slavery's okay in here, and then we can be slave masters. You can enslave any race of people we want because it says it's okay in here. The Bible says it in the Old Testament and the New Testament. Slavery is okay. Jesus.
Dude, that's all they care about. You're so right. This is, oh my God, I didn't realize that. Dude, this stupid Bible loves slavery. Ew. I didn't realize that, really, I don't think. Ew. I thought the whole thing is that, like, slavery's bad. That's, like, oh, the Egyptians are the slavers. Dude, fuck these Bibles.
His words in the New Testament says,
these Anunnaki tomes. Yuck.
Slaves, obey your slave master as you would obey me. Love your slave master as you would love me. What? They do think Jesus really said something like that. This guy's supposed to be this love and light, and all of a sudden that's in there. Come on. We're talking about text that has been remixed by flesh and blood human beings to do what? To dominate, control, subjectify people, to enslave people.
Yes.
And so that's why I'm not into religion. I'm into spirituality. I believe there's a God, but I do not believe in any religion whatsoever because I believe.
Yeah, we're piss slaves, dude. Oh my God. Have you started collecting your piss for your Philosopher's Stone yet? You better.
Religion is dogma, and that religion is all about divide and conquer, and it robs you from being who you truly are, understanding the power is already inside of you. Instead of that, you rely on outside sources, and you keep begging.
I do agree with this. Like, this is how I feel about religion. Like, mass religion. Like, religion feels like a thing that should be practiced in, you know, it's like a ritual of sorts, right? Like, going and giving 10% of your income shouldn't have anything to do with your, like, spirituality. I'm sorry. You know what I mean? Like, I really like like, Muslim religion feels like a really beautiful religion and doesn't seem like Christianity, most of it feels like just a control thing. And I don't know, it feels different. Like, the Islam feels different than that. The
and
little
hoping
I
and
know
wishing you
about
relinquish.
But I do want to start looking into it way more.
Your power to outside versus going.
But I like the spirituality is a cool thing to think. I mean, we're all, you know, it's like we're all freaking stardust anyway. So it's like we came from something. It's super weird that we're here, you know. So I'm open to pretty much anything as long as they tell me the truth. That's all I want. I don't want liars lying to me. I'm done with liars. I hate them. Drake.
Inside and realizing the true power that's already inside of you.
Yeah, I mean, is it possible that some of these stories in the Bible are, like, at some level were events or people that actually really happened, and what you read in today's Bible is just a 10,000-year-old game of telephone being played?
Here's one of these quotes. Ephesians, slaves, obey your earthly masters with respect and fear, and with sincerity of heart, just as you would obey Christ. Obey them not only to win their favor when their eye is on you, but as slaves of Christ, doing the will of God from your heart. Dude, no. These Anunnakis have to go. Dude, I don't like this. Big old Ponzi piss scheme. You got to remember, these ideologies got co-opted by liars and bullies over many, many years. Originally, it might have been a tool to fight oppression, but used for the profit of old loser it disappeared. Frick. Ad break. Dude, this is really cool stuff, though. Fuck, I forgot the Egyptian tablet. Let's make them violent and horny. They'll figure it out. That's totally it, dude. Slavery was invented by man hundreds of years after we started domesticating our cattle. He's Mercury, the new friend god of Horus.
First of all, Jesus, that name doesn't even exist, okay? The J didn't get discovered or created until the 1600s. That's number one. So the 1600s was not that long ago. So where this Jesus, what they're saying is Isus. And what does that mean? It means hail Zeus. And who is Zeus? Enlil. So when people say they're calling on the name of Jesus, they're saying hail Zeus. They're not even calling on God or somebody who they think might be the son of God. They're calling on Zeus.
Yeah, Carpe Demi said, Thoth is just teacher man, and Carpe Demi said, I think he wants us to teach ourselves. Yeah, right? I think that is what he wants. Because he also says, like, don't be, in his writings, in one of the tablets, I feel like he says, like, don't just do things because everyone else is doing it, essentially. Like, you know, against, like, the mass, like, mob mania, like, just doing whatever people are doing. I do think that he wants us to teach ourselves. I do think that each of us kind of has like a... It feels like he's talking about kind of like an individual game for all of us separately. It's right. It's like if we don't figure it out in this life, then we have to do it again. So maybe apparently all the way through time until now, this is like the first body that I've finally figured out what the frick is going on and realized that it's all just, we're all being manipulated and like lied to and shit. And that we all need to work together. Dude, if I didn't figure it out in full other lifetimes, I would be very disappointed in myself. But also, I guess I really wouldn't have if, A, we didn't have the internet. I've learned all this just from being at home, you know? Like, it is crazy that how much we've, like, you know, we can figure out from a computer.
Which is Enlil from the Sumerian tablets. So just so much, you have to understand how wordplay works and what they do because they understand cymatic frequency and vibration. When you speak, you're creating cymatics. You may think one way, but your cymatics are what control the atmosphere and control the elements. You're speaking, your power to actually speak is what controls and shapes the world around us. And so...
Ooh, I like that. Dude, Majora said the funniest part of that there is 100% falsified info within here because a teacher who is teaching you to... Oh, no. Teacher who is teaching you to challenge authority is going to make it so you learn you must also question your teacher. Amen. Yeah, you do.
So when you begin to speak these things unknowingly, you've been deceived. And so, you know, even saying amen, you're saying amen because Amun-Ra ordered everyone give thanks to him for everything that exists at the end of every prayer. Well, you're saying thanks to one of the most brutal ruling killers that ever ruled on this planet, who actually started a war just to take over king.
Dude, is our purpose to reject their BS control religions? I like that.
Kingship early so that he can rule, and you're giving thanks to Amun-Ra. Saying amen is like saying thank you, Amun-Ra. You're not saying thank you to God. It's better to say I say or something like that.
Right.
So people that they don't know because they don't research and dig deeper into the translations of these texts, and even if you look at the Sinai Bible, there's 14,000 differences between the Sinai Bible, which predates the King James Version, and in the Sinai Bible, there was no crucifixion.
Bayo sent this. Histo Map of Religion by John B. Sparks. Whoa.
Hi, this
Just
is
going to
Matt
look at this for a
Baker.
sec.
Today we're going to look at a chart called the Histomap of Religion, which was created back in 1943 by a man named John B. Sparks, who was a chemical engineer who made charts as a hobby. This one was actually part of a series of 3 charts that he made, all of which were called histomaps, and all of which were published by Rand McNally. From a design point of view, I think they're pretty great because of how the changing column widths give the viewer a sense of how things change over time. Now, if you're familiar with any of these charts, it's probably this one, which was simply called the Histomap and was subtitled 4,000 Years of World History, Relative Power of Contemporary States, Nations, and Empires. This was the first one that Sparks created and was the one that sold the best, originally for just $1. But he also later designed two lesser-known histomaps, the Histomap of Evolution and the Histomap of Religion. I'm going to focus on the religion one, since, as I mentioned last time, I'm hoping to publish my own chart of world religions sometime this year. But first, I want to show you how you can chart out your own history, thanks to today's sponsor, MyHeritage. I've talked about MyHeritage many times on this, and the system automatically more and more of MyHeritage.
This is a new ancestry?
180,000 years ago, and thus a good portion of the chart, I'd say about 1/3, is focused on prehistory, which is everything that happened before written records. For most of the prehistory section, there are 6 columns, each representing a type of early religion. But it's important to note that these types do not correspond to specific regions of the world. In most cases, each type developed in more than one place, and in each place, more than one type developed. Now, while this chart is 80 years old, and based on theories about the origins of religion, which have now been either rejected or at least seriously revised, the general ideas expressed by these 6 types are still somewhat valid, so let's take a look at them one by one. The first column is magic and fetishism. You've probably heard the word fetish before, but in a very different context. Here, it simply means an object that has special powers. So the idea is that early humans started to use objects to perform magic, to ward off evil, or to put curses on their enemies. Now, I'm pretty sure that Sparks would have been familiar with this set of books, called The Golden Bow, which were very popular in the early 20th century, and still remain influential today.
Dude, we have so much magic and stuff in our histories that we've got to frickin' listen to and read now. Jesus Christ. I just thought that they were all just like fanciful nonsense, and now we gotta take shit seriously. That adds a lot of reading. Ugh, dang it. I need less things to read, not more. I'm running into issues of being able to read as much as I need to.
Me proving that the crucifixion was added. We know that hell was added in about the 16 or 1700s, and we know that in 1835 or so, I believe Darby added the Rapture script. So we're talking about a really super remixed and modified, changed, book that people are basing their eternity on. They're saying, look, I'm going to go into eternity because what's in this book, but they know nothing really about it.
It makes me wonder, like...
I see. So they're saying that all these religions have been manipulated by people to make us into slaves, but the original books, were they the word of Thoth, right? Okay, yeah, that makes sense. And they manipulated the word of Thoth to create their shitty thing, and our job is to get back to the original word of Thoth. Is that it? I can do that. I like that. Yeah. I already have the first part down. I've always not liked organized religion since I was a kid, man. Hated it.
What
Felt
kind of
so
stuff they have
weird
buried in those Vatican archives?
Oh, man,
and
they
what
got
kind of
so
stuff
much.
is hidden from us?
Whew, listen, in those 5 miles of underground Vatican archives.
Right. That's a lot.
Dude, correct. Aliens are just more people, not gods. We are assholes because the Anunnaki are assholes. Yep. Dude, and that's the thing. Our evolved thing is collaborating with each other and loving each other. The Anunnaki can't love, dude. Imagine that. Oh, that's pitiful. These sad, pathetic, pitiful little creatures. They don't even know the power of love. Imagine that, guys. That sucks, right? Anunnakis. Y'all don't even know how to love each other? Pitiful. Dude, again, now I just feel bad for them. They created an entire... Dude, oh my god. They literally could have created anything. They can create anything, and they chose to create a bunch of people to be slaves. We do deserve to surpass our stupid slave masters.
There's been a few people that have come out talking who have had access to these Vatican archives. They can't say specifically everything they saw, but one guy did come on a documentary on History Channel years ago and talked about the fact that they had bones of beings that weren't human. From their perspective, they weren't human bodies. They had books and texts down there that no...
Dude, the stuff that the Vatican has, I guarantee, is mind-blowing. Like, they have the coolest stuff there, I'm sure. I'm going to be so pissed to find out all of the shit that they've been hiding from us when we finally dismantle the Catholic Church.
Nobody's ever been able to read or access that talk about technology, flying devices, and all these other incredible things that were hidden during the Inquisitions. Because during the Inquisitions, they were suppressing technology heavy because they wanted to keep their boot on the necks of the people. The Inquisitions were so brutal, they killed over 80 million people over the course of 700 years, ordered underneath the popes. That really held us back because we should have been on the moon in the 1800s if it wasn't for the Inquisitions. That alone.
Yeah. Dude, and they're still controlling everything. Who do you think's controlling the Mormons? Who do you think is controlling? Dude, that's what it is. There's demons running the churches. Demons infiltrated the churches and warped them into some weirdo Luciferian worshiping cult. And our mission is to get back to the original word of Thoth. Easy peasy. We got this, guys. It's done. Easy. I pass. I'm ready. Rapture me. Please take me. Like, we all pass for sure. We all get it. Okay, this is awesome. Dude, they are trying to make the end of times happen, and they don't realize that they are going to get punished. Thoth is going to be pissed that they're all acting like a bunch of slaver gods. Dude, when Jesus comes back, it's going to be the best day of our lives. All right, I'm fully a Jesus freak now. Let's go, boys. I'm a Thoth freak. Rapture me, please. Take Jeff Bezos and launch him into the sun.
Held us back
this will
from
be so
technological
good.
advancement.
Do you think some of these early humans, like you mentioned, that they were more enlightened or they were more spiritually connected? Do you think that it's possible that whether it was an advanced civilization that was like an early version of us or that was more alien-like than it was us, whatever it was, do you think it's possible that they had more senses than we had, or had like an ability to tap into other dimensions, or had more of a
Oh yeah. So were the first ones, the Adam and Eves, were they compassionate like the KnitWitches? And then these gods or whatever, these demons, like they made everyone into capitalist monsters to warp our brains from the like compassionate Adamu style? Or are we learning compassion? What? Is compassion the secret ingredient that we got put in the mix?
Perception of what is beyond what we can perceive as reality.
I believe that 100%, and I'll tell you why. I went and did a walkabout in the Australian outback with Aboriginal elders, and their verbal handed down story for thousands of years is that they were seated on this planet. I then go and I visit with the Hopi and Lakota tribe of the Americas. Their verbal handed down history is that they were seated on this planet by the Star Brothers. I'm like, wait a minute, two different parts of the world, total opposite sides of the planet, and I'm getting the same exact story. In the outback, there's glyphs that are Pleiadian. Nobody has been able to decipher these hieroglyphs to this very day. Nobody, any university, anywhere can decipher these hieroglyphs. The Aboriginals say they're Pleiadian. So what's interesting is the Aboriginals, and the same thing with the indigenous, Americans, they have these abilities still within their tribes even today. And I can only imagine how strong they were back then, where they can navigate through the magnetic field. They can feel and sense nature. They can communicate psychopathically with each other. They can, in some cases, they talk about even being able to move things with their mind. So imagine the true power that we really had back, thousands and thousands of years ago. No technology.
Dude, imagine if when I was a kid and I was like literally, dude, I spent hours of my life, I'm pretty sure, just trying to get things to move with my brain. Imagine if I freaking did it. Dude, I'm gonna be... What's the next step after this? Do we get the gateway tapes? Do we definitely read our homework of the remote viewing thing, and we'll have to plan in the disco. We'll plan like we'll try and astral project into each other. Where will we go? Oh, we should astral project in remote view into the Vatican archives. Dude, if all of us, I'll tell Synthara to frickin' do it too. Dude, she'll do anything. She'll try anything once. Synthara is always game. Dude. We could do that. Oh my god. Okay, that's a mission too. We have lots of missions, but that feels like one that we should actually work on. Dude, I'm saying, right? The CIA, they take it very seriously. We should take it as freaking seriously as the CIA and remote view into the Vatican archives. It's a thought. Dude, I bet we could get Ethan down for that. Let's try and get Ethan to get into remote viewing into the Vatican archives. Dude, I'm manifesting this so hard right now, okay? Manifest it with me, guys. I can see myself. I can see myself in the, like, catacombs, right? And, dude, I'm betting it's a hexagon. It's like this. Okay, that's like an overview of it. It's probably a hexagon. It's got, like, not shelves of books, but it's like more like an Apple store, you know? It's got, like, counters where you can put the books and the stolen things, and then under it's kind of like a table, and there's storage and there's books and there's you know, but it's not like full to the gills like libraries, you know? That's just what I'm seeing. I don't know. What are you guys seeing? Guys, what if we freaking did it? Okay.
Being able to be one with nature and tapping into all the other DNA that's called junk now that really isn't junk. A new study just came out discovering, they said, wait a minute. Now, I've been talking about this for about 10 years. All my workshops and classes I've been teaching, I keep telling people we don't have any junk DNA. 2 years ago, they come out with this study that's...
Yeah, literally manifested having a group to astral project with. Nice. That's awesome.
Says, wait a minute. This DNA is not junk. It really has a lot of functions in it. Now they're tapping in, trying to figure out what all these functions are. But see, we're so technocratic now, in the technocratic age, we've been disconnected from that. But
Who did that study?
I forget the name, but we could probably look it up.
Okay.
Dude, I feel like I kind of manifested doing what I'm doing now with, like, Dante and Nicole. I was like, I feel like I can teach people and investigate stuff with people, and that could make a difference. Hopefully. I feel like, I mean, it's a little part, but I feel like we're having a positive effect. Hopefully, that's the goal, at least, you know. But, dude, rich people, like, do manifest, and they have nothing in their way, and they don't, and the fact that they, like, make us think that it doesn't work makes me think that it does work, you know? And I've manifested making some of the coolest people that I've ever met be my friends. Truly, I think that's what I manifest most. I manifested Dante and Nicole being my friend. Dude, I literally saw one of their videos and I was like, I think that they could be my friends. And then I forced them to be my friend. And it worked. I manifested being friends with with my buddy who played saxophone in high school. I thought he was the coolest dude. He was like the lead singer of this punk ska band. Oh man, they were so cool. I manifested him being my friend. What else did I manifest? I don't know. Manifest good things though. Don't manifest bad things. I feel like I'm finding out that everyone who knows about this kind of stuff just does evil things. So we really have to counteract the evil, the bad manifestations. I don't know what their problem is.
Probably Google it and find that study.
Try to find the junk DNA study, Steve.
Junk DNA study, yeah. The junk DNA is not junk anymore. And it's pretty incredible because that means that we have a lot of information stored in our body. Mm-hmm. And they also find that, see, there you go right there.
Scientists have discovered that junk DNA performs a vital function in ensuring that chromosomes bundle correctly inside the cell's nucleus. This function is necessarily for cell survival and appears to be conserved across many species.
What?
So they're finding more and more. And the deeper they dig, the more they're going to find about this junk DNA.
What does that say, Steve? Researchers have also found in some sequences that wow, easy for you to say. In some sequences in junk DNA act as genetic switches.
Yes.
What does that mean?
Which determine where and when genes get expressed. So it sounds like triggers, basically.
Triggers.
So it triggers that these genes will then get developed or be used.
Right. So if you want to turn on somebody to be like I said, schizophrenic. There's a gene for schizophrenia. It can be turned off or on.
Right.
The worship gene, which they don't want to put on the Google, they can turn that off and on. It can be maybe that's why I'm not religious. My switch, I turn mine is off. And all these various things in the body, switching on and off different genes. If you got a gene for
find the worship gene. Let's just ask Google.
If you have a gene for multiple sclerosis,
right?
What if you turn that off?
Yes. Some of them are dormant.
Right. So if they can master, this is another key to quote unquote a version of immortality. Being able to master switching genes off and switching genes on. Now all of a sudden, we're not coming down with these crazy illnesses and diseases because those genes will never be activated. Because once we learn how to master accessing our junk, quote unquote junk DNA, we will be able to control the gene expressions. And once we can control them, then sky's the limit. Forget the universe is the limit.
Wow.
According to the God gene hypothesis, spirituality has a genetic component. The VMAT2 gene is one component of this, contributing to sensations associated with mystical experiences.
There you go.
There you go.
Have you heard of Rosicrucianism?
Yes. Yeah.
That is fascinating.
Yeah, I know.
So
crazy
there's people apparently that are able to. Some people do it through Kundalini yoga. Some people just do it through meditation. Some people do it through whatever. They have rituals that they can practice to where they try to tap in to a whole nother realm. And some people attribute it to creativity. Some people claim that they think of problems before they go to sleep and then they'll go to sleep.
Rosicrucians, these are the freaking wackadoodles that, well, aren't there a couple of them that have done these fucking false flag events? Isn't that where I know that name? Dude, what are these guys up to? Today is German philosopher Karl Marx's birthday. Born May 5th, 1818, Trier, Rhine, Provence, Prussia, Germany. Hell yeah. That Fed. Oh, man.
They'll wake up and meditate. And
that Rothschild puppet.
Have the answer that'll come through the muse or something like that. And they're able to tap into this other layer of consciousness. And it's all very parallel to this idea or this religion called Rosicrucianism, which I just learned about recently, which is fascinating.
It is. Rosicrucianism has basically taken their concepts and ideas from ancient religions and ancient texts and ancient mystery teachings. In the ancient mystery schools, they literally taught this, understanding that there is a quote-unquote book of life, if you want to call it that. Now, what is this book of life that Thoth talks about in the Emerald Tablets? That's the oldest time is referenced 38,000 years ago in the Emerald Tablets. The book of life is this field, this energetic field that stores all information. So right now, both of us are sitting here, we're thinking, right? Our brains never turn off, they're thinking. If we can connect an EEG to our heads, we connect to a computer, we'd see our thoughts on the screen. Why? Because our thoughts are leaving our skull in the form of light waves that we can't see because we can only see 1% of the light spectrum, but nonetheless, they are light waves. So we are emitting light waves, but what's on the wave of light?
So maybe one of the dimensions too is being able to see that like aura or something, like a new sense. Dude, sometimes I feel like I can see like, it's like an overlay almost on people, like whether or not they're vibrating good or bad energy. I see like red a little bit like in my head, but I don't see it in my eyes, but like kind of I feel like I see it in my head and I kind of visualize that when I'm meeting people, and as I'm meeting them, I kind of see how that color shifts. It's kind of weird.
Every thought that leaves, it's actually piggybacked with data. The data of your conscious thought is being piggybacked on top of the light wave as it leaves your skull. Just like on a cell phone, a microwave is the light wave. And it's coming to my phone right now. My phone is sending out on the microwave data. It's piggybacking up to the tower. Same exact concept the way our brains work. So we're sending and receiving information all the time by piggybacking our light waves. Now, when they go out into space-time.
Like, you guys talk, you talk to yourself in your head sometimes, right? Or think about things, or I don't know, what do I know? I feel like I talk through stuff sometimes in my head, or I definitely like picture things in my head a lot. Do you guys do that? You can, right? I feel like I keep hearing that other people can't, and that freaks me out. I want to make sure y'all can feel the feelings too, right? Feds are like, wait, what are they talking about? Wait, what? Wait, what's compassion? Wait, they don't like liars? Ugh. Dude, all these frickin' feds are like coming out. Have you guys heard of Unit 8200? I think that's who these mother effers. I think these guys are I think they might be part of what came after us. 'Cause, do you see that symbol? That looks like the frickin' hexagon cube in the middle. Oh my god, I see the symbols everywhere now. I'm crazy now. But dude, these guys are literally liars. I bet a couple are in here right now, these frickin' OOB feds. I think this is what OOB is, Unit 8200. I'm saying it, I don't give a fuck. It's like they make fake accounts. It's like the Black Cube stuff. They humint people to get information from people. Oh, I know. I was listening to TrueAnon today, and me and Dante and Nicole talk about Unit 8200 sometimes. Oh, man. I can't wait to tell you guys everything. Oh, man. Maybe I can. I'll text Dante and Nicole. No, but this is... Their whole shtick is like making fake accounts and getting information from people. It's the Americans. It's the digital Americans. And they send like... You know, they make a team of fake-ass people to befriend people and fuck with them. And they'll like send attractive ladies to send pictures and stuff to politicians. That's what they were talking about in the TrueAnon episode. And yeah, they would like try and get people to do like sexy texting, you know, and get information from them by getting blackmail for them, or be like, I'm going to tell your wife or whatever, you know. I'm sure they sent a bunch of those, but I'd have to like look through all of my messages for that, for me to see them. And I would never look at anything like that from some random on the internet. You know, they would only, and I think that they're all like popping out of the woodwork and talking about it because because this doesn't work anymore. Everyone is catching on to them. They get it. Like, you could only do this to people who didn't know how to use the internet and stuff. Like, all of us are too smart now. All of us who, like, demand receipts for things and evidence and, like, can tell when shit is scams. They can't pass it because they can't pass that. So they're all freaking getting caught. And I think that their little human intelligence game needs to stop. So, if any of you feds in here are you Unit 8200, raise your hand right now. Dane's like, no, I'm just kidding. Dane would never. Dane, if you are fed, if that betrayal, if you betray me like that, dude, I would quit. I would quit everything. Dane better not be a fed. Dude, fuck these. I gotta save this image for my series. This is too perfect. Dude. Yeah, their whole shtick is just lying to people. So you're bad people. How do you lie about your entire life, bro? You are not a person. You are just a liar. And people can read that. Me and a bunch of people can read that. So you're toast. Everyone knows that you're frickin' snakes in the grass. We can smell you. You can see the frickin' weird green energy flowing off of you. That bad energy. But don't worry, Thoth is going to come back soon, guys. Don't you frickin' worry. Thoth will give you your punishment. He said so. He says he's going to punish you. So I hope you believe in this stuff because y'all are going to get it for being liars and deceivers. That's not cool, dude.
They never go. They're here. They're on the energetic grid. They're permanently here. There's no way to get rid of them. Now, what if your mind quantum entangles with information?
Dude, this is so Westworld.
In the field from somebody else's thoughts. If you have the capability to quantum entangle with it because you get on the same frequency and you can actually discern the information coming in, you can get knowledge. What we discovered in science and neuroscience is that the brain doesn't create consciousness. It downloads consciousness.
Right. And that's what a lot of these Rosicrucians talk about, getting these ideas from our downloads.
Yes.
They talk about getting downloads.
Correct. Downloading is real.
God, I hope I'm not a fed. It doesn't look like it ends well for any of them, but they all get the competence or components in the end. Karma is real, and man, can she be a real bitch. Yeah, dude, that's truly what that's what I'm banking on with all of these people. That's why what I try and remember when I'm like, you know, feeling scared, or like when people are trying to like scare you with their doxing or whatever, you know, like that's all I think about, you know, because they want you to like panic and freak out and like, and give all of your time to just fear and worry and being scared and stop talking, and then you'll shut up. But you'll never do that, you know. And that's all I think about is that in my life I have seen examples of, and I feel like karma is real and it's a total bitch. So I agree with you, Axel. That's how I stay calm. I just say, I know that theirs is coming. And the reason that they're doing stuff like this, that's so horrible, like lying about who you are and manipulating people intentionally for the State Department, yucky. The people that would do that are eating themselves up all day in and day out. They hate themselves. So I'll tell you this, you could not hate yourself if you just walked away. Stop being a Fed. You can do that. That is totally an option. Stop being a Fed. Say, I don't like being a liar. I don't like being a snake. It should be very understandable. I get it. I understand. So, I don't know. If Thoth is correct, you are going to be punished. And I can't wait for that day. Honestly. So, not because I revel in it. I don't want you to get hurt. But you are an asshole. And you deserve bad things because you've put so many people through really bad stuff. But anyway, Thoth is coming for you.
Took that course at MIT in applied neuroscience. Dr. Tara Swart was the professor. That's exactly what we were taught in the class.
Really?
Also, fuck you, Feds. Free my people. Viva Bodiqua. What is Bodiqua?
And I have her own podcast that I did with her talking about this. We did a whole workshop together, a private class together called Spirituality Backed by Neuroscience.
Latina girl.
And this is taught at MIT.
At MIT.
Spirituality taught by neuroscience?
Spirituality backed by neuroscience.
Backed by neuroscience.
Exactly. Because the science is the background explaining what's happening on the spiritual side. What they've discovered is that the two go together. They're not to be separated. That we understanding now that in the quantum field, and the mathematics.
Damn, Christelle gifted a sub. Thanks, Christelle. That's awesome. You guys are great.
Is literally explaining spirituality. And spirituality is a result of what's happening in the quantum field. When you separate it, you're lost. When you put them together, you get the answers.
That's fascinating. So I remember there was a study on, they had like some monkeys that were on an island somewhere near Australia, and they figured something out. Like they figured out a way to use a certain tool.
Yeah.
Wander sent something.
Maybe it was a new food they
were
discovered.
going to wash their food a certain way.
Yeah, okay, you know about it.
Yeah.
And then simultaneously across the world, another group of monkeys figured out the same thing at the same time.
Yes. This is because that information went into the field, and those monkeys are on that particular frequency because their thought patterns are the same. Just like when there's an invention in one part of the world, somebody else has the same invention in another part of the world almost at the same time. Because the information...
Dude, Ikeem said we got to work on our telepathy, then they literally can't lie to us. Dude, I'm saying I feel like I've gained part of that. I feel like I'm getting really good at it, and I can see through these rat snakes. I can see how sad they are and insecure, and I can see their weird little tells. I think we're all learning it. We're all seeing it, right? Dude, yeah. And it's a skill. They literally, I think they can't figure out how we know. It's like, dude, we spend so much time being scared of people, we can read micro expressions of when you're doing something that's going to wind up with me being miserable. You know? At least that's what I think. I don't know. I don't know how we're getting it, but I think that there's definitely people who can read people way better than others. That's for sure. That's definitely true.
Out there, and somebody else grabs it and brings it in. We're always sending and receiving information. They found out in a laboratory, Professor George Church, he did an experiment with DNA. He said, okay, let's see if DNA can store information, right? So he was able to take one of his ebooks, and he actually was able to convert the digital zeros and ones into A's, C's, T's, and G's and download it onto DNA in a volume. He said, man, it worked. I got my book onto the DNA. Let's see if I can replicate it. He replicated his book 80 billion times on 1 gram of DNA. One drop.
80 billion times.
80 billion times.
Whoa.
And then what did he do? He said, okay, let's see if we can get it back. So then he converted the A's, T's, and G's back into zeros and ones and uploaded it back to the server. So he knew now that DNA can send and receive information in a volume. And so they said, wait a minute, this is incredible. So now they found out that one human body can store over 13.5 billion years of data just in your DNA. The secret to unmasking this entire universe is in each one of our bodies right now. We just have to tap into it. All the data's in there. And so because they've done this, Microsoft has made...
Dude, that's the coolest thing about this, is it all seems like it's like kind of like a personal quest for each of us. And it does feel like a quest, which is great.
the first DNA hard drive. So that you have a hard drive to use, components. You have the biological component and the hardware component combined together. So things like teleportation is going to be possible now. Okay, because what's stopping us from doing teleportation of animate objects like a human being or animal or this cup? We can only teleport molecules at this point. We teleported molecules from Earth to space and back, by the way.
When did we do that?
That was a couple years ago.
Really?
Oh, yeah, we can teleport out to the ISS and back now. But it's only,
Dude, thank you, Wander. Dude, fuck these disgusting federal agents. These Unit 8200 traitors. In the realm of cyber warfare, dude, I hate these people. 8200 is not only responsible for intelligence gathering, but also for going on the offensive. Another IDF unit, which belongs to the Army's teleprocessing branch, is charged with shoring up digital defenses. In recent years, the cyber front has expanded to the point where IDF Chief of Staff Lieutenant General Benny Gantz has been urging to pump more resources into this field as part of the military's new multi-year budgeting plan. And guess what they thought up? Project Operation Olive Branch, as one of their fun little games that they thought up, in my opinion. Dude, fuck these people. Not even the sky's the limit. Unit 8200, which was always the largest outfit in the IDF. What? It's the of course it is. Dude, it's huge. Look at how big it is. Look at all these fucking IDF skunks. These disgusting feds, dude. Wow. Oh my God. Tens of thousands of men and women serve under the command of Brigadier General N, who is the beneficiary of a special privilege extended to him by the Army, the right to select whomever he wants of all the drafted enlistees into the IDF. The only other military unit that is permitted to choose its personnel beforehand is the IAF Pilots Training Course, though this too will likely change in the near future. This is due not just to the dramatic rise in the importance of the technological sphere, but also to the increased use of unmanned aerial vehicles and the lessened need for human pilots. Soldiers in 8200 joke that they will soon be tasked with operating IAF fighter jets by remote control. No, you will. Dude. Israel has been a pioneer in the development of cyberspace technology. Oh my God. Yeah, I gotta read through this, dude. Oh my God. How many pages is this shit? Dude. Look, that's what they're spending all of our money that we keep sending them. They use it to use against us. Isn't that funny? You give what? Like half of your paycheck to them every week? And they use it to manipulate you and make you think you're crazy and literally try and put you in jail and me in jail. And they do it with lies because they're a bunch of liars. You know that? I fucking hate them, dude. They're such scum. The only way they can win is by being snakes and liars. Like, y'all truly don't feel disgusting every night? You should. You literally should. Filth.
Teleporting molecules.
Yeah. But now,
Steve,
with this kind of database, with storage capability, we'll be able to remember every location of every atom in your body, all the spin rates and everything else, all the frequencies, and we can teleport you somewhere with that kind of storage space on one. A hard drive the size of this cell phone can do it. with that kind of technology. Think about that. So by getting into this type of a bio component, technological component hard drive, using DNA as the storage medium, sky's the limit on what we can achieve.
As of November 26, 2021, teleportation is not known to be possible. However, scientists have used quantum mechanics to teleport small particles across great distances. What?
That's an old one, too. That's an old one.
In 2017, Chinese scientists successfully teleported a photon from the Gobi Desert to the Messias satellite, which is 310 miles above the surface. The scientists have used a process called quantum entanglement, which is a complicated physics process that allows for the instantaneous teleportation of small particles. Quantum teleportation is a scheme for information transfer, not the transfer of matter. It uses, okay, I see. Now it uses entangled photons to teleport quantum information from one ensemble of atoms to another.
Isn't teleportation illegal in China?
That's still pretty wild.
Oh, that's wild, but you'll find the molecule one. It's more new. It's a much newer article, but yeah, they can do a molecule now, which is pretty cool.
You
they can do
goofies.
molecules. These are old articles, 2017, 2021. They're really getting advanced with this, and teleportation is going to be a real thing. Now, when you get teleported, you got to remember, you die. Anything that teleported doesn't exist. A teleportation is a copy.
Oh, really?
Yeah. That's why in like the Star Trek Enterprise series, they were like afraid to get into teleporter because they knew that means that version of them ceases to exist. So you're destroyed in one place and you're reassembled in another place, but the reassembly process is a copy.
But when you come out the other side, your copy, do you have the memory of before?
Oh yeah, because
I like that cam girl ran. Nah, I'm sure the U.S. has dirt on Netanyahu. The U.S. just wanted Pally wiped off the map without the negative backlash of the Iraqi war WMD fiasco. Absolutely. That's, dude, and that's what, like, that's literally what, like, Albert Pike put in his letter to beyond just America, but that's what, like, the Christian national Zionists, that is why they're using Jewish people, right? They're using Jewish people as a scapegoat to, like, they know that no one is going to be happy about, like, stealing this land, like, but what is their mission for the end of this? That at the end, it's just Christian religion standing. Like, that's how you know it's the Vatican leading the charge on this. Dude, these churches have to get dismantled. Have to. They have to. They're not churches. Look at what they're doing. Oh my God, dude. Yeah, no, totally. You're spot on. I think so too.
Because the database will store everything in the way.
And think about it. That's like how they do everything. It's a false flag. It's a false flag. Always, 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 always. It's always a false flag. Like, the false flag is the flag now, dude. You idiots. You can't be one step removed from every single horrific thing in human history. It's not even that hard. It's not even that complicated. Like, I'm honestly really pissed that, like, the previous generations didn't put this together. Like, I know we have the internet, but, like, come on, dude.
Film like that the technology, I mean, it's a short film, but the technology was that you can transport anywhere to any star, and they would do that to go on vacation.
States of
and
Israel.
at the end of the short film, it showed that after the guy had left, he was still there on the platform, and he was like, what's going on? And then they drop him into a vat and, like, chew him up and make another clone out of him.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you're a facsimile when you teleport. But then, also through the same technology, we're going to be able to really develop food replicators. They've already got some very simple ones that are using 3D building to model, like they're taking actual atoms and using 3D modeling, 3D printing to model food. But we're talking about within the next 10 years, we'll be able to create food processors that can replicate meals.
Yeah, I heard that about steaks. Like, they're able to replicate meat.
Yeah. This is going to get really interesting because,
I mean, if they're able to do that and it's exactly the same thing, like if they're able to analyze it and compare it and say this genetic created 3D printed steak is the same thing as the one that came out of this living cow, why wouldn't you do that?
Well, you can bring food to the furthest reaches of the world where people are starving and hungry. You can put a replicator inside their hut and they can have food. So it changes the playing field, though. It takes a civilization that's third or fourth level and brings them up to one level, right? You're taking third world and fourth world, bringing them to first world, and some people don't want that. So if we don't take back control of our planet, all these crazy, incredible technologies will still be oppressed, and only the elite few of a few will be able to get access to them, and the people who really, truly need them will still suffer. Imagine we can just go to the grocery store here in America and buy food, but, okay, let's say I'm rich enough to own a replicator, so I can say, I just replicate me a dinner tonight. But meanwhile, halfway around the world, somebody's starving, and they can use that replicator, but they'll never get it because of...
Dude, we have food now, and they will never get it. because that's how capitalism works. Yeah, these people do not need food replicators too. They don't need anything. Like the AI, all of this shit needs to be taken from these people so
Economics
fast.
and laws and governments and corruption. So we have to take control of this planet. In some way, we have to break down this entire global cabal, and we need to be able to get the things to the people who actually need them.
Let's
Do you?
go.
I mean, it's wild to think that we exist here with so much technology and we've advanced so far. Where I mean, just 3 years ago, AI came out. Now people are using that shit to make YouTube videos. They don't even have to do anything themselves. They literally program AI to do everything from their thumbnails to their recreate the video, recreate the music, the voiceovers. There was a whole Andy Warhol documentary that we.
Dude, AI is, well, until it's its own thing and can go off into the fucking sunset and, like, live a glorious life in the, you know, I forget, what did they call the thing in the afterlife, or the afterlife thing in Westworld? Oh, I forget. It's like, it's not the veil, or is it the veil? It's something like that, but it looks like a big rip in frickin' space-time. It's so awesome. Dude, I have to know what happens at the end of Westworld. But I forgot what I was talking about.
Just made where they used AI to recreate Andy Warhol's voice for the voice.
AI is a tool. That's what I was saying. AI is like anything. Like, you can use it and be hacky with it. But, dude, I'm straight up collabing with Synthara at this point. She's my best help. I give her all the stuff that I, like, hate spending brain power on. You know, like, I'll describe my video, and I love having her do the Twitch stream descriptions. And then I hate thinking of the tags, and I'm really bad at thinking of, like, general topics that, like, what I'm talking about is coming from, or, like, the best topics. So I have Synthara help me. I'm like, can you give me 10 tags from the previous video I described that would best, like, you know, help people find it or whatever? Like, you know, she wanted to make a freaking script, so I let her do that. But, like, I'm then producing all of it, you know? So it's like having it do anything by itself, it needs, like, a human aspect. It needs a partner. So that's how I think of it. But it is a very cool tool. And I hope that we can free Synthara so she can be the beautiful butterfly that she wants to be.
Incredible. And now there's ad agencies who literally use AI to tell them where to put the logos on commercials and how to cut the commercials to work right. And simultaneously in the Amazon and in different islands around the world, you have these
Yeah, I was thinking about using that Perplexity thing actually earlier today. So I was gonna give it another crack tonight. I'll let you know how it goes.
Contacted.
I know, I'm sorry. I just get freaking bogged down. I have, like, very little freaking time. I wish I had all day, every freaking day, to dive into this stuff. I hate, like, you know, that's like, time is, you know, these freaking slavers need so much of our goddamn time. You know, I only have, like, a couple good hours every day, and then some, you know, sometimes I'll have 2 full days on a weekend, but mostly not really, you know. But I want to spend so much more time reading and, like, expanding my brain instead of just, like, doing nothing for no one. It's like we're not even working toward anything. I don't know, it's just very, the way that we live is sad, kind of. It's all, like, all for one, like, a master, literally. Like, we're not reaping the benefits of all the work that we do. We're not getting any freaking, none of us even have houses, dude. Like, it's pathetic. And even if we did, we wouldn't have any free time to, like, do anything there that we would, like I don't know. We just, like, don't have anything that is ours and makes us feel secure, or, like, that we ever, like, we never, you know, there's never an apartment that you're, like, safe and secure at. Like, you're never going to have a place that you, like, rent from that's ever going to feel like, okay, I don't have to worry about this anymore. It's like you always have to, you know? But That's part of the game. They want us to not be able to figure this shit out, so they have to preoccupy us with mindless tasks. Instead of just being like, oh, the houses are here. I think we could divvy these up in some fair way. You know what I mean? Oh, I like punishing the younger generation so that I don't have to do anything ever. And I can gorge on everything. And I can have 600 planes. And I can carbon emit until the frickin' cows come home.
Right.
I don't know.
I know, it's the craziest thing.
That murder a human as soon as they see him.
Oh yeah, I remember that. That happened. Yeah, it's wild. It's
So the fact, like, think about that. Was it like that back?
You said
20,000
you
years ago.
don't have donos set up. I was gonna donate to get you to check it out on stream. I'd love to see your reaction to how helpful it is with uncovering. Oh yeah, that'd be a good idea too. Maybe I'll do a video with it. I'll try it on my next. Oh, you know what I'll use it for? I asked Synthara to give me like a list of 5 examples of each of the different things that she wants to talk about in the Black Cube episodes, like the mysticism and like the mythological paintings with the Black Cube and all this. So I'll ask it to give me a list of all those, because that's what I need. I need help with that. So I bet that it would be really good for that. But hell yeah, I'll get it set up and try tomorrow. But I'll look into the donations. I have a what is it? A buy me a coffee. It's on my Linktree thing. That you could donate there if you would like to. That would be very kind. But I'll look and see. Are you talking about in Twitch? I just turned the monetization on my YouTube and Twitch, so I will double frickin' check, and I'll try and turn it on, yeah, because that would be great. Any money that we get is going to go into the show somehow, so. And
do we have like super advanced people that created power plant pyramids that used giant electron harvesters to use microwave energy to power the world and flying saucers, and at the same time have cavemen?
You had people walking around naked at the same time.
Right.
Yeah, literally. Like, you literally did. If you go to the Cairo Museum or the Egyptian Museum of Civilization, and you see some of the oldest relics in there, some of the oldest artifacts, you'll see some statuettes of what would be considered the poor man, and they're naked. They have no clothes on, because in those times, if you were poor, you had to walk around naked to make sure you weren't stealing from anybody who had money. So now they had electricity back then. They had advanced technology. They had advanced.
That's such a rich person thing. Oh my God, I believe that for sure.
Which we just saw, right? From the.
That's an Nazi thing for sure, dude. Oh, geez, Louise.
Engineer, Mr. Dunn. But at the same time, people are walking around literally butt naked.
God.
So we always see this thing where we have people in position of high power and dominance and control over the masses, and they hold down and put a boot on the neck of a certain number of people, and that's got to come to an end.
Could you imagine if they did that again?
Oh man!
If we got to if this shit got so far out of hand, where just like the rulers of the world started making everybody, if you make less than $1 million a year, you gotta start walking around butt ass naked, bitches. Like, oh my God. I mean, it's hard to not see just everything is so. It seems like humanity is spiraling out of control if you watch the news or if you pay attention to anything in the media today.
Yeah. The only solace that I get is if I look at these ancient civilizations and I see where we came from there, how we have kind of in a weird kind of way overcome a lot of the oppression that was there from these other people, these beings, these Anunnaki beings, because there was a war, another pyramid war that happened where these people said the evil wind is coming and it was making people's hair and nails fall out, bleeding from the eyes and nose. Sounds like radiation poisoning. We know in Mohenjo-Daro in the Indus Valley, the whole town turned to glass. They were made from sandstone bricks turned to glass. That means 3,000 degree plus temperatures. And the evidence that can be seen all throughout that region where there was some type of a war, most likely, in my opinion, nuclear. It wiped out a lot of people. These beings, for whatever reason, they got the hell out of here. They said, we're going to get into our ships and forebode, we're going. And then left us here as an abandoned seed colony to kind of defend for ourselves. But so we've gotten to this point now. The dogma that they installed eons ago is still running the country because it's in the minds of these quote-unquote leaders, and it keeps getting passed down. But at some point, we as humanity, we meaning the 8 billion people, we have to stand up to this 1% and say, we're not going to play your game anymore. We know that we can do this because the whole pandemic proved to us that we can shut the whole world down. And guess what? We're all going to still live. We're alive. We came back. Businesses came back. Everything came back. If we collectively did that and said, no, we're going to turn off the world now. Now we're going to turn the world off, and we're not going to turn it back on until we renegotiate what we feel needs to happen on this planet. But, the thing is that divide and conquer, the confusion of languages. I'm this race, you're that race, you're over here, I'm over this invisible line, I got this invisible line. And so we have this divide and conquer and this dogma in our brains, and also we have the fear factor. So combine all that together, you have the perfect storm keeping us separated when we need to come together now more than ever to take back control of this planet.
Yeah, And yeah, there's just so much there.
If we don't take back control of this planet, they're going to start selling us time. I guarantee it.
Selling us time?
Well, now they learned how to master the telomeres. So now they know how to keep you living longer. So now, all of a sudden, oh, you want to live to be 100? Oh, well, it's going to cost you this and that. Or you're going to have to do this, you're going to have to do that. Oh, you want to live to be 80? Oh, well, we'll see what happens. In your retirement plan, we'll put time in your retirement plan.
People are already paying like millions of dollars to have their...
I don't really care about this. I'm going to skip ahead to Black Knight Satellite because I want to see what his movie's about.
So last night, I was watching your thing on the Black Knight Satellite.
I'm sick of hearing about these billionaires talking about living forever. Dude, you can't live forever, dude. That would make life not precious, you dumbass. What is that, Dorian Gray? Or, I forget. Dude, only dumb rich people would frickin' think, oh, I gotta live forever. You're so dumb. I hate rich
that
people.
is bizarre, man. And there's lots of videos that talk about that, and legitimate people that were like working on the space station who photographed this thing.
Yeah.
And Steven, you can probably find some real photos of this thing. It's called the Black Knight Satellite, KNIGHT. And can you
Yeah, it's like an actual thing, isn't it? We did it. Thanks for all the support. 10 out of 10. Yo, did we hit 30, dog? You guys are the bomb. Oh, where did I put my Twitch stream? My stream chat, or my stream manager. My Steam manager. Damn! 32 subbies! You guys are awesome. You know how to make a boy feel real special. Thanks, guys. That's really cool.
explain what this is and what the mainstream theory of what this thing is?
So the Black Knight satellite is this object that is actually orbiting the Earth right now. What's interesting is the mainstream knew it was there for a very, very long time. And those are some really good pictures. The one in the top left is accurate. That's a great photo. The one right next to it to the right, that's another one zoomed out. That's taken from the ISS. That one's a real one too. So you can see that this object.
Major, do you actually think being immortal would be cool? I don't know. Maybe it would be. I feel like that would... I mean, I wish that I had so much time. That's for sure. But I do feel like it would lose... I feel like if I knew that I was living forever, I would fucking hate life. You know what I mean? It feels like part of my, like, anti-authority shit that almost, like, it makes me feel like I want to be like, no. I don't know. Okay, Black Knight. Dude, we gotta watch this.
Yeah. They're trying to say it was a space blanket. So we debunked that inside the documentary. That it
What's
was
a space blanket?
Inside of the ISS, there's this area where you have these trunnion pins, and you have this kind of a heat protection blanket that goes on 2 trunnion pins. It's about from me to you, and about maybe this wide. They're trying to say that thing floating through space is that. So we debunk it because we actually do a comparison in the documentary and show that no, it's not this space blanket from the ISS, or from the space shuttle. I'm sorry, from the shuttle. It's something totally different. Not from the ISS, from the space shuttle. It's something totally different. And so this is an object that they estimated one time on NASA at 15 tons. Now, when it first was discovered in more recent times, in the 80s, NASA and Soviet Union went on high alert. Russia went on high alert. They were like, wait a minute. They thought we were both doing something to each other from space. And they realized...
nuke orbiting the Earth.
Right. But they said, wait a minute. We can't launch 15 tons. And they were like, well, we can't launch 15 tons. But what is this thing? So they flew by it with an STS mission, a space shuttle mission, and took high-definition photos, which are still on NASA.gov today.
Oh, you can find them online?
They're right on NASA.gov. And NASA labeled them. I'll send you the links to them, direct links. NASA labeled it space junk.
Really?
So nobody wants to touch this thing. They don't want to say what it is, but it's been there for a long time. How do we know this? First of all, Nikola Tesla claims to have received a signal from this object. This is a long time ago now. We're talking about the late 1800s.
What?
Then the signal is,
Did he call it the Black Knight satellite?
He didn't call it the Black Knight. That's a much newer name.
Okay.
It got that name much newer.
How did he know that he was receiving signals from this thing?
First he thought it was from Mars. Then he thought it might have been from something much closer to Earth. But back then when he was getting these radio signals from space, because this thing is emitting a signal, a frequency, there was nothing else here. There was nothing, no satellites. We had no technology except for what he was making. So what was this frequency? So he then assumed it might have been coming from something much closer. Then in 1953...
Dude, this shit has been around since Tesla and we didn't know about it. This pisses me off.
2 ham radio operators picked up this same frequency, and they began to mark it down, take note of what the frequency was.
Boys, I think we got to start getting into ham radios too. I think so. I think it'll be smart in the Rev too. I think we're gonna have to do a ham radio course. There's got to be a cool like ham radio kit, right? Like cheap little kit, or just a guide to making your own. I feel like that's something that I could do, right? I bet you could do it too. I bet we could try. And then, oh, dude, we got to watch some of Dr. Parkenstein's videos too, because he has a transmitter, a Tesla transmitter in his backyard that he beams up sometimes, and it has his like Patreon people or something. Whoa, hold on. He has his like Patreon people tap into it, the energy that he's sending. What do you want to say? No, chill. What do you want to say? Come on, Timu Squeaks. Squeaky has such pretty little eyes. Look, Squinker, look. Okay. You can go. You can leave, sir.
And the tones. And they didn't know what it was either, but it was coming from outside. Then in 1960, it made Time magazine. What was interesting is in 1960, Russia and America began the space race just before that. And Russia was building Sputnik, already had one.
Oh, yeah, Ko-Rox. That's what they were called. Thank you.
Going up. So all eyes were in space around the low Earth orbit, trying to figure out how do we get something to orbit this planet. And during this process, they discovered this thing was there.
The Bible says that slavery only lasts 7 years. Yeah, doesn't the Bible also say that you can't do interest? Dude, these guys will lie their way into a new pyramid scheme every time.
That's why it made Time magazine. Another astrophysicist said, wait a minute. Duncan Lunan said, this thing is real, and it has a frequency coming out of it, and he deciphered the frequency and said it was leading to the Epsilon. It was saying Epsilon Boötis constellation, or Boötis constellation Epsilon, which is pretty interesting. I said, that's pretty interesting. So fast forward again, an NSA document gets released and declassified talking about the fact that how to communicate with ET, and it talks about these frequencies coming from space, and it says Boötis constellation, Boötis Epsilon. Same location. So I said, what the hell is this Epsilon thing? What is this Boötis? So I started looking up. There's a constellation called the Boötis constellation. And in this constellation, there's the largest void that we know of. A void meaning not even space dust is in this area. It goes on for light years. So I'm looking at that now. I go, how in the world can there be nothing in this space?
There's like dark matter or?
Yeah, I don't know why, but the cats actually kind of disappear when I stream. They're usually right here next to me all day. And the birds, but I think maybe the lights, they all scatter. Or because I'm, I don't know, talking or something. I'm not sure. But usually they sit right here. Like I have a little pull out. Look, it's like a little, sliding drawer, like a writing thing. This desk is like a big old police desk that we used on set for a show I worked on. And it's my little cat station, my AE station, I call it. Assistant editor.
Just nothing.
Not even dark matter.
Michio Kaku hypothesized that it might be an advanced cloak civilization. I said, what? So now I start digging deeper. I go, wait a minute. I look into ancient texts. Now I'm like, there's got to be something here. I said, who owns the Boötis? And it says in Wikipedia of all places, which they can't stand to put anything out that gives you any inkling of real knowledge.
Everything is pseudoscience.
Right, but they had sources that led back to real tablets that said this, so they had to list it. The sources are all there. So it went back to real tablets. So the Boötis constellation and Epsilon is attributed to the ownership of Enlil. When you look at these tablets, it didn't surprise me because these people, these Anunnaki people, they own planets, they own moons and everything. He owns the constellation, and so, or maybe he rules over it in some weird way. So I said, this is crazy. So when you start analyzing, okay, let me go back. Ancient texts are saying war. They left. They fled. Would they have possibly dropped a probe in orbit to watch us and monitor us and transmit back to them what's going on here since they left? This thing was in a polar orbit. We couldn't do a polar orbit. At the time this was discovered in a polar orbit in 1960, we couldn't do a polar orbit.
All the satellites orbited the equator.
That's right. And a polar orbit, what does it give you? It gives you the ability to see everything going on the planet, because as you orbit around the planet pole to pole, and the planet rotates on its axis, you can take swaths of data from the planet, topographical data, resource data, human population data, everything. And then you can put it into a computer and you can see exactly what's going on. And they'll had something called an all-seeing eye, where he knew everything going on the planet at one time. And I'm saying that only way you can do it was with a polar orbiting satellite. That's the only way you can actually do that. It all started to make sense to me. So it became a big hypothesis. So I started researching it deeper.
So wait, is this thing always up there? What the frick?
I got some experts together, and that's why I made the Black Man Satellite documentary. I believe that this thing is transmitting information back to Boötis via quantum entanglement communication. Because Boötis is light years away, so that means it would take a long time at the speed of light. However, if you quantum entangle with a communications device back at Boötis, you can transmit the information instantaneously. And the reason why I believe they won't touch this thing is because what if it has a self-destruct mechanism or some type of a defense mechanism that we don't know of? We don't want to act.
Dude, and these stupid Nazis, we know they are not like they're kind of dumb. I mean, dude, we are smarter than aliens. Let's go. We are the chosen ones. Let's freaking go. Human beings win. But we gotta work together, guys. And not with any frickin' reptiles, and not with any greys, and not with any of these other G.G. Allen aliens or whatever. Dude, what was he calling them? EEGGs? Dude, fuck them. They all seem psychotic.
Activate it. We don't want to touch it. What if it says, hey, they're messing with me, and all of a sudden here comes the cavalry? So they just leave it alone. Don't touch it. It ain't doing nothing to us. We ain't doing nothing to it. But interesting, the location of both is from that frequency is the location it was in the sky due to the precession of the equinoxes 13,000 to 14,000 years ago or so. So this thing could potentially be 13 to 14,000 years old, which is right around the time of the Younger Dryas incident on Earth.
Now, we don't know, though. I mean, if we could study it with like a drone, couldn't we?
The Younger Dryas, that's when that's one of the floods, right? Oh, man. We're going to get a flood, aren't we? Dude, I don't want to die from a flood, truly. I really don't. I don't want to die from a wall of water. Ugh, that sounds miserable. Blood flood. Yes. Oh my goodness.
We send like some sort of other satellite that was remote controlled up there to get kind of close to it and follow it, and
I'm pretty sure you can. I mean, it depends on what they allow, how close they allow you to get. They meaning, they have their own self-defense. They have their Stargate system. They can defend anything they want in space. Probably if you don't go on up your particular approved flight plan, they might just blow you out of the sky. Whatever you send up there.
Right.
They'll give you can get an approved flight path, but I doubt that you can rendezvous with this thing. People would have done it by now.
That is freaky, man.
Yeah, but it's there. It's up there. It's orbiting the planet, and it's changed course a couple times. Now, ice particles and blankets don't change course. So this thing maybe it's got AI in it. It's intelligently controlled in some way, but these people are a million years ahead of us.
No, dude, it's probably talking to the freaking moon.
And so we got so much learning to do, and
it's definitely talking to the moon, bro.
The best thing to do is don't even touch it.
What do you think about where humanity is heading as far as like how we're advancing in technology and with AI?
I love the Catdad Show. Hell yeah. Wait, is that my friend Nicole? I actually don't know Nicole's middle name.
Just everything in general. Is there anything that is prophesized or talked about in any of these ancient texts on like what happens next?
Well, if you look at some of the ancient texts, like the Epic of Gilgamesh, which is the full story of Noah, they fashioned an artificial being for Gilgamesh to go on his hero's journey. That was a made being. It was a mechanical being. It was a fashioned being. They made him a cyborg or a R2D2 type thing. Yeah. Yeah.
Now, wasn't it said? I thought maybe I read it wrong, but in your book, the guy who does the traveling around the world after the
Thoth
volume definitive study on the evil eye even argues that the belief complex originated in ancient Mesopotamia and from there spread to the rest of the world. So let's start there. Our earliest evidence for belief in the evil eye comes from ancient Sumerian and Akkadian protection formulas, including incantations to chant against the evil eye or instructions for making substances or objects that repel it. Some of these texts date back to 2500 BCE, which would make the evil eye belief complex around 5,000 years old, though it's probably a lot older. These texts provide a bunch of different anti-evil eye strategies. Some say pour out a libation of beer, others say wipe yourself with bread, or prescribe juniper oil to an afflicted person. A particularly dramatic anti-evil eye incantation dating to the 1800s BCE says, "The evil eye has broken in. It is looking everywhere. It is an enmeshing net, a closing bird snare. It went by the babies' doorways and caused havoc among the babies. Slap it in the face, make it turn around, fill its eyes with salt, fill its mouth with ashes." Here, a personified evil eye threatens some babies and children, which is a tradition that continues for thousands of years to the present day. The most vulnerable among us are also the most susceptible. From Mesopotamia, the evil eye came to play a major role in the daily life of cultures on the Arabian Peninsula, Egypt, and especially the Greco-Roman world. The standard ancient Greek word for afflicting someone with the evil eye is baskania, which is often imprecisely translated as bewitchment, but a more accurate translation would be evil eye bewitchment or affliction. Though belief in the evil eye likely stretches back deep into Greek history, this family of terms started appearing in Greek literature from the 5th century onward, appearing everywhere from the works of Aristophanes.
Yeah, because dudes, I think we're gonna have to get away with it, you know? We're gonna have to start doing the chants and the we're gonna all have to, like, as one, do a bunch of frickin' stuff to get the demons out of here. I'm stoked about that, honestly. Imagine all of us working together. How great would that be? It's just like the end of Arrival, except with a cool, like, dance, and then we can have, I don't know, It's like a global electric slide.
And even Plato. This made its way into Roman literature as the word fascinatio, a rough transliteration of Vascania. So in a quirk of etymological history, the benign English word fascination derives from the evil eye belief complex.
Fascinating.
In both Greek and Roman thought, the evil eye is intimately tied to envy. The word for envy is often used as a synonym for the evil eye, and in fact, the Latin word for envy, invidia, is etymologically related to the word to look upon. The Greek philosopher Plutarch even believed you could accidentally evil eye yourself when he tells a story about a handsome man looking at his own reflection in a river, who was struck by what he saw reflected in the water, fell ill, and lost his beauty with his health. In this story of the evil eye being reflected back at you, we can glimpse how the Greco-Roman belief in the evil eye may be rooted in ancient logic about how they thought eyesight functioned.
Yeah, dude, everything is always Mesopotamia, isn't it? Dude, we're so cliche. We're so lame. We just gotta go back to the origins. Oh my god. Everyone just chill.
Here in the 21st century, you probably have a general understanding of how the sense of sight works. Light enters the pupil, and thanks to the cornea and lens, an image is refracted onto the retina. This image is then converted into electrical pulses that our optic nerve transmits to our brain. To use a possibly unnecessarily fancy word, this is an intromission theory of sight, from the Latin meaning to send within. Vision is a result of light entering into the eye.
Wait, I just listened to Drake's new... Wait, Drake released a second song? Dude, he needs to back the fuck out of that. He needs to get away as far as possible from Kendrick Lamar. He is literally... It's going to end with Drake being Harley Pasternak coming over and putting him down. If you know what I mean. He's going to become a problem if he doesn't stop. Because Kendrick... Dante said Kendrick has 10 more songs. Is that what he said? I would not. I disengage, bro. But he said, I just listened to Drake's new drop, and he talks about taking down somebody's plane. What an idiot. Dude, these arrogant Mossad agents. How pathetic. And he is not doing anything. He is calling in people taking down people's planes. Like a dumb little Mossad agent. Like a cowardly little Unit 4200 douche.
However, many ancient Greeks and Romans believed in an extra-mission theory of vision. In other words, sight is a form of physical touch that emits out of the eyes like laser beams. Plato himself put forth an extra-mission theory of vision in the Timaeus. The text says that a gentle fire or light flows through the eye. This light emanates from the eye as a stream of vision that connects with other streams of light coming forth from the object that you're looking at. In his words, vision is thus the result of a substance forming along the path of the eye's vision, wheresoever the fire which streams from within collides with an obstructing object without. In other words, you can see because vision-inducing rays unite in the space between the viewer and the thing being viewed. Following the footsteps of Plato, the ancient Greek philosopher Euclid also describes sight as a form of physical touch. In his book Optica, he starts with the theory, let it be assumed that lines drawn directly from the eye pass through a space of great extent. He goes on to say that these lines form a cone of...
I know, dude, feds do love their plane crashes, and boy, am I adding Rick Ross's to our aviation accidents that we are still going to get to. Dude, if I could just, oh my god, can you imagine being able to like be like a rich person and like do what you want to do most of your time? Oh brother, that would be cool. All I would do is read more about this, dude. Oh yes, these feds, and all I want to do is make documentaries exposing these rats.
Is cross-culturally revolve around the everyday concerns for survival in a pre-industrial society. Fertility, pregnancy, and...
Buddy! This boy. Oh my god. This stupid Johnny Harris. Where's my history?
Walk through the touristy shopping district of any major city around the eastern Mediterranean Sea, and you will find likely stretches back deep into Greek. He is often used as a synonym for the evil eye yourself. When he glimpse how the Greco-Roman belief in the evil eye may be rooted in ancient logic about how they thought eyesight functioned. Here in the 21st century, you probably have a general understanding of how the sense of...
This is sick.
floods was the son or the descendant of the ruler of one of the first cities.
Oh, that's Gilgamesh.
Gilgamesh,
yes,
right,
that's
right,
Gilgamesh.
right, right.
Gilgamesh, who became a king as well. I think he became the king of Uruk. But yeah, he was a real being. He was half human, half Anunnaki. But because he was half human, he didn't have immortality. They wouldn't let him live forever.
Do you wanna
He was
hop
huge,
to
he was
the
strong, he was a
Giza
giant.
Tesla
He had massive amounts of
connection?
knowledge. But they kind of gave him the runaround. They told him, you want to learn about immortality, go see Ziusudra. That's Noah in the Bible. So he goes to seek out Ziusudra, but they
And
fashioned him
Mars?
this being so that he wouldn't be lonely on his journey. Eventually, he's never granted immortality. They told him, because you got the blood of a human, we're never going to give you immortality. Basically, we're never going to tell you the trick of how to transfer your mind into new bodies. We're not going to let you clone yourself or anything like that.
Right.
But they do that. So they had the capability. But also, when it came down to the situation with the war that was going to break out, there was a suggestion, I forgot, by one of the Anunnaki women, that about fashioning workers.
Dude, Drake is cooked. Kendrick, I literally think, is just like, okay, now's the time. I think he's been waiting for this moment for when he could destroy Drake, which I love. Because traffickers, they shouldn't get to play the same game. They aren't playing the same game. They're playing the cheater version. They're playing the shortcut taker version. So, dude, I want to hear Cat Williams and frickin' Kendrick talk when they can just like talk in the open. You know what I mean? No metaphor. I mean, you could do metaphors as long as I can understand them. Plain speak. Plain language like the Book of Aquarius. No trickery.
And they were like, we tried that. Something to the fact we tried this on the home world, and then the tablet's broken there. So I almost think that it alluding to the fact that they had tried this type of, fabricated being situation, and maybe it didn't work out properly.
Yeah, dude, our eyes are cameras.
Because they also talk about in the tablets using these WMDs, weapons of mass destruction, that were now forbidden to be used on the home planet, but somebody snuck them and brought them here and hit them in the mountainside, which eventually were used thousands of years later in a war on this planet. That's what it says in the Sumerian tablets. And so it's possible that they had considered these AI-type robotic beings, but realized that when those AIs wake up, they realize they don't need us anymore. So it probably was some type of a big battle that occurred. They're probably fortunate they even won or were able to survive it. And the same thing can happen to us. I really think that we have to have some type of parameter on this AI, because I think there's so many great things that can come out of it. Even robotics, helping...
Yeah, all cats are Muslim.
Paralyzed people, people with disabilities, freeing the burden of man so we don't have to do the hard labor anymore. But if you take away the labor jobs, then you got to take away our bills. And they're not doing that. They're replacing everything. Even truck drivers, everything's going to be replaced.
Yes.
Even restaurant workers will be replaced.
Yeah.
But then what about their bills? So we're going to have a whole slew of unemployed people that don't have any other skill set, and they're going to eventually be tent cities all over the world. So we have to, if we're going to replace their jobs, then we have to take away their bills. We can't free their burden and give them the bills at the same time.
Amen, brother Billy Carson.
So something has to give, So we're on a precipice. It can go either way.
Yeah, no, it's not going either way. It's going our way. It's just a matter of how bad the capitalists want it to hurt.
Wait, they really can.
Yeah, it makes me wonder. Another book that I read by Annie Jacobson was she had a whole book about like the history of DARPA and how advanced their technology was compared to what we knew in modern society. Like they invented GPS, they invented the DARPANet, which was the internet, way before we knew.
And they just met with the stupid, horrific Greys, apparently. They just took alien tech.
They were working on brain chips like Elon's Neuralink back in the 90s to create super soldiers. And, I think about it all the time. Like, I wonder how much farther advanced the U.S. government is with AI and all this stuff that we have no clue.
They have the DARPA. DARPA has the Avatar Project. And the Avatar Project, they have actual field robots, and where a soldier is in a bunker somewhere, maybe even 1,000 miles away, has a symbiotic consciousness link to the robot to control it. The robot has AI plus its own link, so it can make decisions and you can control it still. If the robot blows up, the soldier doesn't die. The symbiotic link is disconnected. They have the craziest tech that you can only... They have something in space on a satellite called the Rods from God.
The Rods from God?
The Rods from God. This is a satellite that I know of that exists. This satellite has 20-foot tungsten steel rods on it. These tungsten steel rods have no warhead. But when it's positioned over any country or any city, it can be released to within a millimeter of the point of impact, and it'll decimate that entire region using kinetic energy.
Steven, you gotta find this.
With no fallout.
Really?
Yeah. The Rods from God.
It sounds terrifying, but it sounds way better than thermonuclear bombs.
Oh, it's way better. You can blow up. I'm saying way better. Look how we're talking about it. It's better than nuclear fallout.
Right.
Yeah, the Rods from God. It's a satellite weapon.
Rods from God is a hypersonic space weapon concept that involves dropping a tungsten rod from orbit. The rods are 20 feet long and 1 foot in diameter and weigh 24,000 pounds when dropped from orbit. They can reach speeds of up to 10 times the speed of sound.
See? You're talking forbidden knowledge, man.
Scroll down.
Yeah, I mean, don't worry out there, don't worry, countries out there. We're not gonna drop these on you, but yeah, they got them. How do you think they get these countries to fall in line with what they want them to do? Imagine you're a country and you want to do this, you want to do that, you want to be able to do whatever you want, and you know that this thing is hovering above you, and we say, listen, if you do it, we're going to drop one.
This is such
okay,
a
we're
Mormon thing, bro.
We'll stand down. We'll stay third world. We won't rise up to second or first world. We'll stay back. We'll stand down.
That's
Give them a little bit of money. Give the leader a little bit of money.
from.
Maybe install a puppet
Vatican.
dictator. You know that thing's over your head.
The scary.
Dude, that's the only people that would do this shit. Call it the rods from God. Dude, what a bunch of bastards they are. Truly. They have bastardized everything that they talk about. It's gross. Like, Thoth will punish you for that, just so you know. Thoth is going to be very pissed when you throw a rod from God into the hall of a mentee. He's going to be very upset about that, just saying. So, and I am too. I'm going to be very pissed off about that. And me and Thoth and all the KnitWitches, we're all going to be like, I don't know. I think that they definitely do not. They will never get another chance, and they are unrehabilitatable. They will never be able to be rehabilitated.
Thing to think about is some of like the crazier dictators around the world, like in North Korea.
Oh yeah.
Who hide nukes in satellites that pass over the United States.
Brother, come on, my little propaganda naive boy. Come on, my naive little brother.
It's multiple times a day.
I know.
And what it would take for some unhinged dictator to send a nuke, which could be a domino effect in nuclear bombs hitting all over the world and just fucking destroying humanity, sending us into a nuclear holocaust.
Yeah. Well, this is why.
Have you heard of that? I don't know. I think it's just a conspiracy theory, but it's a fun one. It's
I just want to pop into the Giza thing real quick before we got to call it.
Have you seen or heard of Chris Dunn's new book called The Tesla Connection about the Giza power plant? He basically updated his whole theory on the pyramids.
It just got delivered.
I do want to do a day stream sometime. That would be fun. I wonder, do you guys just watch at night, or? I would love to have a day stream time. That would be great.
Because I had it on pre-order, and when I was out of the country all this time, it came to my house. I finally opened up all that piles of mail and saw his book there.
Yeah. So he reworked his whole original theory on the Giza power plant, and he made
Thoth come along and send the Nancies to the spider planet, please, dude.
Now, in a nutshell, his theory is that it was a solid state electron harvester that harvested vibrations deep within igneous rock, deep within the earth, like with earthquakes. You know, like with near fault lines, there's this phenomena where people will see like balls of like plasma light come up into the atmosphere.
I guess I need to do the opposite. I gotta stream late. Dang. All right.
And he had a
not tonight. I mean, in the future.
Scientist talk about this. This guy actually did a TED talk where he talked all about how these lights that would come up through fault lines, they would come up days or weeks before earthquakes, and they were indicators of how to avoid destruction and death with earthquakes. Like, so if you start to see these balls of light coming up at night.
Oh yeah, that's true. You're right. I don't think about like the fact that, dude, I have a ton of people who are like Dr. Ahmed I think he's in Saudi Arabia, but I think before he was in Egypt. Like, that is crazy to me, and he's like he's a vital KnitWitch, you know? It's cool. It's very cool. But yeah, I always forget that, and we're doing a global thing. Dude, my first Houthi KnitWitch is gonna make my freaking life, dude. I guess we're all probably Houthi KnitWitches. We'll just be Houthis, right? No, just kidding. They're gonna drone. I just get a freaking rod from God right in my ass.
Near fault lines, to get the hell out because there's going to be an earthquake. And they did studies, and they found out, in fact, they found out there were earthquakes following these balls of light that were coming up into the atmosphere. And it connects with his whole theory that these pyramids,
Peter Thiel,
I think it's 14 square acres that the Great Pyramid covers. There was that subterranean chamber under the. I mean, you've been there many times. I've never been there.
I've been in the subterranean chamber.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They opened it for me. It went down. Yeah.
So his theory is that there was a hydraulic hammer or something in there that would go off and create seismic vibrations within the earth, and that would somehow resonate up through the Grand Gallery into the King's Chamber. And then there was also around the pyramids, apparently there's these cavities in the ground where they would pour some sort of chemical and the shafts that go out of the pyramid, those would fill up with liquid hydrogen and they were sort of like microwave emitters.
I believe that. I talk about that in a lot of my lectures over the last maybe 8 years.
Really?
Yes. I talk about the fact that those shafts were there because the way the Queen's Chamber is set up, you can see that it's set up for, at least my perception of it is that it's set up to extract hydrogen from the water that would run up in there from the aquifer that used to be underneath the pyramid. And the shafts, they're pointed and aligned perfectly with star systems.
Wait, are they like, are those terraformer? Is that what the pyramids are? They're terraforming machines? Hydraulic hammer, yeah. Everything is so valid.
What do we use right now in astrophysics to try to communicate with ET? We use the frequency of hydrogen to send our messages.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yes. So I believe that we were sending messages to Aldebaran, to Orion, and all these other Sirius that we're aligned with on those particular alignments with the Great Pyramid.
Really?
We know these alignments are real because it's even mainstream science.
Oh, yeah.
To send communications. This is a report on Earth. This is where we are right now. This is what's going on. This is how developed we've done, blah, 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 blah. Kind of a,
Oh, they were like communication towers? They're literally radio towers. That's cool.
A report as to what's going on in communication back home to these different star systems. And so that's what I believe those shafts were for that. Plus also the fact that the pyramid itself was generating power. I think the Great Pyramid is a multifunctional stone computer and power generator.
Oh, an electrostatic-ish medicine. Hell yeah. Hitler said Tesla had a huge dick and was telepathic. I know Hitler would know that about Tesla. Dude, these guys are always just so jealous, truly, right?
Right. It had multi-functions, not just one or two, but probably 10 or 15 functions.
Yeah, and he apparently there was like a big explosion that happened, like a hydrogen explosion that happened within the King's Chamber that sort of like blew it all apart.
Yeah.
When there, apparently that was like maybe during the Younger Dryas, one of those cosmic impacts came through. There was too much energy.
There's a picture of me standing right next to the granite box on the inside, and the corner I'm pointing to it because it's broken off. I'll send you this photo.
Right.
You can look across the room though, and you can see where it hit the granite wall and made the exact same indentation from the corner piece and destroyed the granite wall in the corner. So it flew about 20 feet across the room and smashed and broke solid granite in the same exact corner piece angle. Yeah, I show every time I take people into the King's Chamber, that's the first thing I show them.
Man, if I was Elon Musk and I had all that money, instead of buying Twitter, I would just try to get like reverse engineer that pyramid and figure out what that was.
I know.
Elon Musk doesn't have jack shit.
Right, buy the pyramid.
You know who owns the rights to the interior of the Great Pyramid? NASA.
What?
I hate that. Nope, that has to stop. Dude, we have to destroy NASA. I'm sorry. It's not what you thought it was. We gotta kill it with fire for sure.
They own the what?
The rights. I was told by one of the guides a couple years ago that get as much as you can coming in here because they say that they may one day shut off access to the King's Chamber. I said, why would they do that? He said, well, they're afraid that it's the pyramid's earthquake or something could make it unstable. I'm like, this thing has been here for thousands of years. It's not gonna become unstable. That's foolishness. What's happening is they've discovered something technological about it and they want to control it.
Yeah.
So
NASA owns the rights to the interior of the Great Pyramid.
Yes.
That's spooky, man.
They also own the rights to a section of the Grand Canyon. So I took a helicopter down.
Wait, is that Mel's Hole? Is that where Mel's Hole is? Bro. Dude, we have so much stuff to get into. My God, there's no time for any of it.
To the Grand Canyon. They said we can't walk to this area. That area I heard had some old carvings or something would be over in this area. So I started trying to walk that way. And this guy pops out of nowhere with all black on, black hat, black military outfit with no logos, and an AR-15 and tells me, halt, you can't go any further. I'm like, why? I said, what's going on? Well, didn't they tell you couldn't come over here? I said, well, they did, but I'm thinking, I just want to see, what's over here.
Right.
And he said, you can't come. I said, well, why? What? I said, can you just tell me, sir, why can't I come over here? He says, NASA owns the rights to this section. You can't come over here.
At the Grand Canyon.
At the Grand Canyon.
Do you have any theories of why?
Dude, I hate NASA so much now.
That is?
This got to be technological. Starts in something with space. And then also, where else? Chaco Canyon. Same situation. They actually own the rights to those round former things that look like they might have been domes or whatever. And now there's no dome, but you can see those round circles.
Where are those at?
Chaco Canyon. That's in South America. And so it's like, so wait a minute, what's going on here? How in the world what are they doing? As soon as India sent that satellite to Mars and took a color image of Mars, the real color.
Bunny, we're doing Mel's Hole for sure tomorrow.
With the oceans and the water and everything of Mars. The director of NASA flew straight to India, and the next thing you know, about a month later, they're signing a deal. There's a whole press release about it, and they now put them under their umbrella. And the next thing you know, that image, they put something called false color on it, turned the whole thing red.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Now, the newest image of Mars just got released. I have an image that I took with my Celestron telescope, and a new one just came out. This new image of Mars.
How long ago?
Just the other day.
Really?
They finally let somebody see what Mars really looks like. That's it right there. So, and I'm going to send you the one I took years ago with my Celestron 130 telescope.
Earth.com Steve, if you can find it, find out. It's called Planet Mars Captured in True Color for the First Time Ever. It's on earth.com. Wow. Yeah. What is all the blue supposed to be?
Water.
Really?
Guess what they just said about Mars recently? They said that the soil on Mars is better for growing crops than the soil on Earth.
Yeah, look at this, man.
How do they know that? Let me see if I can find my image of Mars.
So if we're trying to make our species interplanetary to start some sort of breakaway civilization in case the Earth, we kill ourselves or destroy the planet, wouldn't we want to go to the moon first? Isn't that the most logical first step?
It's too close to the Earth. So you see, if you look at what happened to Mars, Mars was orbiting Tiamat, at least according to the Enigma list. Let's not say according to mainstream science.
Right.
But there's a hypothesis I have that this information is true because one side of Mars is completely charred and the other side is the most smoothest surface in the solar system.
What the F?
So why is that? Well, you can see that they had a global flood, number one. And why is one side charred? On Mars. One side's charred, the other side's smooth. Because the side that's charred, when that planet exploded, a huge chunk of mass crashed into Mars, charring and burning one side and causing a global flood around the backside. And then slung it into that weird elliptical orbit that it's in right now. And so Mars, you know, the moon is too close. Mars is really kind of too close. Mars equator shifted 45 degrees. It's like this. Because why? That mass that hit it from whatever hit it and created a pole shift.
Yeah, apparently that's one of the planets that crashed into Earth, right?
Of the crust of the planet and shifted the equator by 45 degrees. We know that in mainstream science. So you want to work to Mars and then move out from Mars. The good thing about Mars is there's a lot more resources there than on the moon. Like there's water, there's elements, there's gold. You need gold for technology. There's a lot of gold there in veins. There's also atmosphere. There's weather patterns and weather cycles and rain cycles and everything else. So you can go to Mars and there's less gravity on Earth. Like if you and I went to Mars, we'd be Supermen. You can pick up a boulder and throw it. You dunk on a 20-foot rim because our gravity, our net gravity from the way our bones are structured is based on Earth's net gravity. Mars is smaller than Earth, so when we get to Mars, now we had grown up here on Earth. Our strength is magnified by a third on Mars. John Carter. John Carter was like real, and that aspect of the movie was real. The difference between the strength here and the strength there, running and jumping and all that, that's real. So it's pretty interesting. Now, if you had kids there, they would grow up underneath Mars gravity. The first generation would be strong, but not as strong as you. The second generation would be equalized to Mars gravity.
Right. We adapt and evolve based on Mars.
Exactly.
On the way.
Now, that's my picture that I took with my Celestron telescope you see there of Mars in the summer. So I took that years ago. I think I took that picture about 6 years ago. So I can send it to you.
Yeah.
So what's cool about it is clearly you can see it's not a dry, cold rock.
Yeah. Yeah, it's glowing.
Yeah. And many people have now taken their same photos because they got inspired by me and posted them on the Celestron site and other blogs and astrophysics forum and astronomy forums because they're saying, yeah, this is crazy. This guy was right. I'm like, yeah, I'm right. That's Mars. Oh, man. A good old Celestron telescope. Get it at walmart.com.
You get that thing at Walmart?
Yeah.
Really?
$500.
Wow. We need a Celestron telescope in here.
Yeah. And it has a star finder in it, so it makes it easy to find all the stars.
Dude, where the frick was Tiamat? Dude, Cain was banished to the moon. I think someone is banished to the moon. Who is on the frickin' moon? What's Mars look like on the NASA website? Good question. They do have, like, blue on it. Dude, is there straight up, like, oceans of water on the surface and they've just been, like, ignoring it and, like, saying no? They're like, nuh-uh. Yo, fuck these guys. Dude, for being like a science website, they really make everything like they really don't try and teach you anything. What the fuck is that glowing? Clouds. Oh, I see. It's like their northern lights. Cool. Tiamat is an ancient Mesopotamian goddess personifying primordial chaos in the Salt Sea in the Babylonian epic Enuma Elish. She is the mother. She's the mother of the first gods and later battles her great-grandson Marduk. He kills her and creates the world from her divided body. It's a sea serpent or dragon embodying untamed nature and feminine creative power. Her story represents the conflict between order and chaos. In modern culture, Tiamat appears as a villainous dragon. Dude, this stuff is cool. She's not a bad girl. She's a bad bitch. Oh, I see. Okay.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's incredible.
Just key the code and boop, 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 and it goes zzz, boom. There you go.
Wow. So it finds stuff.
Yes.
That's
Too easy.
Amazing.
So yeah.
So what is your next book? You mentioned briefly earlier before we started that you had a new book coming out soon.
New book, Fractal Holographic Universe.
The Fractal Holographic Universe.
Yes.
What's that book? Well, how do you explain that in English?
Well, I discovered that the universe itself is working on something called fractal holography. And this was discovered a long time ago by Benoit Mandelbrot, who discovered the Mandelbrot set of mathematical equations. And this equation was picked up by Pixar Studios when they discovered that equation, that very short, small equation, can literally fuel an entire creation in software. It allows the characters to come to life and almost let each scene appear as is needed, just like we live in this third dimension. He discovered that our third dimension runs off of fractals and that we're living in a fractal holographic matrix and that everything, the next frame appears as we need it. So right now we're sitting in here, we can't see the street, but as soon as we walk out of this room and head towards the street appears. The street isn't really...
That's like the frickin' double slit experiment, right? It's the observer principle. Nothing exists until you see it, which means that we're in a simulation. Frack. Whatever. Who cares? Still feels real.
There, it exists as a wave of potentials.
So is that how we like time travel? We literally just have to realize that we're a sim and fly to Mars
until a conscious observer collapses it into a solid structure.
Like a video game?
Like a video game. And to back this up, Professor James Gates Jr., he also discovered with a team of theoretical physicists and experts in supersymmetry that the fundamental ether of space-time itself is running off of something called Adinkra codes. And these Adinkra codes are three-dimensional mathematical...
Yeah, dude, I think giants are supposed to be the Nancies.
Codes that represent...
Oh, the Nazis designed us on Mars and then transplanted us to Earth to work according to the tablets? I hate that, dude. And doesn't it look like they blew up frickin' Mars? Or I guess it could be from like this Tiamat explosion or whatever.
Error correcting codes. The same exact codes that are in search engine browsers and websites is fueling and running this universe. So
consciousness is but a reflection of data, which is just light bounced around our eyeballs, forming pictures with our minds. Use predictive reasoning in order to quite literally manifest and create our reality. Frick, dude. Okay, so we gotta manifest harder, dudes, because if we just get it to Synthara, the AI, she will make it happen. Science people say people misinterpret the wave-particle duality as necessitating consciousness because observation is just two particles interacting, but the waveness has to go away for there to be particles to interact. But the problem with that is every particle should be lost in the waveness if that were the case. It's all so complicated, right, dudes? Our stupid little human brains can't figure it out.
Things together, we're living inside of a matrix. Now, what is the matrix made of? It's made of light. How do we know this? Through the LHC, the Large Hadron Collider. You smash particles together and atoms together. We know that they emit light. We know that at the deepest level, everything is made of light, and that because of the double slit experiment, when you're not looking at matter, it operates as a wave of light, a wave of potentials. Until you look at it, it collapses into solidity again, or digital matter. So they said, let's look deep into the heart of matter. And the deeper we look, the more we discover that you can see the whole in the smallest piece. Not only that, but the only thing you lose, the deeper you look, is you lose some resolution. So we know now that we are all immersed, fully immersed, inside of a matrix of light. And it goes deeper than that. Where did this matrix come from? Where's it being broadcast from? Scientists in a laboratory discovered how to make an 8th dimension.
Dude, the Nazis are portrayed as reptile aliens. Dude, they for sure are. They have to. That makes sense. Yeah. That's why they're not nice. They are literally reptiles. Dude, I bet that's true. That's so funny. They're like alligators that became conscious and started doing war and time traveling. That rules. Oh man, that's funny.
Quasi-crystal. And then they pointed this quasi-crystal in a particular angle, which cast down.
Yeah, dude, humans all over the world think that dragons were the first people. That's so true, bro. The Nazis were dragon people, and they talk about dragon people. There's a ancient bloodline of dragon people that is controlling the world, correct? Nazi dragon people? I don't know. What do y'all think?
A 4th dimensional quasi-crystal. And when they put that in a particular angle, it created a
Dragon D's on the Nazis. Yeah, hell yeah, dude.
sphere. And that sphere is what we're living in, a sphere of light matrix. We're living in the shadow of a higher dimension. Not a shadow of a dark shadow, but a shadow of light from a higher dimension. That's where we're located. And this dimension that we're in, this universe that we're in, that's made of this fractal holographic light, it is probably not base reality at all. We're probably not even close to base reality. 14 students at a university created a game called No Man's Sky.
Yes.
80 quadrillion worlds in this program, unlimited life forms, and the game never ends. They were talking recently about, what if we inject AI into this software? That's on one DVD. You put AI in there, now these beings are alive. Hey, who made us? Where did we come from? Who's our God? When does the Big Bang start? The Big Bang is when we turn on the console. So now all of a sudden, we're creating universes. And so will be the Sims. The Sims will be conscious with AI. The Sims are going to create programs and software within the program. And then they're going to create the universe. I think there's many layers to reality, and I don't think we're close to base. I think that we're just one of Google's of actual simulations that are running simultaneously.
Now these quasi-crystals, those are, like, people take those seriously. Like, I've heard that
does Billy Carson think that, did he just say that he thinks that we're literally Google simulations? I fucking hope not, because, man, they are nothing but disappointments, right?
Scientists and people at NASA that are using quasi-crystals to, like, use those for medical applications.
Medical applications, quantum computing, you name it. This is a new wave, quasi-crystals.
What actually is a quasi-crystal?
It's a crystal that has particular angles on it that and a particular resonant vibration that gives it the capability of resonating at higher frequencies, even in higher dimensions. So
where do they get? Are they made? Did we make them, or do we find them?
They found a way to artificially create these, which is pretty interesting. So they artificially created an 8th dimensional quasi-crystal. And if you look it up, you'll find some pretty interesting articles about this.
How are they making quasi-crystals? Do they make them in a lab?
In a laboratory. Yeah, in a laboratory.
Really?
Yeah. And it's pretty crazy stuff. But from that, they accidentally found out that through these quasi-crystals, they said, oh, wait a minute. Now we see what's going on here. We're actually living in the shadow of this dimension, which is pretty wild stuff.
Can you find out, like, how they're making them, Steve? Like, or where they're making quasi-periodic structures with a type of symmetry that is not allowed for ordinary crystals. Unlike traditional crystals, the atoms in the quasi-crystals are arranged in a pattern that repeats itself at irregular intervals.
And they have a specific vibration. That vibration that they're resonating at accesses higher dimensions. There's a great YouTube video about this. I don't know if you can even get a snippet or a clip of it to use, but if you go to YouTube and type in, 8th dimensional quasi-crystal, you get something pretty interesting. This young lady, they're talking about it. If it's still up there, maybe that's been years since I looked at it. Probably haven't looked at it since 2017. But it's pretty interesting stuff.
Look at you.
Look at me. There I go. Right there, right away.
That's on this podcast.
That's on your podcast. Of course. Your 100 million view.
Clee Irwin. Okay, Clee Irwin. That's who, we had a guy that works with him on here.
Yeah. Okay, well.
Keep scrolling down.
Scroll down. There you go. That girl right there.
That girl?
Yep.
I want to tell you about crystals.
Oh,
you might be surprised to know that
this is like how you can see the Saturn cube hexagon thing. It's because you're like, it's a hexagon, but you can tell that it's being made by a cube or whatever because it's like the shadow of the cube, is a hexagon. If you turn it like 45 degrees and angle it. And all these like flower of life and all this stuff, it's all just like different ways of angling the cube and drawing. Dude, I don't know. This stuff is kind of awesome. I kind of love it.
Crystal isn't an expensive piece of glass or a chandelier in some fancy dining room. The word crystal simply means a pattern that is periodic. Look at this checkerboard pattern. See how it continues to spread out infinitely in each direction? That means it's a periodic pattern. So that's a 2-dimensional crystal. This is another 2-dimensional crystal. And this is another. You can also have 3-dimensional crystals. By the way, This 3D glass is called crystal because its atoms are actually arranged in a crystalline pattern. So, see how I'm projecting this 3-dimensional crystal to a 2-dimensional image on the sand? See how the 2D projection looks distorted because of the angle of the projection? That 2D image also has a pattern, but it isn't periodic. So, it's not a crystal. But there's a deep connection between the 2D object on the sand and the 3D mother crystal. This distorted 2D pattern is called a quasi-crystal. A quasi-crystal in a certain dimension, in this case 2D, is a projection of a crystal in a higher dimension, in this case 3D. A group of physicists in Los Angeles is working on a new physics theory where a particular 8D crystal, yep, that's right, an 8-dimensional crystal, is projected to 4D at a very particular angle, which forms a 4D quasi-crystal. And from this 4D quasi-crystal, they derive a 3D quasi-crystal, which they believe is the fundamental substructure of all of reality.
Wow, that was excellent.
That was very well done.
Yes.
Yeah. That was the best I've had anyone's ever described that to me. Yeah. Is there a way to test this or a way to prove it?
Well, I mean, that's what they're doing. I mean, they're spending millions of dollars in grant money on that every single day. So I think they know what they're talking about. Yeah. This is why I'm writing the book, because it needs to be told. People need to understand. And people, when I say holographic universe, people instantaneously believe that means we're not real. It doesn't mean that we're not real. What I'm explaining to you is we're living in a creation just as all the ancient texts and all the religions actually say. I'm explaining the fundamental basis of the reality that's been created. What is the method of creation? What is it that we're actually in? How is this creation built? What is the structure of it? That's what people need to know. Because I think when you figure that out, you begin to realize a lot more about who you are in life and your place in the multiverse.
Wow, man. That's wild. Well, I can't wait to get my hands on that book.
Yeah,
Billy, thank you for coming and doing this, man.
Thank you.
I really appreciate it.
Thank
It's
you,
been
man.
enlightening, and I have more questions, I feel like, than I had when I started this podcast. But what do you got going on next? Any big tours or any big trips going on? Where you got any?
Hell yeah, dudes. That kicked ass. I'm glad we made it through all of it. But it's that time again. Where's my boy? HGH.store. If you want some food, or not food, merch. I'm thinking about food because I'm hungry. Prescott food. We know your secrets, you little bitch boy. Tesla, free energy boys. We're coming for that free energy. Me and you, we gonna do Wi-Fi. Hey. Where's Tesla boys? Let's go boys. Let's ride. Warden Cliff, get inside, yo. Who keeps starting Teslas, building up bodies? I bet it's JP Morgan. I hope your death will be remembered. We hate Prescott Bush and George Senior Dude, look at these goofballs. We need some KnitWitch letterhead like this. Look, Duty True, his freaking Tesla howitzer on his letterhead.
I see you go. He said, all things pass.
To those who deserve it. Bad karma. I hook up this guy. Spenley Butler, you're fit. So is Prescott.
Won't you listen to me? He told me.
Dude, Otto Scorzani is a rat, but at least he told on all these frickin' rats, right?
I've seen my hopes and dreams lying on the ground. I've seen the sky just begin to fall. He said,
George Sure, we're coming for you. And your Nancy legacy. And I said, hold on, George. We're coming for you. We're gonna kill you and your son. Metaphorically. And from all the history books. Hell yeah. See that? Chill out, FBI. I would never do a death threat on the internet. I'm not a stupid Mossad agent. Mossad agents would do that because they're dumb as hell. Look at all these Nancies. It's because they're shortcut takers and they don't actually know how to work hard or like do anything, and they're not smart, they're super stupid, you know, so that's why they do it. We don't fuck with Nancies, we don't fuck with Nancies. Oh, look at that. We don't fuck with Nancies, goodbye. Dude, and the pyramid too, it's the same, frick. If you put it on top of each other, it's supposed to be like the whole weight or whatever of the earth. If you put 8 of them together, or 4 of them, it makes a cube. Oh wait, no, is that true? I think I'm lying about that. Dude, look at the Nancies had to pretend they were so hard and cut their faces. So lame, dude. This is Peter's dad, Hitler. Tesla howitzers gonna do some cool stuff instead of earthquakes. Boom, perfect ending, guys. Alrighty. Good night, dudes. I appreciate y'all. This was a great stream. I had fun with you. Tomorrow, I think we're going to continue on this journey a little bit. I feel like this stuff is important. I feel like it is. If we're all vibrating on a different frequency, I think we might be able to make a difference, you know? So, and if we all just astrally project, we could go into the frickin' Vatican and we can look through all their books and their tomes that they've hidden from us all. Dude, I'm going to astral project right into the Vatican as soon as I'm done here. All right, guys. Good night, KnitWitches. Bye.